qualifier about the carry bat.
No,
I made a
we
comment.
didn't. No, we didn't.
Maybe not you guys, but maybe
Everyone else.
Everyone else.
Everyone else.
But the Hawk playing carry bat rider in this game was very interesting. It does make sense because Laurel is playing the true carry and the sniper in the mid lane. And the Hawk, we all know he's not a man that is afraid to pick like an off laner as a carry and just play tempo. And I really did enjoy like this type of stuff.
Kind of like the Matumba man of old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you will.
For yourself, Kazu, was there anything else interesting about that bet boom? Or are you more focused on the standings here as we see all of Group B being 1-1?
I mean, the first thing I want to point out is EG at the top of the group. 4-0.
Yep.
My main man, Arteezy, Nightfall, missing Black Hole, still top of the group. You know, they can show, you can make some mistakes. It's still good enough for you to, you know, like, pull your stuff out, win, doesn't matter. So they're looking great.
I just want to point out all the Gs at the top of the group.
True.
Oh, EG, OG, then GG, and RNG, except for LGD.
But B only has first place teams.
Everyone's
Everyone's a
done.
winner.
Everyone's winning and everyone's losing.
Everyone's happy.
It's Schrodinger's cat. They both win and lose all at the same time. Do you expect there to be a clearer difference in Group B when we do jump into our iteration of their best of twos soon to come?
Would it be too wild to say maybe no? Maybe we get another 1-1 round?
Tomorrow, we will have
Tomorrow
a bigger
we'll have-
discrepancy.
Tomorrow, you reckon
we
it's going to
will.
happen?
Yes.
Probably not this best of two iteration.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty. Well, you know, we'll see if it's going to happen now. We'll see if it's going to happen tomorrow. Either way, we do have our fourth series of the day, and our casters Moxie and Waga to walk you through it.
Thank you so much, Nat T. Oh my goodness, it has been quite the day of Dota. We still have so much more to come. It's about 5 a.m. if you're over here on the East Coast here in NA. I'm sure that everyone's been watching though and been very excited. So those of you just joining us, welcome. For those of you who have been staying up, whether it's the morning, afternoon, night, you know, we're really glad that you're here. Waga, I know that Entity is very close to your heart and you're very hyped for this game.
Yeah, I'm just a mild Entity fan. I mean, I used to be on the same team with Stormstormer for a long time and know him going back. Also, I think they're just a fun team to follow because they play in a pretty creative way and have done throughout the DPC. But I'm also a major fan of Team Spirit, and we just cast one of their matchups here right before they went into this. Of course, playing, we saw it in some of the highlights there even, as they played up against Fnatic.
There's your boy right there, Stormstormer. This has been a very interesting team. A lot of these guys started off on the team Creep Wave from a while back. This includes some of the other players that are in this DPC. And they kind of started off as, I'd kind of say, I don't think they're a dark horse anymore, because I think they've got a lot of high expectations for them to perform. But they definitely have grown over the course of the DPC for a lot of people, and they are one of the teams that I think a lot of people are really rooting for. I know Sheep also mentioned that in her interview recently, that she's thinking that Entity's looking real hot, and lots of people jumping on board this train.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, they've become more and more a team that people want to keep an eye on because they're performing so well later throughout the season. Because early on, we did see them struggle a bit in DPC in the first tour, but they've just been, you know, peaking and playing better and better. And I think they're at their highest right now. But a team that peaked at the right time as well are their opponents in Team Spirit. Last year, I mean, these are the TI international defenders, right? They are the champions.
I feel like this is a very good barometer for a lot of these teams that people think, you know, have the potential to go the distance. Going up against the TI defenders is going to be a very eye-opening experience, I think, and will give us a better picture of where people are going to place. But again, we just saw a match with PSG LGD, and they got 2-0'd by Evil Geniuses, who a lot of people I don't think ranked highly at all at the time. So it's a very interesting time to be a Dota fan and to be watching these group stage games and just seeing who's mastered this patch and who the patch really, you know, fits better in some senses.
Yeah, I mean, currently seeing LGD being one draw and one loss after two rounds is very surprising, especially against, you know, Hokuri getting the draw against them as well, and then getting at first crushed by EG in the early game. They did hold on long to that game, but they got brought down in a 2-0 fashion there as well. So perhaps our preconceived notions here going into TI about who's going to be the strongest, we'll see if it's going to be correct or not.
5 seconds remaining.
Curious to see if we get a Marcy ban. That seems to be one of the top. But Enigma also kind of... Okay, so they do ban the Marcy, which does leave Enigma in the pool. And that has been one of the higher banned heroes in this tournament.
I like this approach, though, by Team Spirit. It's a hero that more and more teams are starting to rate higher as well, is the Nyx Assassin. Because if you pick Nyx and the opponents now take Enigma, so if Entity were to draft Enigma, it's not very fun to play into a Nyx Assassin. All the way until you have your BKB, you pretty much cannot Black Hole because despite Carapace is very good for cancelling. You can also stun on Midnight Pulse, so it's not just the Black Hole that's countered, it's your entire existence, sort of. So I like the opening of just having a Nyx. I also like to see that Entity are banning out Marcy and Primal Beast. These are heroes that deserve respect.
Oh yeah, we've seen a ton of the Primal Beast recently. I think we saw it over in the mid lane on one of the games. And then we're also seeing it in the off lane quite a bit. The Sven pickup, though, from the side of Entity, that is not a hero we've personally seen too much of. I think we saw it once during the Last Chance qualifiers being played by Wildcard, but otherwise have not seen it in our matches.
Yeah, Sven, like I said, Entity, quite commonly play in an unorthodox way. This is the first Sven first phase pick that we have seen, and it pairs well with their second pick. I was expecting the Visage to come here as well, since neither team banned it out. You have that Warcry together with the Birds, got some speed now in the chase, and also a lot of survivability from the Sven armor. And this could certainly be carry Sven, but it can also be flexed, 100%.
I'm curious what they're opting to pair up with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx traditionally not the strongest of laners, does have to kind of, soak some of those levels and be able to make it out of the laning phase to have that bigger impact. Do go with a Pangolier, though. I think that is a very strong hero. It's going to be able to, deal with the birds quite nicely.
Yep, we've seen teams ban a lot of Pango when they pick up Visage, so probably would have seen a Pangolier ban coming out in second phase if they didn't pick it now. But that's a good reaction for Team Spirit to the Visage here, and again pairs up decently with a Nyx, just kill potential. So much locked on between these two heroes.
Let's see the Pango counter banned out. Not going to be seeing a Bloodseeker in this game.
Yeah, Entity love playing it too. Bloodseeker is a hero that they have run many times in the past. They were playing it a lot in, I think, Season 1 of DPC. They were countering a lot of Pangos, but also just picking it. He's been nerfed slightly since, but Bloodseeker's still a good option whenever you see Pango.
Curious to see what they're also thinking, because right now it feels like the first two bans make sense. They're very meta currently. We've seen a lot of Clockwork, and we've seen a lot of Undying. Undying's probably one of those top picks that I've seen. It's okay, so they did ban out the Enigma on the other side. Good. The SF, okay, yeah, that's another hero that is very powerful. We actually just saw that in the last game here on the stream, but has been extremely popular throughout the course of these qualifiers and the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Super strong, certainly in the current patch, and we see a lot of teams having success with it. So banning out the Shadow Fiend, I'm thinking Team Spirit, they see the Visage, they know what's gonna be on the off lane, and they haven't revealed yet what they have for their own carry. So Entity should probably start thinking which hero can struggle against Visage. We saw earlier, it was Ghost playing on his Ursa, completely demolished Zai Visage in laning stage. Granted, there was a lot of tri-lane versus tri-lane action before that, but that was an absolute shutdown of the Visage. He was level 4 against a level 8 Ursa. So could be an aggressive style hero that plays into the Nyx and the Pango as well.
And provides you with a little bit of that vision, gives you the tower push, which is also nice, but again, does have to be careful that you don't get behind in levels. That will end up proving to be a really difficult time trying to catch up.
Yeah, Entity taking their time here in this second ban phase. I think it's very important they get it right and get the get the idea set. The second ban phase is usually the best place to take a lot of time, honestly, rather than trying to go too fast through the draft or finding yourself with a lot of time towards the end. They're gonna ban out the Hoodwink for Team Spirit, so they're scared about that long-range damage paired up with the Nyx and the Pango. Of course, Nyx can look to set up a lot of things. He needs something to combine with his kill potential, though. So something like Hoodwink or Zeus or Invoker could be a big hero for either of the teams here in this game as well.
We do know that Stormstormer really loves playing his Invoker.
So does Toronto Tokyo as well. He plays a fantastic Invoker too. So high-rated hero in this matchup, and so far not banned in the second phase here.
Feels like they're going to want to do something to deal with the Sven's Warcry, having that additional armor over on the side of Team Spirit.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Yeah, would be nice for him to have something against it, but okay. I mean, now they have some incentive to go for something. I know this hero hasn't been played a lot, but Oracle comes to mind when you see Silencer and Sven. You were talking about the armor. You can actually dispel it with Oracle. But the hero is so sad against Visage, though, is the downside. So perhaps you don't want to go for it still.
Yeah, we've been seeing an uptick on that Silencer, usually run more as a support, sometimes position 5, because the Curse of the Silent now, I believe it's, it's the Arcane Curse, right, that does
Silencer
burst
is
damage during the landing
finding
phase,
himself in a pretty
which
good
is very
place right now in the
beneficial
meta,
with the,
and he straight up got like a nice damage buff recently.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Oh, okay. Full on Zoo.
It seems to be. Seems like Team Spirit giving themselves nice tools to play aggressive. So this Pango is now looking more like it's going to be a mid Pango, quite likely. With the Beastmaster coming in.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they gonna go? So there's still a Morphling available in the pool, because I'm looking at like what we have, because we've got the Beastmaster most likely going into that off lane, probably paired up. I feel like you usually want a ranged and oh, they get for the Pudge. Okay, all right, interesting. They ran a Pudge earlier today against Beast Coast, and they actually had the Silencer and the Pudge. I believe they won that match as well.
Yeah, they've played carry Pudge in the past as well, and it's also an option to maybe put the Pudge even mid. If you expect the Pangolier here to go mid, I think Pudge could actually win that lane quite hard. You have really high base damage, and the E can block a lot of the swashbuckle damage. So that's also an option here. Entity, I like the draft that they have overall. Silencer is fantastic for team fighting, and this is not the biggest team fight draft that we've seen. Earlier today, we've seen a lot of big, like Magnus and Enigmas and Chronospheres from Faces Voids, but there's Pango ulti and there's Beastmaster, but other than that, both teams prioritizing more skirmishy things with low cooldowns.
It feels like Team Spirit wants to play very, very fast when you consider like they have the Zoo coming out from Beastmaster, you're going to have the Enchantress, who also will have some of those creeps. I'm a little concerned just looking at the draft on the side of Entity, because they do have a Pudge, and generally speaking, when we see the Pudge, he tends to want to take a little bit more time to come online. Granted, if he's mid, he's probably going to be a bit more active, but he likes to go for that Agnum Scepter and is not necessarily the most tempo that early on.
Yeah, Pudge needs a little bit of build-up time. Until he gets his Aghanims, he's not that keen on fighting. But even so, the rest of their heroes, I mean, if you run Sven as a carry or support, doesn't really matter. He's capable of fighting quite a lot. Visage is always online, and Silencer, he kind of just wants to fight so he can keep stealing the brains as well of his enemy team. This final ban is difficult for Team Spirit. They're digging into their time now. Really not sure what I would ban if you're Team Spirit, because there's so many possibilities here. That this could be a support Sven, this could be a carry Sven, it could be a mid Pudge, could be a carry Pudge. Like the flexing from Entity here is very, very obnoxious for Spirit. I'm assuming they're gonna ban out one of the mid heroes that you don't want to face against when you're Pango. So maybe something even like a Monkey King ban would be fair.
Entity's turn to ban.
Or Tiny, yeah. Similar thing there. It's just huge damage, and Pango struggles to get any last hits against it. So I think this is to try and secure a better laning stage. Also, I hear that Storm has been running a lot of Tiny.
Yeah, I also see the ban on the Brew. That was something that they ran against Beast Coast earlier, so don't want them to get a run back with this draft.
5 seconds.
So what is the core then for the side of Entity? We've seen an uptick on Luna recently, which would also lend itself to playing very, very fast and early.
Yeah, I was thinking Luna for Team Spirit here, actually. I think it could fit really well for them. And the TP ban makes a lot of sense, because Terrorblade is one of the heroes who can bring down Pudge quite easily in the team fights with just tremendous damage. But when you have Beastmaster and Enchantress in your lineup, would be lovely to just have a Luna for that extra tower hitting. So I think you're not a bad call there.
We'll see if that's also on the mind of Team Spirit. And they go with the Lifestealer.
Okay, that's also another counter that you see every now and then coming out against Pudge. So Lifestealer is just a dread to play against this Pudge. It is so terrifying when he locks onto you. Pudge usually doesn't want to go for an early BKB, but if you don't have BKB, you just get slowed and you cannot move. And of course, Lifestealer's damage against you is massive due to that feast.
Seems like a pretty well-rounded draft coming out from the side of Spirit. You've got some ways to kind of counter off with this Pudge, depending on, you know, how they want to run it. You've got the vision from multiple sources, right? You've got the Hawks from Beastmaster, you've got Nyx Assassin who's going to be climbing around. And that's another thing that you've mentioned in the past, too, having a hero that forces them to buy detection, to make your supports even more poor. And there it is. There's the Stormer Invoker, like you talked about earlier.
5,500 games of Invoker or something. Oh, yep, he is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Toronto plays a fantastic Invoker, but if there's Invoker spammer talk, Stormer is the Invoker spammer in high-level competitive Dota. He seriously spams this hero. He makes me not even look like a TA picker. You know, he has more than double my TA games on his Invoker. So he gets to have it last pick. It was not banned all the way through. There was that potential that he was going to be a mid-Pudge or something. But yeah, Storm on Invoker also means that we're going to have Kataomi on his support Sven here, which is exciting. I think it's quite good against Lifestealer. That speed and armor can really help bail people out against the Lifestealer.
So how do we feel about these drafts? Because when I look over at Team Spirits, it feels like their draft is a little bit easier to execute. And I look over at the side of Entity, and again, Entity likes playing just, you know, kind of very interesting drafts. Like, you know, we don't see the Sports Sen very often any longer. How are you feeling about both of these drafts?
I think I would favor Entity slightly here, and one issue that I see for Team Spirit is that they have 4 melee heroes against the Pudge. And once Pudge gets that Aghanim Scepter, you can struggle a bit with getting close to him. And if you don't have something that, like Terrorblade, who was banned out, right, who can stand far away, dish out tons of damage, then it can become problematic to kill him. They have Lifestealer, but if Lifestealer fails at bringing down the Pudge, then there really could be a big issue for the side of Team Spirit here.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of eyes on Yatoro, making sure that he can, you know, sort of shut down the Pudge a bit. Is there anyone else that you really want to keep your eyes on for the early game?
I mean, I would probably want to see just a Sven here and how they're going to implement it, because like you said, it's not very popular in the current patch, and it's a creative pick. So for Entity, I would keep an eye on him, and for Team Spirits, the Enchantress is a crucial hero in the early game.
All right, well, it looks like we are made our way into the game now, and we'll have our first matchup here of Spirit versus Entity. So let's dive on in.
Both teams heading out with a smoke, going down to place down the wards. Same thing that we usually see from all teams. And Miposhka is just, he's speedy as hell over here. He's got the boots on Enchantress with smoke. He's rushing down for the ward bottom.
He's already got it in place. Got the Omi, though, leading the charge. Does have Stormhammer leveled. We'll walk right past over here. Smoposhka does get revealed. Not sure if they necessarily saw him, though, with that nighttime vision like we talked about.
Yeah, both teams just dropping some vision. Nice deep ward here by Entity. And they're checking for wards mid. Pure trying to make sure if there's any form of vision. Expecting to see them check on the other side as well, but look at Team Spirit. They're ready to punish if it goes too close.
A lot of pings, very patiently. I'm waiting for that horn to sound.
The battle begins.
Yeah, there's going to be fight on every single rune, pretty much. Visage taking a stun there.
Looks like Team Spirit will secure themselves 3. Maposhka sitting very low during all of this. Will just probably back off, heal up, and rejoin the lane with all of that HP missing.
Yeah, I mean, she's a fast hero. She can run back to base and it's going to be completely fine. Bottom lane, we saw Pure do a little hook as well on Beastmaster just to damage him. Mid block is even. Both of them start in the center of the river.
And I'm curious too here in this top lane. With Kataomi, just seeing the way that they play this. Mira having to be careful though. Again, this is not a particularly strong laner. Nyx Assassin does tend to have some issues. It is usually a bit stronger when it's paired with something range, so having Toby on the Visage is going to probably be a boon, but Mira's definitely keeping Kataomi very busy for the time being.
Yeah, Kataomi doing a good job as well, making sure the Visage doesn't get bothered by Nyx here, but while Nyx is a weak laner, the Lifestealer makes up for it a lot here by just being a powerful last hitter against the Visage. So expecting him to have quite good of a time still.
Seeing a lot of trading in that top lane. How do you feel about this new silencer too? Because we did just get some of those changes in the recent patch.
Yeah, the curse is just straight up stronger now. I think Silencer support mainly was buffed a lot, and I think he's quite useful now, since you can cancel Blink Daggers with it as well. The instant damage on the Arcane Curse. We haven't seen too many teams playing it, but I think he's worth picking up.
I wonder if we'll start to see more of him as the
Oh, they're bringing down
left.
Beast.
Yeah, he's sitting very low, and it's going to be Fishman who gets the first blood. Seeing the power of that silencer and the harassment, but of course he is out of mana at this point. Does have some mangoes being brought out now.
Yeah, they got that kill quite easily too. They didn't even need to use a Sunstrike for it. And top lane, we see a lot of damage being taken by Team Spirit. And Team Spirit here, the Lifestealer gets past the Tango over by Mira.
You can see the all the mana regen over on Kataomi. He's got himself another mango. He's got a clarity. Just gonna keep seeing these Stormhammers. I have a feeling just trying to harass as much as possible. Bottom lane, we do land a hook onto Maposhka. Just gonna run him down.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's 2 kills right now. The kills over for Pudge early game are quite impactful, because if you get a lot of kills early, you get those Flesh Heap stacks retroactively, which is really nice.
That does feel pretty good. So for those people who are not super familiar with the Silencer position 5, what typically is the build that you're going to want to go?
I doubt that he's gonna get too many items. I think usually just a 4 staff, you know, like that's it. That's your luxury farm. 4 staff is fantastic for him, because usually mobility is a problem. But I don't expect him to be getting too many items in this game. He probably has to take a very supportive role and sacrifice himself greatly.
That's one thing that Fishman does pretty well from my experience of watching him play, is he tends to be very sacrificial.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to do it so others can thrive. It's, you know, it's not about having fun when you play Pos 5, it's about winning.
I don't know about that. I think there are still Pos 5s that enjoy playing it, but
Radiant's
they like taking more of that supportive role, not getting all the glory.
The masochists playing without anything.
They like hard mode, you know? It's like people who play Dark Souls. They like a challenge.
It's true.
And the bullying on Maposhka. Look at Pierre. He's looking for a hook. But he's going to just turn his attention back. And the Sunstrike comes in. Boop. There goes Maposhka. No collapse. Taking a decent amount of damage from Pure and Fishman. Need to be careful with those boars.
Yeah, that was really well set up as well. Fishman doing all the hard work there. They threaten with the hook, and that removes a lot of options for where the Enchantress could even run. So the Sunstrike was quite easy to predict since she can't come back. And you just see how they work together to set that up.
It's looking very powerful, especially with the amount of harass that Fishman has been able to place using that recently buffed Arcane Curse.
Top lane, the trade never ends between these two. The supports are battling. Kataomi gets the creep wave, gonna pull it down.
Have to be a little careful. We'll pop the war cry. A little bit of armor. Gonna shuffle that courier out of the way too. Is now Mira. Stormhammer gets thrown out with the Sunstrike. But
missing.
Not enough damage here as Toby chases, but Katro going to fight back, and Katomi has to be careful. He might no, he's gonna barely survive that on 24 HP.
Yeah, the creeps coming in and tanking so much of it.
He's got an impale ready. He's looking for it. It's gonna land over onto Toby. Couple more hits should do the trick. There it is.
That's the Spike Carapace. He's just taunting Sven now as well. Mira, he's completely fine. This is what we expect to see more, though, on top lane, that the Lifestealer should be taking over. Bottom, Beastmaster in trouble.
Collapse. He is very dead. Fishman not looking too healthy, though, because they do have the Centaur creep, so we'll get a trade in that lane. But, of course, you know, Pure very happy. He's got 2 kills under his belt and 1 assist.
Yeah, they have the Centaur creep for now, but you have to be careful as well when Pure will have mana again for hook. He can just hook and kill this creep. So, even though you have two creeps that can, or 2 heroes that can bring some creeps to the lane, Punch can also just farm them.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo actually having to walk all the way back home. So Stormstormer does have his level 6 before here. I mean, it's an Invoker, so
yeah,
but
he's played it quite well, though. He got some experience from that Sunstrike kill earlier as well, so he can get experience from outside of the lane. Bottom. Oh, blocks
bottom, top lane to Kataomi. Forced to use that war cry to try to run away. Mid lane, they use the Rolling Thunder over onto Stormstormers. Poposhka is here. They've got the Alpha Wolf to try to do enough damage, and by God, they have it. As Pure makes his rotation here to the mid lane, only sitting at level 5, though.
And Visage gets brought down top, possibly Mira with a bit of body blocks.
Yeah,
should be doing it.
Everything, just all hell's breaking loose right now.
Yeah, at the start of that, there was also a really hype thing happening bottom where Collapse was running away from the hook and Pure was looking for the angle for the hook. But Collapse last second summons a boar that tanks the hook, so he made it out. Some nice use of his summon there to keep himself alive.
Definitely value. And while this is going down, Poposhka got all the way down to 14 hit points as barely making it out alive from Fishman here.
Yeah, the lanes are very high kill potential all over the board, and we see Sven coming in mid, thinking if he can make a rotation happen here.
See Stormstormer shoving out the lane a little bit as Mira also doing a little bit of scouting, trying to see if there's any stacks perhaps, or where Kataomi is. Do ping it out. Poshka getting harassed yet again by Fishman.
Yeah, room control, both teams bringing 6 heroes to the mid lane.
Toronto Tokyo though seeing an opening. The Stormhammer from Kataomi coming in. They'll follow up with the Sunstrike. We'll try to stand off on the distance here. The Warcry over onto Kataomi, trying to give him a little bit more survivability. The Forge Spirit off to the side. Do you have in the bottom lane? It sounds like Pure was using that Dismember, but not quite enough damage. Fishman joins back in. Pure sitting so low. This creep. Look at this creep go. It's trying to get the final hit on Pure. Over in the corner, though, Collapse also sitting so low. Ends up being the one to fall over in the mid lane. Stormstormer getting jumped on. The Rolling Thunder coming in hot yet again. They will end up losing Stormstormer. Poshka sitting so low. Kataomi making this rotation, throws out the Stormhammer, but not quite enough damage to finish off anyone.
It is such a volatile laning stage. Everyone dying all over the place. Nobody can really stay alive if the rotations come in. But so far, I would say Spirit are off to a better start. They have more stability in the farm. They are not being threatened much on the Lifestealer, and the Pango is now at 3.8k gold after those 2 kills that he got.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo having a very good understanding of how to move and play around with this hero.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good now. Top, we see a bit of an aggressive move here. Lifestealer wants to dive tower.
He's going for the dive. They land the Stormhammer. Follow up. In comes Pure, though. He's looking to see what he can do. Grabs a hold of Yatoro, and they just need to burst him down a little bit. No, the silence comes into play. The chasing after Yatoro. There's the clicks. They'll ensure that they get the kill.
It's funny that they silenced to stop him from infesting, but the full greed build by Yatoro, he doesn't even have a point in infest at this point. He went full on for the Ghoul Frenzy. Bottom tower being brought down now by Collapse. This is dangerous for Entity. Leaving Beastmaster alone, he will do so much damage in such a short amount of time. You can't really leave him unattended. So the rotation top was nice. They did get a kill, but it's going to come at a price.
So where's the priority move right now? It feels like a lot of people are moving to defend this top tower. As they make their own, or as they see Mira, they see Yatoro, they'd love to get another kill. Birds will land over onto Mira. Spike Carapace coming into play, but at the same time, not really gonna matter. Yatoro not gonna get hit with that Sunstrike. There's the Dismember going right in. They'll stun lock into place. Toronto Tokyo jumping in, looking to see if he can finish off Toby. Perhaps he does have some walls to bounce off of. Fishman needs to be careful with his positioning. They're just hitting into Toby non-stop, but the hook coming out from Pure, dragging him right back. They have these birds. They're going to be able to go with the stun, and they'll finally kill Toronto Tokyo.
Tries to survive with the Invis, but they had the sentry ready. Beautiful hook there. He could maybe have hooked his teammate to save, but he had a Fishman standing in between. But meanwhile, mid Collapse, no intention of slowing down, pushing mid.
They have the roar available too if they want to try to use it. Fishman sitting very low, using that clarity. Does get denied. Won't be getting any gold off of that.
Yeah, nice to manage to remove a little bit there, but that is the map opening a lot for Team Spirit. They now have access to the bottom jungle in a very good way, since there's no tier 1 mid tower as well. Cute ward he puts there in the tree line. I haven't seen that one used too much actually. Very, very sneaky.
We mentioned this earlier, that in an interview recently, Maposhka said he wanted to see some map changes because he felt that warding was just way too predictable. So it's interesting to see, you know, what he's been able to cook up in some of these more interesting wards that come into play. Sword Stormer, though, Mira creeping forward.
Yeah, they have the Hawk on him, but at the same time...
They've got the vision. They drop the sentry, drop the Sunstrike, and the Spike Carapace buys a little bit of time, but it's still going to be a kill for Stormstormer.
Toby getting rolled on mid lane.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder coming through. The rest of the team is rejoining, though. Global Signs coming into play. Another big Storm Hammer coming out from Kataomi. The nukes come out, and that's another kill. This time going to Fishman.
Man, Pure has been in 9 kills right now. 9 out of the 11 kills the carry on the side of Entity has been taking part of. Like, it's crazy how he always just happens to be there at the right place. Like, he surely is building up those flesh heap stacks.
This is the most active Pudge I think I've seen so far in this qualifiers. Like, we've seen, you know, some of them that are taking part, but usually, like we said earlier, you know, they want to get that Ags. They take some time to farm up and let their team make the space. But Pure, like you said, just everywhere. In good position. Yeah.
He's not waiting for his power spike. He just realizes that he can join, and a simple dismember can be so good if you're there at the right time. Like after a Pango roll, he just happens to be right next to him, and the silence makes sure they can't get away on the Pango. But you have to be cautious if you're Entity, though. The more you join fights, the more you get pulled into these engagements, the more time you give to Collapse to get that split push, and for Lifesteal to get that farm as well.
Do you see that at this point, Pure, he's got himself phase boots, he's got a casual cloak, and then half of the Aghanim Scepter already, which is making pretty good time here, considering.
I think it's smart to not go for the full hood. See a lot of Pudges go for the full hood as well before the Aghanims, but just leaving it a cloak, I think is sufficient a lot of the time, and especially in this game, there's not really that much magic damage coming up from Team Spirit. If they were a more magic damage team, oh, the hook from Smoke.
Yeah, there it is, the drag on Maposhka, and that's a dead Enchantress. Good pick off, trying to get that creep too while they're at it. But, Spike Fishman chasing after him, he's not going to be able to get it.
Toby lost both his birds top to Pangolier using 1Q and 1W, and the birds died. No resummon.
Kataomi rejoining top, does have a haste rune. Pure also coming in, looking to find this opening. Love to get himself some more kills, I'm sure, but Kataomi. This is gonna kind of poke back and forth. Mir, though, opening up with the Vendetta and the Impale. Nice save by Pure. He says, get out of there. We're not ready to take this fight just yet. I would like to hit. But they do have a ward over here on the stairs, so they can see who's coming forward into this jungle right now. Hook still on cooldown for another 6 seconds. Pure being that wall in front of his team for the time being.
Yeah, they also missed the Observer Ward just a little bit. They put the sentry right on the cliff, but the Observer Ward again, Team Spirit with Ward surviving. They've had really deep vision now for quite a while, and we're gonna see Team Spirit make a move towards their Beastmaster now. Stormstormer could be trouble. He's under a ward.
Yeah, Mira creeping forward, opens with the Impale. There's going to be the Global Silence, but they do have plenty of damage here. As he throws out the Tornado, he's not going to be able to escape it. Follow up with a nice Curse on top of it over the back lines. Again, Pure finding Maposhka, but Toronto Tokyo rolling on through. We'll be able to keep Maposhka alive a little bit longer. Kataomi coming forward, does throw out the Stormhammer, but now Pure, he is not looking like he's going to be able to survive the onslaught coming out from Team Spirit as they'll jump out from that Infest Bomb, and they'll finish off Toby.
Beautiful fight by Team Spirit there. They didn't have the Wark guy ready because he TP'd in. Wark tried to run over there, but else maybe the Sven could have bailed them out. However, Team Spirit, they don't lose a single hero. Can't believe they actually kept Enchantress alive there throughout that as well. But now I think they're recognizing that Lifestealer is just too strong for Entity to want to deal with him right now. Since they have Pudge as their core, it's not a fun matchup.
It's not. I'm curious. I wasn't sure if the Enchantress got off her sprites first, but yeah, it's surprising that she was able to survive that.
Yeah,
They're doing a lot of hunting. Looking to have the Stormstorm right here top.
Yeah, he wants someone to come help him get that kill though.
I'll just give a poke. Does have Kataomi nearby though, and I like the way that they're playing together. So Stormstormer finds himself in a situation, can just have your Sven back you up with the Stormhammer and the Warcry.
Yeah, they need to play pretty close to each other overall, which they have done so far. Whereas I think Team Spirit have more of an open game where they can sit back and farm a little bit, especially now after removing the tier 2 bottom tower. They have both the outposts. The majority of the jungle farm is theirs. So they can either make a move or they can keep scaling up their item progression.
What would you prefer to see them do?
I think for now, try and make moves when you have Pango ulti ready. So it's ready right now. I would like to see them just try and go for a pick-off somewhere. Looks a bit like they might try and group up for a smoke. Yep. So smoke coming out from Team Spirit.
Again, they have this vision with the Hawk, with the Boar. So you can see Pure over here. He's looking like a pretty big target. Wing opening up, the roll forward from Toronto Tokyo. Pure taking a lot of damage. Again, that Global Silence coming into play. As Toronto Tokyo just going to roll back a little bit. They use the Spike Carapace, and they're going to see if they can finish up Port. They need just a little bit more. Yes, they'll be able to get the kill, but they'll end up losing Mira.
Yeah, they'll happily take that trade though. That's great for Team Spirit. So now they're invading. Immediately after the kill, they look to do something. They go in, try and invade and take over the Ancients here. 17 minutes have hit, so there are new tier neutral items to get. They also get the Dragon on Beastmaster, so he gets the best Overlord creep.
Do walk directly over this ward vision into the pit, but you don't have your Pudge for another 14 seconds. I'm not sure if they want to try to contest this. The Stormstormer is making his way over.
Yeah, they're going to be trying, but I think they might be a little bit late. This is so much damage. Beastmaster Aura.
Sunstrike. Yeah. You can see Stormstormer. He just backs off. Just a little too late, although they are smoked up on the 2 supports. If they decide to get very aggressive, might be able to get a pick-off back. They see Toronto Tokyo. Try to casual Stormhammer into that hook. And that's a pretty nice pick-off for the side of Entity. And a little bit of int going towards that Silencer. It's got 16 now.
Yeah, I mean, they're the team that's scaling, right? They get that int, they get the strength as well. So every single kill makes a big impact for them. Now they're looking to even go towards top, take over this part of the map. As Yatoro just TPs out. He wants none of it, he just wants to keep farming and get bigger.
Trying to get some of these Enchantress creeps, but Pure hunting. Looking to see if anybody's left. Would love to get another hook. Like we said, we've got some infinite scaling going on with this team.
Yeah. I like the item build, by the way, the Yatoro went for in this game. This is something we see quite often whenever Lifestealer is, or whenever Silencer is picked. He's going for the Manta-style second item on Lifestealer. Not typically your Manta hero, but it's just so convenient to Dispel in this game. And Dispel is also good against the Visage and even Invoker.
He's got that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes or so. So he's feeling pretty confident. Do see movement coming out from the side of Entity. They're smoked up. Nero will pop the smoke. Go. Get the dust down. Follow up with that tornado. And Pure just wandering on through. Will be happy to help out. Get that kill.
Yeah, just tanking the ganks. It doesn't matter too much for him if he dies. He was really close to Blink Dagger though. He's at 2,100 gold. So soon we're gonna see a Blink Nyx. We've seen quite a few different builds whenever Nyx is picked, but he's looking decently farmed here due to all the towers they've taken.
I feel like most of the Nyx games that we have seen has been Zayats. I think he played 8 games of Nyx during the last chance qualifiers. They look really good.
I think 9 even. Yeah, he played a lot of them. Yeah, I think so actually. I think he got his 9th game in as well. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, it was working out really well for him. But yeah, I think Nyx is a hero that probably should be prioritized higher. Now, trying to go for a Vendetta gank with the Lifestealer Infest. There are good Observer Sentry combinations here though, so he's gonna walk through and get spotted.
Got all the memes about, you know, Abed playing Storm. Zayats is now the wake up Zayats, it's time to play your Nyx assassin. But yeah, look at this. They creep. Look how fast they're moving away. They show themselves. There's the Infest Bomb immediately jumping over onto Fishman. Fishman, he just doesn't have much for items just yet, so he is going to fall. And they use the Rolling Thunder over onto Kataomi. Trunta took it very far away from the rest of his team. That needs to be a little bit careful because they're going to try to follow up, use the Sunstrike. The bounce back, though, using the Lotus will ensure they get the kill on Kataomi. And now Toby, he has been left behind, is going to try to buy himself a little bit more time by turning himself into that stone form, but they're just waiting so patiently for Toby. And they'll finish him off.
They almost caught Pure as well. They were in the animation of using Beastmaster ulti, but he TP'd out in time. But still, that's 3 heroes going down. They do keep their pos 1 and their pos 2, but a big blow towards Entity again. And all of Team Spirit are trying to find where Pudge left because they saw him TP away.
Getting so close to that BKB too.
If you click on the silencer, I feel like this is one of those trivia questions like, which hero is this? Who bought these items in a recent pro game? And I would not have been able to guess Silencer, but I suppose it's good armor value at least for Silencer. He does use the attack speed decently, but only 1 point glaive.
I mean, he's just super poor, right? And he's trying to get the most bang for buck. I'd love to see him pick up a Force Staff, like we talked about earlier. I feel like that's super important against heroes, again, like Nyx Assassin, like the Enchantress, the Lifestealer, but he's just, you know, someone had to be the sacrifice, like we said.
I think this is going to be his items, you know. His next power spike is going to be 25 minutes when the Wraith Bands evolve and get twice as strong. But other than that, he has a gem already queued up, which I love that idea. I think generally teams need to buy gem more often and more frequently, especially when you're against both Beastmaster and Nyx. True Sight is so crucial in this game.
I feel like we have been seeing more of the early gem get picked up in a lot of the games we've seen, though. It seems to be trending a little bit more commonly.
Yeah, it's being rated higher, and I guess the difference is that more teams are buying it even when they're on the back foot or when they're falling behind a bit, and not just using it as a tool to get more advantage.
Now, vision is incredibly important, as you can see by all the sentries that have been placed all over the map. Some to, you know, deal with the invis hero, some to just make sure that you're getting the vision out of your side of the jungle and getting the jump.
They're doing a good job on Team Spirit right now to play out of vision, by the way. They until they decided to take this outpost, they were hiding a lot of heroes. So Entity were sitting back and not really showing on lanes that much. We saw Visage kind of just hovering, not sure if he can go out. And that's because they're staying off vision so much. And when you have Nyx, that's a powerful move. Like, Entity have to respect Nyx off map and you don't see Lifestealer as well, perhaps, then the gank could be anywhere.
do end up forcing Stormstormer. Oh, a nice play here from the Nyx Assassin. They'll pop that global silence BKB over on Stormstormer. They'll turn back around. They're going to try to defend. And it looks like Team Spirit, they respect this. They will back off.
Yeah, that was costly for Entity using both the global silence and that BKB charge. And the dragon is gonna live. Just walk on out.
Flap those little wings there, ancient black dragon. What a goofy looking dragon.
Yeah, it's got a great portrait. The shard on Beastmaster, by the way, has already paid itself back. It's so good to just be able to root the enemy, holding them still, and dealing that bit of extra damage as well. It's 250 from every bird you send.
Bird v bird battle going on with Visage and then the dive bomb birds over on Beastmaster. So we've had this this Agnum Scepter completed on Pure for a little while now. I'm curious, is it just a matter of waiting for the Blink Dagger 2? They just want to make sure they have this very strong advantage, or is it just that Team Spirit is playing so aggressively that they haven't had the chance to take the opportune fight?
Honestly, I mean, that's the reason we say the Pudge is slow, is that you can get the Aghanims, but then you usually need something more. Aghanims on its own doesn't really mean that you can go head first into team fights. So he does have BKB now. He finished it since the last time they were fighting. He has a 9-second BKB ready. That does make him a little bit more fight ready, but for me, I think it's gonna need like Blink plus maybe Plate Mail, or he's queuing up the Kaya Sanj right now. Could be a big item too.
Alright, well, they're smoked up on the side of Team Spirit. Wandering over towards the top, there is Pure nearby. Yeah, look at this. They look at Stormstorm, but they're going to open up the jump onto Pure instantly as all the team comes in. They even get the roar off, so that's just a dead Pudge, despite the attempt to save him coming out from Stormstormer. Yeah,
that was good catch. I mean, they use everything, but it doesn't really matter. Just dump your spells, you get the carry killed. Now they can push.
Fishman. Feeling pretty scary for him as Yatoro's going pretty deep, but we'll back off, take the attention to the tower. Katomi throwing out a casual Stormhammer. Nice dodge. Yeah, they're just ripping through the buildings now with that Deso.
I think Entity, when they group up and go S5, are actually quite strong. You saw Lifestealer hit the silencer there, like 7 hits or something, and he only lost half HP. That's the carry hitting a POS 5. Those double Wraith Bands with 25 minutes, plus the shard from Sven. This shard gives you 7 armor passively to everyone around, so I think for them, they need to group up, play around Sven with the Warcry as well, and then the Beastmaster and Lifestealer will not hit that hard. The physical damage can be mitigated greatly.
Alright, Pure completing the Blink Dagger. Does have a casual Plate Mail queued up, but you can see that Entity. They're trying to take control of this area again. Smoked up, trying to clear out some of these camps, see if anybody's lagging behind. Kataomi doing a bit of reconnaissance here with Toby. Spirit, though, hiding very carefully around this Roach pit currently. They do have one of the Warpine Raiders sitting in the pit waiting for this Roach to respawn.
Honestly, Spirit have done such a good job. What they're doing right now, look at their positioning, both the supports right now. They're literally just choking out the approaches to their own jungle. So if anyone smokes in there, they would smoke on a support. Like, they're guaranteeing that smoke ganks are not happening on their cores, and that has been crucial this game so far for them. Multiple times, Entity have tried to make a move and just run into a Nyx Assassin, and it's worth nothing.
Gonna be able to go and grab themselves the bird over there. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a block on the rune too, because we did have the Pinecone Warrior waiting, and they denied the double damage, so definitely worthwhile. Don't want Pure holding a hand to that.
Yeah, probably not the scariest carry to get it, but still, just controlling the runes with the summons is very handy for them. They have so much vision with Enchantress, Beastmaster taking over the area, and then you also have Nyx running around. They are going to bring down the Dominator creep top, so 253 gold for Pure, as he used to dismember.
Oh, nice use of the birds. As they'll get the pick off on Fishman, who's waiting in. Oh, hey, look at this. Look who's up and alive. That's going to be a Roche. But it does feel like they would like to get maybe another pick before getting into that pit. Especially when you consider Toronto Tokyo is bottom. He has boots of travel. He can be there in a pinch.
That's
that is
important.
very scary to fight into that.
Yeah, it's important that he shoves as far as possible bottom to try and force any reaction. If someone goes down there, then they can go into rush pit, but not gonna go just because one pos 5 did. They're respecting the possibility from the hook too much.
There's Sunstrike going in, trying to keep tabs.
Yeah.
On the Forge Spirit.
He changed his quick
I
buy.
just
Sorry, he put back the plate mill on Podge as well. Storm.
Okay.
Getting out.
He's trying to get that vision. They have a smoke over on Maposhka. I'm curious to see if they were going to try to make another play, or...
I think
They definitely want this Roche.
Yeah, I think it's time that they look for something now. So they go with the Infest. They have the Blink on Nyx as well, so he can really just close the gap for Lifestealer. They're just
Look how
guarding.
patient Mira is.
Yeah.
I dare you to come this close. Hey, Toby. Toby, moving forward a little bit. Again, they don't have that protection right there, so Nyx just gonna kind of wander away for the time being.
Yeah, they were trying to control the top rune as well in case it was a crucial rune for the Roche fight, but no rune there. And looks like Entity now are calling possibly to smoke over, but lanes are being shoved, so someone has to deal with mid. They do have intentions to go immediately after this creep wave dies, I think, just judging by how they're moving right now. Perhaps they want to go. But again, these Dominator creeps, they're pushing top with Dominator creeps. Forge Spirits being sent bottom by Stormstormer. Here comes the move though. Team Spirit coming in with the Nyx. On Podge.
Creeping, again, opening with that Spike Carapace. That silence coming out. It's Pure. Gets off the Dismember. The rest of the team standing nearby. The Roar comes out. The follow-up. Can they finish up Pure in time? That was the question. A little bit more damage getting dropped. Yes, they'll be able to take him out, but then Stormstorm finishing up over onto Yatoro. They'll buy back on Pudge. Poshka just chain gunning from such a far distance. We'll be able to finish off Toby as now Kataomi. Seeing if he can catch anyone here.
Oh, his gem on Enchantress
You
would be a
managed
big
to
kill.
go and they managed to go find Maposhka. He's popped the sprites, trying to stay alive, but there's a decent amount of damage as they're chasing after him. As over on the back end, though, they do end up losing Fishman. And Maposhka, again, he's like a little bit like a tank.
The untouchable.
Sure.
They can't hit him.
That untouchable is a real deal. Right, Mira looking for the opening. Will be able to land over onto the Pudge. Another buyback coming out from Fisher. Stormstormer is just taking too much damage.
No,
oh my word, Maposhka.
solo killed
They jumped on
Stormstormer.
this
He hurricane
Enchantress. They
piked
figured
him
we
and
could take
killed
an
him.
Enchantress 5. They could not handle it. As Pure now with that Spike Carapace from Mira
Look
is
at this
causing problems. And
Enchantress.
Maposhka, he's just taken over, it feels like. This guy's dishing out all the impetus. Can they find Kataomi here? No, Kataomi will be able to teleport out. Pure popping the BKB gets the boar, but not going to be able to get anything beyond that. Oh man, Fishman, I believe he bought back during that fight. The dive bomb will be able to secure kill. So they take out the Silencer. They've lost the Invoker.
That was
What a fight.
That was a pretty interesting fight because it started out with both teams losing their carries. Both Pure and Yatoro on his lifesteal went down immediately there. And then it was really Enchantress doing all the damage. She killed the Visage almost on her own. And here we see Invoker was trying to chase over on the Enchantress, and we just see the spears flying in. The Impetus actually manages to kill him completely on his own.
Imagine if they had Sprink on Maposhka. Oof.
Yeah, that was a case of just Entity getting greedy though and trying to get more.
Oh.
They wanted more.
They're teleporting in. Immediately, though, they spot him out. They see Stormstormer. They get the roar. He's just absolutely dead. Buys back immediately. The chase is on over after Toby. Toronto, Tokyo rolling around. Pure, though, over on the back end. Does manage to get his hands on Collapse, but that Spike Carapace doing damage. Again, just canceling out the Dismember. They'll get the kill on Pure. Down for 86 seconds. This Roche belongs to Team Spirit.
My poor boy. I'm sitting here trying not to be biased, but now I'm crying. Yeah, that was a bit of a mismicro there, sending in the birds with the travel on the Invoker. We're gonna go ahead and blame the Visage for that. That is his fault. He was driving the cab. We didn't see where it was going. But that is Pure now dead as well with no buyback for 60 seconds. Aegis in hand. Team Spirit are in a great position to just crack the high ground and get some racks here.
Got the ancient granite golem just
Radiant's courier has been
whacking away over at the tower.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah, and Lifesteer, there's nothing that can really stop him if he just stands here and hits. They don't have that great poke into him, and of course he can keep healing himself as well. He has the shard ready. If someone comes close, he can slow them.
He's got Aegis for another 4 minutes because he just picked it up, so he's feeling very, very powerful. And I don't think Entity can take him down twice, as Toronto Tokyo does just teleport back in, joining the rest of the teams. They make the rotation top. They are going to have the pudge up in about 16 seconds, but it's still a little bit difficult. They'll open up with a EMP Tornado, but they just immediately shrug it off. Entity, though, they get jumped on by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's creating
just
space.
Pushing them away, absolutely, as they can hit these buildings. They do manage to take another tower. They have all 5 up as Pure goes in for the hook, manages to go and grab Maposhka. That Lotus Orb coming into play, though, will bounce back over onto Kataomi. They do end up losing Maposhka. Now Mira trying to climb away. They have the vision. They had the Infest Bomb. Yatoro popping out. They've already lost Mira. They'll turn their attention to Kataomi, get a couple of these clicks off. Their silence, the drag back again from Pure. The nukes are there. The Lotus, all right, they'll be able to take him down the first time. Gem down on the deck, but he's gonna pop right back up again. And I don't know if they have, no, they just aren't gonna be able to contest now as Yatoro just walks away.
Beautiful hooks by Pure, though, landing multiple there. Doing a backwards hook for style points in the fountain while he's waiting. See if he can land any backwards hook on the enemy in this game as well. Yeah, we have a replay, and we see the first hook there. I think Enchantress going down is super important for Entity. They cannot ignore Ench. Too many games we've seen where Enchantress just, oh no, Stormstormer in the game gets caught.
Yeah, oh dear, yep, he is very dead.
Yeah, the gem on Beastmaster, he just walks past them and they see him, they catch him, they have a basher on the Pango. 90
wow,
seconds.
Lotus Orb completed for the position 5 Enchantress already.
Yeah, she's a position 5, but she also has gotten quite some damage done and quite some kills in this game. She got 5 kills to her name and been part of a lot more with all her assists. Now with 75 seconds dead Invoker, we again see Team Spirit just going for it.
There's a lot of bounty runs over here on the ground.
It's a treasure cove.
That was a treasure chest for sure, yeah. Collapse, more than happy to pick these up.
Almost 30,000 gold lead right now. Nyx going in.
Gonna make the jump onto Pure immediately. Good force step forward though. Gonna keep him alive. The Rolling Thunder though coming up for Toronto Tokyo, and that's gonna be the BKB popped over on Pure. Throw the Lotus Orb out over onto Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't want to fully hard commit because in the bottom lane, Yatoro is already putting some pressure down. We'll get the Lotus Orb put on himself to bounce back any of these stuns potentially. The jump forward though from Toronto Tokyo just absolutely blows up Fishman, even though he went for the hook to try to save him. Attention placed over onto the tower.
Nice play by Mira, blinking forward, dropping those Warden sentries behind the tower, and then just sitting around to stun whenever someone comes to deward them.
Oh, the jump over onto Kataomi. Casual hook from Pure, hoping, you know, maybe I'll catch something. All these birds, though, they're taking a lot of damage. Nice get Roar over onto Toby, trying to force staff him away, but Toronto Tokyo closing the gap with some help from his friends. They'll be able to get mega creeps, should they want them. The buyback now coming out from Toby. But that is the mega creeps. They do manage to grab a Poshka, so they'll be able to get themselves a consolation prize, but the rest on the side of Spirit on their way out. Pure, they're considering going back in. The Rolling Thunder plus the Lifestealer Bomb jumping over onto Toby. The pop out immediately. It doesn't matter. They have so much right-click damage. They're just ripping them apart. It's a triple kill now for Yatoro. They call GG. Team Spirit just running away with this game with a 37k lead. And they'll pad the stats. They'll get one more kill.
Yeah, like you said, they were just way too far ahead in gold there. They managed to grab themselves more and more of an advantage in this game. I would like to say this game credited almost entirely here to the performance by Mira. I think he played such an outstanding game on his Nyx. And also the Vision game overall from Beastmaster helped so much. But this game was Team Spirit. The moment they got that bottom tier 1 and you leave Beastmaster unattended, they took that tower, swooped in towards mid, took the mid tower as well, and then they had full access to Entity's jungle, and Entity just didn't have the same thing going. They don't have the same type of super fast pushing heroes, so they got the smaller piece of the cake for the entirety of the game, and Spirit just outplayed them quite a bit in a lot of these team fights too.
Yeah, it was looking pretty decent because, Pure was being super active, right? What he had like 9 assists or something like fairly early. Definitely, trying to put that pressure on the map. But I have to say, this Nyx assassin, we're seeing a little bit more of an uptick on this hero. Mira just being in the perfect positioning a lot of the times, jumping forward or, getting that spike carapace off, stopping Pure, having the lifestealer bomb come out, and then, also the synergy coming out with Collapse's birds, right? The birds did a lot of scouting, which then made the job for Mira so much easier.
Yeah, they also stayed very active with their carry on the side of Team Spirit. Yatoro decided to join for a lot of these ganks with the Infest. He was almost always there at the start of the fight, infesting the Nyx, going in. And even in fights where he did end up dying early on, they always got a better trade or got in a favorable position because of it. So I think they understood their draft, played it to a really high level, and Team Spirit certainly looking strong here in Game 1.
So what would you like to see from Entity in game number 2?
For them, I think maybe this first game, it looked like quite a few things were just misplaced from them, where they were greedy or trying to go for more than was presented. Like that one time that Enchantress got the turnaround kill on Invoker, that was really a result of them thinking, oh, she's easy to kill. I think just be a little bit more methodical to kill someone until they're dead, leaving them and hoping that they're gonna go down. You really need to know that you have sufficient damage. One play like that can really cost you a lot.
See some of these later fights where Spirit just starts to really dominate. There's the triple kill again for Yatoro and the GG call. So yeah, I mean, Spirit, we've watched a couple of their games so far. I believe they had the split earlier. It'll be interesting, though, to see, if they're able to keep up this kind of momentum. Because I think every single game in the side of Group B has gone 1-1 so far.
Yeah, that's true. The Group B is truly the tied group. We're looking at the group stages after we finished our first series of casting. It was just a draw all across the board. But we'll see. I think if Spirit play like they play here, that will be tough for Entity to bring it back. However, I know that Entity have a very high highest level that they can perform at as well. So excited to see what we're gonna see them come back with.
See here, Mira not getting a single kill to his name, but he did get 20 assists throughout the... It doesn't look that impressive in some ways.
0 kills? Right? MVP? Who said this?
MVP, what?
What? Fire someone. They have kills or they have nothing.
I mean, that's a true support right there. Doesn't take a single kill for themselves, but definitely was an integral part of these fights, being able to have the vision and kind of, having the initiation. And when you're on something like a Pudge, you have to be... Okay, there we go. Got some other stats here. 16 wards placed, got some wards destroyed, and 64.5% kill participation. Nothing to sneeze at.
He also had some really creative placements of a lot of the wards, so that's cool that you picked up that they had been talking about wards being a little bit too obvious, and then they hit us with some wards that were not necessarily fully obvious and definitely didn't get dewarded for the entirety of the game. So yeah, good performance overall by the supports there, I have to say, for Spirit.
Yeah, they look very, very good right now. And Entity, again, a lot of people still have high hopes for this team. They'd love to see them take a game, but we are going to have to wait just a little bit longer before we see if they're able to take a game off of Spirit. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if they can even it up and keep that 1-1 trend going.
our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream here. We've got the TI-11 group stage. Right now, we have an amazing match. We've got Spirit versus Entity, and a lot of people were very curious to see how, Entity were going to be able to perform. And we did see that, they put up a bit of a fight, but at the end of the day, Team Spirit, they're still proving why they're one of the top teams here, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely playing some high-level Dota. It was quite even until like 20 minutes or so, but I think when you're running this carry Pudge into Lifestealer, you almost need more than even. We've seen carry Pudges quite a bit lately, and they can do fantastic against something like Nagasai or TB even come late game, but in this particular matchup, they needed to be in a better spot than they were. And Spirits, they just played a great map rotation overall. Like, wherever they moved on the map, they made something happen, and they were punishing any form of misplay by Entity a lot.
I felt like the vision game was very, very on point coming out from the side of Team Spirit. They had the Beastmaster, so you had the Hawks for vision, as well as Boars and the Helmdom Creeps. Then, of course, you've got Nyx Assassin, who was able to do a lot of scouting, and it was just a fantastic pickup against the core Pudge, right? Because you get a Life Stealer bomb inside of the Nyx. You see the Pudge doing something, he's rotting a creep wave. You just slide on up there, pop the Spike Carapace, have the Infest come out with the Impale, and you're just doing so much to shut that guy down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nyx become more and more of a staple pick and perhaps even find his way into the first band as we progress throughout the group stage, honestly. Because he was first phase pick. He was the first revealed hero, and we ended up giving him the MVP. And I've seen it multiple games before in the Last Chance qualifiers as well, where Nyx Assassin just seems to be a great hero for the way that Dota is played right now. So if you have a player that enjoys playing Nyx, then good for you. If you don't, tell them to start enjoying it.
That's so funny because I was reading, I'm trying to remember which interview it was. I'm not sure, it might have been Entity, actually, where they said like, oh, this year is looking really, really strong. And they talked to their support player, I don't know if it was Kataomi or Fishman, I could be thinking of a different interview, it's starting to blend together a little bit, but they said, I'm gonna lose with it a lot, but I will learn it.
Yeah,
and that's the mentality you need to have when you start to see things that are really popping off. It's like, even if you don't play it, it's time to learn it.
That's your MMR grind, the grind set, if you will. You gotta have your mind in the right place, that either you win a lot immediately, and that can be nice, but you can also have games where you lose and learn, and you learn to understand the limits of a hero. So in particular for that first phase of getting used to something, but teams are well past that right now as group stage starts out. Now they have to pull out all the things they're comfortable with and whatever they believe works the best. We see the coach giving some ideas here to the team. They're discussing, probably still probably like breaking down exactly what they did wrong in last game, because they felt like they were in a pretty good spot starting out. They got a lot of kills, got a lot of rotations going, but I think overall the towers falling so early against the Beastmaster can be the downfall of a high aggression team, because if you don't have towers, you can't really get out on the map as fast and make those moves.
Yeah, important to note too, they value Metplum, their coach, very, very highly. In fact, I think in a recent interview, Stormstormer said that he thought that teams without coaches only reach about 70% of their potential. And they were saying how involved he is with the draft. Whenever they go into replays to like look at old matches, he's got all these notes already like prepared, so that way they can go through and work through them one by one. So pretty neat to see, a very active coach and a team that's very responsive to it.
Yeah, I think it's wild to think back that it's not, it's not ages ago. I guess it is ages ago. I'm just old, but there used to be a time when we didn't have coaches for every single team at TI. Like not even every single team had a coach with them. And that's crazy to think. Like We've really come a long way from the early days where it was common for just 5 players to hang out and play, and that was it. But now you gotta put so much work in understanding the strengths and weaknesses of your team and how to work around your weaknesses and play into your strengths a lot.
Does every team at TI have a coach at this point?
I'm not sure. I would imagine so for this year's TI, but
Imagine. Like, I'm thinking of all the teams that are here, and I feel like they all do have a coach.
I'm sure they all do. I mean, even a lot of like tier 2 teams that are not necessarily making it to TI already have coaches as well. It is the norm. It's just a long time ago it didn't used to be that common even to have it, but we've come a long way from then. And I think Dota is reaching a higher beauty in my eyes because of all that. Like, the more thoughts go into one team's performance, the better they play on the map afterwards.
Yeah, I believe Sonics is the last team to pick up. I think they most recently picked up Clairvoyance on like 13th. They made the official announcement that they have a coach that they're working with. So I believe every team here does have a coach.
Yeah, and we're looking like we're about to get ready here. We're getting the clear from the lobby that it's starting, and good luck to both teams. So Entity are ready, Spirit are ready.
Yeah, I'm curious if Entity's going to be able to win one of these games, or if Spirit's just going to continue to just look very, very dominant. Again, I really enjoyed that last draft that they pulled out against Entity.
Yeah, it was a good draft, and I also liked how they played it, but they did have a draw in their series just before this, and while it was pretty dominant, especially the mid to late game fights in the previous game were just extremely one-sided for Team Spirit, but the start was certainly not as dominant as the ending was there, and I think Entity have a good chance to take one game off them here.
We're seeing the usual suspect get banned. We've got the Undying. He's been removed. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Marcy or Enigma to follow up.
10 seconds.
Or the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has been very, very popular too.
Yeah, I think banning out either Primal or Marcy for Entity here. Last game they went with a Primal and Marcy ban, so yeah, they're probably going to do the same. We see same. The Clockwork gets banned out by Team Spirit as well, a hero that Entity enjoy playing a lot.
Feels like Entity not so cut and dried with their bans.
I think it does something that you bring everyone together, and like nobody is off on their own just sitting and waiting by the chair, really having a huddle down.
Yeah, I'm curious too, because I know in one of the interviews they mentioned on the side of Team Spirit they actually worked with a sports psychologist before Arlington. So I'm not sure if maybe they've picked up some techniques from the sports psychologists of, like, you know, grouping up together, trying to feel more as a unit, because I know that is something that some of the psychologists do really try to kind of bring up. Oh, wow, okay.
There it is.
They go for the Nyx ban. I like it. I respect it, because it was just too good in that first game.
That explains why they were discussing so much there. They were clearly communicating a lot throughout the start here, and Entity took their time, but finally take out the Nyx Assassin, so that leaves Marcy in the pool as high priority. Also leaves Enigma in the pool as a very high priority here. Team Spirit, what do you want to open with?
They're not going to let that Marcy slip into the hands of their opponents, that's for sure.
Okay, so I'm supposing we're going to have a Toby Enigma here then. Seems like the idea of getting rid of the Nyx, then it's an easier time to even play that Enigma as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Just assuming, but we'll see. Maybe they have something else in mind for how to deal with Marcy.
Feels almost a little bit like a bait, though, to pick up an Enigma this early. Just because it gives you so much time to, like, be able to draft and counter it. Like, one of the most popular ones, obviously, is the Winter Wyvern. Being able to have the Winter's Curse and sit farther back. They go for the Sven again, too.
There are a lot of counters. But yeah, they don't even go down that route. So they go for Leshrac. This is a hero that Stormstormer has played a ridiculous amount of in his pubs. He's also been grinding it in their scrims from what I understand. So Sven and Lesh, This is most likely going to be a support Sven again, but, you know, as always, we keep our tables open in the current drafting phase. That's how things work. Pure has played carry Sven in the past as well.
So I feel like there's so many things that pair well with Marcy. Like, Marcy's just a really strong hero. There's a reason why this hero is constantly being just banned out and not being allowed to be touched. Although they do go for the Invoker pickup very early. I guess because you see the Leshrac, you know he's most likely going towards that mid lane. So you want to secure your own hero.
Yeah, quite happy with that matchup. Crosswex Invoker, you can burn a lot of mana from the Leshrac, which is also part of the reason why Nyx was probably a good ban for them. If they wanted to play Lesh, then he doesn't match up well at all against Nyx. He can get stunned very easily, and the mana burn does a tremendous amount of damage to Lesh.
Team spirits turn to ban.
No Drow. Interesting that they... Huh. What does that imply to you, that they've banned out the Drow?
It could be that Team Spirit like running Drow paired up with the Invoker. It's a very strong combo if you Alacrity up the Drow and you have nice stuff to play in frontline already guaranteed by just having Marcy. So it could just be that, but these teams obviously have experience now from scrimming each other before this started.
That's true. It's actually very, very true. You do get these like team metas that start to form when you have a scrim partner.
Yeah.
Do you know who Entity's main scrim partner is?
No, I could very easily find out though, but I don't think I would be talking too much about exactly what like who they've been scrimming, even if I had information, I suppose. But all these teams are probably playing quite a lot against each other, unless there's someone particularly that they want to counter out that they don't want to reveal their cards to. But usually during TI, all the teams just play a bunch of games against each other quite a bit.
Oh, for sure. I just know that, especially coming from certain regions, sometimes you'll pair up with one team in particular to do a lot of scrims against one another. So I wasn't sure if they might be scrim partners even before TI sort of thing.
Yeah, no.
Most likely they stay within Western Europe and then the Eastern Europe region, although I know that they sometimes tend to cross.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for teams when they go to TI to try and get as much scrims as possible with a team from another region, though, because that can be more eye-opening, and you can find new things that you don't get in your own scrims back at home or in your games when you play only within your own region.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, well, they end up going for the Enigma ban themselves over on the side of Entity, so that is another hero we will not be seeing. And again, we talked about Liquid, how they like to ban heroes that they do well with. So Spirit also, in the same vein, do not want to see the Pangolier that they had in the last time.
Yeah, Pango is a hero that Entity could be very happy with here, and would be a fearsome amount of team fight between Leshrac, Sven, and Pango. Would be very obnoxious to go into and find a way to enable the Marcy. Marcy needs heroes that she can actually go and just pop ulti and start punching. If she gets Peekabee, she can do that on most heroes, but Pango, of course, rolling around would be very annoying for her to deal with.
Right.
Team spirits turn to
Rubik ban and a pickup on the Jakiro. That is a Fishman specialty right there.
Yeah, they're playing comfort stuff that they enjoy picking, and this is also ramping up their push potential. They have Sven for the armor, they have Leshrac with damage, Jakiro with damage and the tower attack speed reduction. So they're building to have somewhat of a 5-man lineup now, Entity. And Team Spirit, if they're running Crosswex Invoker, that could be a good hero to stop that form of mobilization. Just the mana burn is great for that.
So do you think Spirit wants to go full on just team fight against what Entity is starting to plan, or do you think it's better if they get something that's a little bit more split pushy or like pick-off orientated?
I would like to see Spirit pick something that's, intending to clash in taint fight. When you have Marcy, she is such a strong hero in the current patch. It would be almost a bit of waste to not be competent for 5v5 fights. So at least pick enough that you have fighting. Oh yeah, after last game though, why not take the Enchantress again? We saw some terrible damage from that Hurricane Pike Enchantress.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild the way that that untouchable made her pretty much invincible as Stormstormer was trying to close the gap, and ends up getting it turned right back around on him. So why not? Why not let Miposhka play his Enchantress again?
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet hero in the sense that she can add that impetus damage, but also have such pesky scouting with creeps all the time. He was staying on top of that as well, not just the Hawks and the Nyx running around. What do we want to pair up with it, though? I'm expecting that they're going to pick the hero that will lane together with the Enchantress here. Or they might run the Marcy on the off lane, of course, as well.
I mean, both lanes are incredibly strong. They go for the Faceless Void. I think that's a pretty nice choice.
Yeah, it's a combination that is, as old as the Invoker Cataclysm. You have the Invoker Faceless Void. It is a potent threat in the mid and late game. Even if you go Quasrex Invoker, eventually you will get to the point of having Aghanim's Cataclysm for the Chronosphere, and it just deletes heroes. Also, Time Dilation looks pretty nice in this game against Leshrac. Makes it hard for him to stay on top of heroes, and that's really what he needs to do to do his to do his damage output. He needs to chase people, and Time Dilation is a good slow for that.
Yeah, they do have quite a few slows as well, because now with the Dispose, it doesn't actually stun, it just slows you. You've got the slow from Enchantress. Lots of ways to kind of kite throughout these fights coming out from the side of Spirit.
Yeah,
Let's give you a little bit of heal, which is nice too, over with the Enchantress, which is also very strong in laning.
Looking pretty balanced for Spirit. I like the combination as well of just having Alacrity on Faceless Void. He can truly destroy anything that he gets next to if you're allowed to hit. So Entity, they get to see the Faceless Void. Right now, they do have some disables, but they're not the fastest stuns. They have Sven stun, which takes a while before it reaches. You can time walk it. There's the Leshrac and Jakiro who are good at following up, but they can't really lead. So maybe they will go something like a... Okay, I was going to say maybe they go for something like a Beastmaster, but they go for another BM, and it's going to be the Broodmother.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. Gives them quite a bit of push. It gives them some control. They don't have the greatest way of being able to clear those spiderlings. Pretty nice decision. And they also, this will give them the opportunity, as we've seen before with like Faith Bien playing the Broodmother, having that vision, being able to move the spider babies and just micro all of them, so that way there's always some sort of vision in the general area as the game goes on. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good hero to set the pace as well. You can play behind her and take down the towers with Jakiro quite easily. And Entity with a Respect ban here, the Magnus would have been a great fit for Team Spirit, as they have Faceless Void as well. And of course they have Collapse Magnus, the most notorious Magnus of them all.
What do we think about a Mars or something for the side of Spirit? Because I'm assuming they still need that Collapse hero.
I think Mars is completely fair here. I like it because then they have a burst against the Broodlings as well. The God's Rebuke is very good for killing them. And it would work fairly well here, I think, into their draft. You can synergize with the Invoker as well. Mars and Marcy lane is quite powerful. But I think they could also go for something like a Tidehunter or an Axe. Yeah, Axe gets banned out by Entity.
Tidehunter, that does sound pretty good.
Yeah, there are a lot of heroes that fit the same mold, the same form for this draft here. So Spirit, it's really just a flavor of which one do you want.
10 seconds remaining.
Which would you prefer to see?
5 seconds.
I would still say probably Mars. It feels like the safe choice, the boring choice perhaps, but I would love to see Tidehunter get some action, and I think it's quite good into this, but it's going to be Mars.
Okay. I like this. I think we've seen how much damage that just Miposhka alone can output. So if Miposhka is able to sit farther back while Mars gets off a nice arena, it allows a nice setup for the Invoker if he wants to get some of those spells thrown out, and then you've got a initiation or a reinitiation with your Faceless Void. You've just got a lot of options on the table. I like this draft a lot from the side of Spirit.
I think Pure are going to go with a real hard carry here that can sit back and farm up as well. Last game they They went with that early game tempo stuff, but looking at Broodmother being drafted, I can't help but feel like they want to take this game into the later stages. So you want something that matches up decently against the Faceless Void as well. It's hard to predict though. Pure has so many heroes they place. They have settled. They're gonna go with the Naga Siren.
Select your heroes.
I mean, I've been calling for Naga Siren so much in our casts over and over. I was actually gonna call for it again here, but teams don't pick it enough, so I felt bad to say it. But okay, they take Naga. She matches up really well against Faceless Void because of the Hand Snare. So this is a carry that actually brings Disable and helps lock down the Faceless Void. And they also have decent setup here. You can Song into Ice Path, which is a very good way to stun people. And I think overall, this will make them a little bit more comfortable going late game than last game.
I'm curious what the win rate is on Naga Siren for this particular event. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of Naga, but it hasn't necessarily succeeded.
Including the last chance qualifier, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up after this game for sure. I'll get back to you on that later.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that. But I feel like, you know, it seems pretty strong. It's farming, it's doing well, but it just... I'm not sure exactly what ends up happening with that hero, but it struggles. I don't know if some of it's just the other team is so far ahead at that point, or if they just get... I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I don't really agree with that. I think that Nagasaki has been doing quite well in the ones that I've seen, but it could be that I've also missed some of the games. But for sure, one thing I do know is that I like it into this draft. It fits really well, but both teams have a lot of threats going into mid and late game. Of course, you have the Leshrac and the Naga scaling up and getting quite strong with their right clicks and their spell damage, but over on the side of Team Spirit, though, you have Invoker plus Faceless Void plus Mars. The team fight will at some point be incredibly powerful. And this reminiscent of how we've seen Liquid drafts. They like having those big ultimates, team fight securing stuff. So come late game, I think Spirit are a bit more comfortable, perhaps.
And it's hard to argue with that just alone with, you know, the Chronosphere Cataclysm that looms on the horizon. But a lot of nice tempo, kind of controlling heroes coming out from the side of Entity. Going to be able to push down some of those towers earlier, hopefully. Be very curious to see how this all unfolds. But we do have game number 2, so let's dive on in.
Interesting. Already an interesting thing happened this game, alright? So at the start of the game, Pure buys boots and then uses his Naga illusions, and then he sells the boots again. I haven't seen that. It's not a massive impact or anything, but it's a cute little play to allow your illusions to get out there and try to scout something. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be able to reach nearly as far as they do here.
That is fairly interesting, yeah. Get a little bit of information.
Yeah, I think he did actually scout out that the illusion was under vision. Now, whether that was the ward or the enemy team being smoked, he can't be 100% sure of. It was both this time.
That's enough out of you. 30 seconds to battle.
Get those consumable balloons getting tossed out as we'll see Amira get hit with the tower.
Yeah, so he knows that there was vision as well. Both teams doing a little bit of vision checking. And I think overall, Entity, they want to go for 4 people bottom here, but they're all being revealed by the Observer Ward. So Toby has to be careful.
Where are you going?
I'll start with the enchant, the slow. There's the rebound coming into play. Nice spear,
What?
and
That
the
didn't stun?
Sunstrike gonna be a little bit off Toby, so
Somehow
chasing
he is
him.
alive. He just walks away. That looked like it should have stunned him, but the spear, I guess, just barely didn't have the range to push him against that tree there. But somehow he's alive. I thought for sure Toby would go down. He is going to have to crawl to base, though, and then TP top. So this is already damaging to his laning stage. Broodmother is going to miss out a bit of the start to the top lane.
And they're also seeing that they do a little bit of a lane swap here. Collapse is going to be in the top lane, and they sent Yatro and Maposhka into the bottom to face off with Pure and Kataomi.
I don't think that lane is fantastic, though, for Team Spirit. Maybe they can win it if they play together like this, harassing the Sven. But Naga against Faceless Void, I think, does pretty well. Not easy to be a melee core against the Riptide when it starts spamming out.
So what is the idea then? Because as we said earlier, you're not going to see a lot of spiders in lanes. You're not going to, yes, Collapse is going to be good against spiders eventually, but that's not something that you have to really be considering early on. So why did they go for the swap, do you think?
I think he just doesn't want to lane into Jakiro and the Brood. And they're chasing Jakiro a little bit here. You see Mars and Marcy, tag team. I think he just doesn't want to lane against the attack speed slow of Dual Breath and the Brood Mother on top of that. It would be a pretty painful lane for Faceless Void. But this lane is not much better, to be honest.
Interesting. Maybe they thought that they could harass a little bit more using Miposhka. Perhaps that's the idea. But
Yeah. He's getting farm. I mean, it's not going to be terrible straight away. I just don't think it's necessarily a favorable lane that he swapped into. Both lanes would have been difficult. And top lane, we see a fantastic lead, honestly, on Collapse already. That's CSing. He's at 9 and 6.
I feel like this lane is just so strong. Any lane that has a Marcy, I feel, is just very, very strong. You have to be careful of your positioning, because if you're just even the littlest bit out of position, although they are dishing it right back at Mira, but there's that potential there.
Yeah.
With that dispose over to Fishman, but
a lot of the advantage as well comes down to Broodmother not being there at the start of the lane, right? She had to go base and TP out, so she wasn't there for the first creep wave. So naturally the Mars got a bit of free CSing there, as it was 1v2.
Casual Stormhammer being thrown over on Teatro, but again, he's just going to time walk it off. No problem.
It's pretty nice what they're doing. They're immediately killing off the illusions. They steal one with Miposhka, and then they focus down the other illusions, and then the damage of Naga is gone. And that's most of the damage they have in the lane here, is the Riptide from multiple hits.
That's a pretty nice call there. A couple of these couriers coming over from Miposhka, hoping that maybe he can get a snipe on it. Does get hit by Kataomi. It does have a couple more mangoes, magic stick charges, and a clarity, so he knows what his life looks like. But Pure now gonna need a little bit of assistance, because they don't have the Stormhammer up for another couple seconds, so a lot of harassment being placed on this Naga.
Yeah, Miposhka is having a great time. Being Enchantress against double melee, she is certainly enjoying her time. And again, gonna try to just focus down the illusions. Look at both of them. Just focusing the illusions immediately, and then the damage is not gonna continue.
Oh, Kataomi, whew. Sitting a little low. Does have 6 stick charges. In the top lane, they are going for a little bit of a dive here. Putting pressure over on Mira, but again, it just continues to be harassed. No one is hard committed, really.
Yeah, Mira tried to jump in and throw back Fishman, but he's tanky enough and gets protected by his Broodmother, so he'll be fine. And
got a Centaur creep pickup from Miposhka on the bottom lane, so we'll have that potential for more stun.
Yeah, 1400 HP and 8 armor. That Centaur creep is a real bully when it gets to the lane, so Kataomi has to just sit back now. He can't really help his Naga that much. But look at her, she's just stunning the illusions, focusing them down. They really have their approach to this lane. Just always focus the illusions ASAP.
Definitely feels bad if you're Nagas. Let's get stomped over here. A little bit of that slow. From Void, the Sunstrike coming in hot. And that's our first blood going over to Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that he actually is going for the Exort Invoker. Toronto usually plays Quas Wex, but they do have great stuff for the Sunstrikes here. They have the Chrono as well later on, which is very easy to combine into even before you have Cataclysm. So nice to see him playing the Exort.
Top lane. Lap's getting harassed pretty well, but does have that spear. Just gonna toss Toby back.
Yeah, the illusions are again trying to get some space for Pure to farm here, but he does manage to pull the creeps back with him.
And we're seeing Kataomi make his own rotation towards this mid lane. He's got himself a sentry ward. Might be able to get a D ward over here on the side, because they do have the observer.
Yeah.
They'll see it.
They find the obs immediately, so of course the Invoker's gonna stay safe since he had the vision, but bottom lane, a toss back, using the Wild Wing to throw in the Naga. He's just losing so much HP.
I mean, that is the issue when you do that, but Stormstormer, oh, he gets tossed right back here by Mira with the dispose, so be able to grab the Invis rune and secure the kill. Middle lane though, Kataomi will soak some of this experience since they don't have their mid player up on online right now. Oh, Mira.
He's Invis. Mars coming over. They want to try and kill him.
Nothing like the poop emoji saying, hey, look at this guy over here. This is not looking good for Fishman. He's most likely going to fall.
That goes down quickly, and that is 34 last hits, 10 denies, and now a kill to his name as well on Collapse.
Toby getting a bit aggressive with that insatiable hunger. Does have to be a little careful, though. Oh, man, Pure is just taking these impetuses to the face. Ends up losing his courier as well. Look at this. Oh. Ooh, 40 hit points on this Naga Siren.
Yeah, has to
Pierre's
be
got to
careful.
teleport out. He can't stay here.
Yeah,
The value of this Enchantress.
yeah, she did so much work in last game, and now again, they're chasing in on Jakiro.
I see Fishman here. Push away, and that's a kill. Sunstrike on Toby, just a little bit off the mark, though. Not going to be able to quite find it. As there is the chase in the bottom, as Stormstormer does clean up Miposhka finally. Which I'm sure that's going to make Pierre feel good because he's been pulling non-stop by the Enchantress in that bottom lane.
Yeah, finally he gets some space to farm in the jungle. He really hasn't been able to stay on bottom lane, and that has freed up now that Yatoru is getting complete free farm on his Faceless Void finally. Thanks to the hard, diligent work by Miposhka, of course.
Curious now to see where Miposhka is going to move. There's a couple sentry wards currently, and he's going to join up here with Toronto Tokyo in case the rune does indeed pop up.
Yeah, then controlling both sides. They have Marcy checking top. It's a DD rune.
Marcy's going to grab it. Doesn't want to allow this Jakiro any quarter.
Pretty fantastic start so far for Team Spirits as they are running back towards top lane with Mars now. The Broodmother is the only one who's getting like somewhat back into the game, I would say now, but overall the start for all the cores of Team Spirit is just simply better, and they're trying to make a move mid.
Here, of course, with the double damage, spots out Fishman. Get the dispose. Kataomi, though, jumping in. They might be able to turn this around. Yeah, they'll be able to get the kill on here. They will end up losing Fishman. As they do duke it out here in the middle lane. They'll put the pressure over onto this Enchantress Street. Clean up.
Yeah, Exhorting Walker did some damage to the tower as well, but running away. Miposhka has no fear, just walking in on his Enchantress. He was spotted by a ward.
Now he is spotted by much of the team, so Stormhammer, even the TP coming out from Fishman.
Yeah, that's a kill for Naga. Gonna speed up her farm a little bit, and she needed something going her way. The lane has not been that great for her. Over on Spirits, they are sort of ignoring, a bit ahead in the sand now about Broodmother, so their emphasis is not on shutting down her.
Followed with Sunstrike. Mira taking so much damage from this Shrek. Will toss back over onto Kataomi, and they will be able to get the kill.
Yeah, this is what you want to see though. When a team is playing Marcy, just make rotations, because she is honestly the strongest hero in the game at catching anyone out of position. It's so difficult to stay safe against Marcy.
Collapses, just handling the Broodmother as much as possible. Mira is nearby. Drops down a ward so they can keep tabs or wherever Toby wants to just wander off to these camps.
Yeah, trying to bring Toronto Tokyo as well. They smoke up, but it is under a Radiant ward, so Toby should have seen that. He's backing out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And bottom tower now, finally, they're starting to take a crack at it as they have level 7 on Faceless Void. He got that time walk, feeling pretty safe. And meanwhile, Entity are making a move top. Mars Collapse is feeling it though. He sees nobody on the map right now.
He's already put his points down, so is not
Yeah,
gonna
no
hit that
ulti.
arena. Yeah, there's a lot of lockdown coming out from the side of Entity, so that's very dead Collapse. But some pressure over here in the mid lane looks like. Seeing that they're putting the pressure on top. We'll use the fortification.
are fortified.
It is curious that he decided to go for this like 4-3-0-0 build on Mars. I feel like Mars ulti is low enough cooldown and not that costly. You can definitely use it.
Pose. Follow up with the unleash. These punches do a decent amount, but do have to be careful. Stormhammer does connect, but Mira's far enough away. Still end up getting the kill on Fishman. The Spirit trying to decide if they want to commit on this or not. Cure is
Sending in
teleporting
the-
out though.
Yeah, just Enchantress with her Centaur, able to get that, securing the kill. Nice jump away and survived by Mira on his Mercy.
Yeah, he's hitting very, very low. Just gonna try to clean up these Enchantress creeps.
Yeah, Yatoro, he does have the full Midas power treads, by the way, and 660 gold. So he's gonna go for a big creep here, get himself a neutral item. The Greed double Midas play from Spirit. Of course, when you run Invoker and Faceless Void, I think it's pretty normal to do the double Midas.
Not playing. They do have the arena now. Not gonna be able to quite land that spear though, as Toby. They can just crawl away. We'll walk into Toronto, Tokyo, and they do have the Vision Mirror. Jump forward. And Toby is looking like he is very squashed.
Yeah, he did share all the Sunstruck damage with Spiderlings, but it doesn't really help as he just cannot move. The Orb of Venom slow, the Marcy with the slow from the disposition, and then just the God's Rebuke as well.
Gotcha.
I like how Maposhka's been using these creeps, kind of doing that vision, the scouting, like we saw Beastmaster doing with Hawks in the previous game.
Yeah, it's very important to try and get good intel on where you want to make your moves, and both teams obviously rated very high with the picks that they have. I think Entity are going to have more vision advantage going mid and late game here, just by Spiders plus Naga Illusions. Mid tower goes down to just 2 Forge Spirits and Mira on his Marcy there.
I didn't even bother to pop any spells during that.
Yeah, just using his sidekick was enough. Nobody wanted to go there risking getting caught out by a smoke rotation, but that's one more tower going down. The advantage is building up for Team Spirit as they're 4,000 gold ahead.
Right now, all 3 cores on the side of Team Spirit. Currently in the lead. Top of it, of course, is Toronto Tokyo, 7.4k, 6.4 on Yatro, and Collapse 6.2. They're not too far behind the cores over on the side of Entity, but definitely those Midases coming into play for sure.
Yeah, but the mid lane difference though right now, Toronto Tokyo 3,000 gold ahead basically on his Invoker versus the Leshrac. So having the Midas, having the travels, and having 1,600 gold already at 13 minutes, this is an absolutely huge Invoker.
Tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
So what is the play here for Entity, right? Because you have a Broodmother that's trying to put the pressure down in the top lane, and it is kind of just keeping Collapse stuck here for the most part. Like, it seems that he's the one who's constantly dealing with the spiders. That's kind of what his job was in this game.
Yeah, I think you want to use the Broodmother, of course, in the space that she creates, but it's probably just them being reliant on trying to get Leshrac back into the game. So try to create stacks whenever you can. They have stacked up the Ancients at least. Leshrac can farm Ancients. It's not, you know, super fast like some other heroes.
Okay, the jump over onto Pure, the follow up with the Sun Strike. There's just too much damage. That Naga Siren evaporates.
Yeah, and Marcy pairing up with a Kobold Foreman creep. So fast.
I love this creep. A little bit of a tornado being used over on Toby. The follow-up, Mira's here. Be able to work back over onto Toby. Bringing over the spider babies, but there's a deafening blast. Going to be able to disarm. Just need like 1 or 2 more clicks, and the spear will be able to secure the kill.
This is the slowest, most brutal death for a poor little Broodmother, just getting beat down. Didn't even have many spells remaining there. No spear anymore, but just the clicks. Yeah, right now it feels like they don't have a hero to play around on Entity. The Broodmother didn't have the best laning stage, and the Naga Siren, same can be said there. She also would want to farm jungle no matter what. And it all comes down to, can you play around the Lesh? But at this stage, I think Marcy is a little bit too strong as a rotation hero compared to this Dekiro, Sven, and Lesh.
It's wild to let you look at
Middle tower.
look at Marcy's items, and she just doesn't have hardly anything, but she's so effective. This hero is busted.
Yeah, she will probably get some post-TI nerfs, I suspect, but we get to enjoy her in her finest form here.
Smoke does end up getting tossed across Tokyo, and Mira standing nearby. Throw down a meteor. Collapse,
Oh
a nice
my
blink
God.
forward, gets two into the arena, the hop down. They should be able to finish off Toby here too, but Mira is gonna tick down, plus those spiders chomping all over. Oh, but the little seeds. The seeds of Serenity. And the sidekick being able to stay alive a bit more. There's another spear over onto Fishman. He has been left behind. He's hoping he could get denied, but no, Yatro will still be able to get the kill.
Yeah, Team Spirit are just able to do whatever they want there. Beautiful catch with Tornado, the meatball coming in, and then comboing with the Mars as well. Right now it feels like all of the cores on Spirit are just growing really fast, but they also just pop together and use their spells. They still have the Chronosphere even. Didn't even need to use it there.
That's to say, you know, despite all the different spells used, Yatro's still being allowed to hold on to the Chronos, and that's still something they have to be very conscious about on the side of Entity.
Yeah, we see a replay here, the Tornado into the meatball. Beautiful, and Mars just waiting, collapse. If there's a man who knows his timing right when he wants to blink in, I mean, we saw it last TI. Him getting to play on a hero like Mars, very similar to Magnus.
I thought for sure Marcy was dead. We had the spiders chewing on her. She had the remnants of the Jakiro spells. But yeah, Seeds of Serenity coming in clutch.
Yeah, keeps her alive. For now, it seems Entity are just trying to drag this game out as they can. Just split up and try to get towards any form of power spikes. So the closest thing they have is Pipe on the Broodmother. That will be a big impact when they get it. Suddenly, the magic damage, which is quite overwhelming on the side of Spirit right now, they can mitigate some of that. The spiders can stay alive. Oh, the travel in top.
They are. They'll be able to find themselves three heroes. The immediate jump over onto Stormer. He's obliterated. An ice path comes out from Fishman. Try to slow them down a little bit. Collapse. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab. Nah, they're not going to be able to go and get their hands on the Jakiro this time. But they do manage to hit the mid laner on the side of Entity, which is very valuable.
Yeah, they're giving them no respite here. The Entity want to get on the map and get some form of farm. They are gonna get mid tower, but even then, Miposhka comes in with his Enchantress and gets the deny against all these spiders. Beautiful lasted by Miposhka. So finally they get a tower, but not even that much tower gold going their way.
Loaded to the gills. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So let's check in with our cores. Looks like Yatro's got himself the Maelstrom, has already got the Treads, and is working on the BKB. And Pure over on the Naga does have the Manta style completed along with Treads. No
Yeah,
TP
and
on
almost
this one.
has, yeah, he almost has the Orchid as well. As he sends out here, he just needs the Void Stone as well. He has all the components. So Orchid will be a big power spike. Then they can try to get kills. But unfortunate for them, the BKB is already completed on the Void. So you won't have a timing where you have Orchid and he doesn't have a way to deal with it. There's already a safety spell for him. And BKB on Invoker as well, so both of them are prepared.
Kosha sitting just very patiently. Toby has to realize that there are people on the way. Yeah, in fact, Toronto Tokyo does show up
I think
on the wave.
the draw, like the big takeaway for me from these games that we're watching here with Team Spirit is how they use their supports and where they stand. They are taking the areas that are dangerous and in general let their cores play in safe areas in a really good way.
Get themselves a Naga Steel using the Enchantress. You can see them, they know, they can see where Pierre is. They're all going to go for the invasion. Take away the creeps, not allow Pure to hit them. Collapse with that blink, looks for the opening, finds Stormer. The BKB comes up for Yatoro, and they'll go and use that Chronosphere. It's not being able to do quite enough damage just yet over here to Stormer. They were hoping it'd be a quick pick, but there's Song gets used now as the rest of Team Spirit on the back foot. Poshka is gonna get netted. Looks like he's gonna end up possibly getting left behind. Wants to see if he can get the denial, but no, they'll still find it. The Stormhammer, oh, collapse landing right next to Mira. This is looking a little scary now. Yatoro trying to slow them down. Nice spear away from collapse. Will clean up some of these spider babies, but at the end of the day, he is spider baby food. And now Mira left behind. There's just too many heroes. That is a beautiful turnaround coming out from the side of Entity. And they get the silence off over Yatoro. Nice play here from Toronto Tokyo. A beautiful tornado. Well, they're all in a little line. Will be able to save Yatoro.
If he was not there on Toronto, I think that would have been Yatoro going down. He was trying to just stick around to get a Midas and farm one more creep camp, but he almost went down as well. Now Entity, immediately with the momentum of that win, are going to try to go into Roche Pits, get more for themselves. The respawns are coming out though. Doesn't seem like they're going to be quite in time. Spirit just a little bit too late. They TP down bottom. They recognize that this is going to be an Aegis going over on the side of Stormer on his Lesh. But that song was crucial. During the chrono there, they didn't have Ice Path anymore, so sadly they couldn't combo it afterwards, but keeping the Leshrac alive for so long there.
I have to say, Toronto Tokyo really on point with all of these tornadoes. We saw the in that last fight, the way he was able to interrupt and then later on using it to save Yatoro. But yeah, that song really coming into play because they can't do as much damage as they would have liked against Stormer.
Yeah, they committed double BKB as well. They used the Invoker BKB and the Void to just try and DPS down the Leshrac, but couldn't quite finish the job. But now suddenly the game has swung a little bit in the favor of Entity, but still, of course, 6,000 gold advantage over on the side of Team Spirit. They will probably respect the Aegis for a little while. Try to dodge and keep farming up. I love watching Yatoro's quick buy, by the way. When you watch him play, he puts like everything. He has his entire like Christmas wish list down here. It's like, I want Mjolnir, one Eye of Skadi, I want Aghanim Scepter, I want a Moon Shard. You know, throw in everything.
This is a man who probably has a very good Amazon wish list.
Probably. He's prepared.
Spiders creeping over into this middle line. Quite a few of them, but Collapse waiting behind the tree line. And some pressure being placed by Toronto Tokyo on the bottom lane, but they're smoked up over on the side of Entity.
Yeah, I think they want to go over there. They're looking for any fight they can take right now since they have the Aegis advantage. Leshrac is very, very strong as well during this time. Again, Miposhka with the smoke reveal.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. The positioning of these supports so on point. It gives the cores enough time to be able to just hide and teleport out.
It's such a conscious decision they do a lot of the time. Whenever they feel like, okay, the enemy are probably smoking, it's just like, supports, you know what to do, to the ramps, you know, they put themselves on high ground, on the stairs, basically. But Entity, they might want to fight more. They're keeping Broodmother on high ground for a bit of vision here.
Do you have a BKB completed now for Mars? So more of these BKBs coming out for the side of Team Spirit.
And it won't be the last one. They want to go for one on Marcy as well. She only has the Ogre Club though. Definitely quite a way to go until she gets her BKB, but they are going for the quad BKB approach. That is a good way to counter Leshrac. I mean, so much of his damage is just magical anyway, so once you pop the BKBs, he has to just run around and be awkwardly waiting for them to run out. But you run one risk though. If you pop BKB and your teammates did not, then the song can come in and disjoint your BKB timings and prevent you from killing whatever you wanted. That's pretty much what we saw in the last fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is a tricky line to walk, making sure that you activate the BKB before you go in for the initiation, but at the same time not wasting it and using it too early when that fight is not going to be as epic as you think it's going to be.
Yeah, we see a bit of a Finally, for Entity, they equalize a bit and take over the top outpost here. They actually are in control of the bottom outpost as well right now. Team Spirits are waiting to take it back, or they're just hiding, staying off map right now. If they take it outpost, then they show their position as well, so then Entity will suddenly know exactly what's going on. So by not taking it, they are not giving any information for free.
Getting very close to finishing up the Scotty or Naga. We've already got 2 ultimate orbs.
Yeah, he's scaling up quite a bit, and it's not a bad game to have it. It does work as well as against the time walk. You actually heal less against the Eye of Skadi. Heal reduction works. Same way heal amplification works for time walk. So certainly not a bad game to go for it. Of course, you also just want stats so your illusions get strong enough and don't immediately die. I am happy we are not seeing the Radiance Naga, by the way. I have to say, I'm not a fan of the Manta first into Radiance second item. Or God forbid, the Radiance first item Naga. I'm not on board with that one.
I don't think we see that too often anymore, do we?
Oh, there's a trend right now. Naga Radiance is being played a lot across many different regions. But I think the first item, Radiance, is the one that I have a big issue with. Going back for its second item, not really my preferred item, but it's, you know, I think it's decent then at least.
Yeah, I've seen him going for the second item Radiance. I haven't seen the first item Radiance, though, very often. But yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay, all right, there's the opening. They find Stormer. Follow up with a Cataclysm, and he is just gonna blow up as now Mira on the run. Would love to get their hands over onto Kataomi, but just a little bit too fast. So a nice pick-off going to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's the
try
Cataclysm
to reclaim
reveal.
their jungle.
Big kill with the Cataclysm. They of course can combo it either with the Mars or with the Faceless Void quite easily. I suppose you could combo it even with Marcy if she lands a good jump on someone. That's a little bit harder though.
Look at how fast Toronto Tokyo immediately TP'd to the bottom lane. All this happened. They got the pick off, and then he headed bottom to try to push things out, and he finds himself Pure. Does Pure find him is the question, as they'll throw on the beef doll over at Fishman. That's a nice clean up. But they do pop the BKB.
Yeah.
The spear over onto Toby. They found this Broodmother. They just need to close the gap. Looks like he's gonna be able to just crawl away.
Broodmother's gonna stay fine. Leshak is back now as well, but he does want to finish up his BKB on Lesh. I don't think he wants to fight just yet. Finally, they're gonna get the D ward, the ward that killed off Fishman there. Gets removed. I love that play by Invoker, because he saw that there was Pure on his Naga just farming, but he also knew that it doesn't matter. If I have BKB on Invoker, what can an Orchid Naga do to me? Nothing at all. So he just goes in, gets that kill on the support, keeps his vision alive a little bit longer, and then gets out.
This is a pretty dark map over for Spirit currently. There's a lot of sentry wards. You do have the one over here that just gets placed, the ops, but
we have God Strength being popped to farm jungle a little bit. Speaks a bit for the pace of the game right now, but he wants to finish that Force Staff. The Force Staff is an item that we've seen more and more picked up lately for a lot of different teams in different drafts even.
oh yeah. Very, very popular pickup as you see Yatro. He'll put up with a silence and a net collapse waiting nearby. Trying to be patient. Pops the BKB. Yatro still alive and kicking the turn over onto Kataomi plus the Cataclysm. Will do plenty of damage, but Yatro, he's not looking too healthy. Does pop his own BKB to try to survive Toronto Tokyo though. Over on the side, dropping the Tornado EMP plus the Meatball over onto Toby. Insatiable hunger, but he just can't munch on anything as they give the clicks down. The song is going to get used by Pure. Looks like they're gonna try to run. Look at that long-range emphasis tossed out.
Yeah, these team fights are not going the way that Entity want. They would probably want to try and like get a chance to set up with the song and then follow up with the Jakiro, but we have yet to see it where they have the luxury of doing that. A lot of fights are too scrappy where they can't really set it up the correct way. Mars taking pretty much no damage there as the Bulwark protects him.
He was not afraid of this Naga at all. Arcane Rune gets picked up by Mira. And again, Yathrok holding on to that Chronosphere.
Yeah, he also held on to his BKB for a long time there. He was not worried. I was a little bit worried for him as the Sven stun was coming in with the silence and the illusions hitting him, but he felt safe enough and trusted in his team.
I think that's a big part of playing Dota, is just having faith in your team to follow up and provide the saves, the damage, whatever.
Yeah, when you play at this level, you have to, you know, believe in your team for sure. We see most of Entity looking pretty active right now. They want to keep fighting around this Naga.
Mira, silenced, will become spider food.
Yeah, he jumped into way too much there. Fish and spider food at once.
Bit too aggressive.
Not the biggest of casualties, though. I think not too many tears gonna be shed as Yatoro keeps farming, hitting creeps. Pretty much off cooldown, just using this ulti and farming creeps in the jungle. Kataomi trying to scale up a little bit on his support.
Does have that force staff like we talked about. Collapse though. Getting into
Watch out
position,
for
they're
the chrono.
smoked up. Very patient here. Roche gonna be up in about 36 seconds. You can see that Entity definitely want this this Aegis.
Yep.
Spirit though.
They can use their spiders. Scout a little
very
bit.
patient. Vision on Toby. Look at how fast Maposhka pops the sprites. Just like, no, 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 no. Worried that they're just going to get the jump in. They have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of information.
He has the gem as well on Miposhka, so he has reason to want to stay alive. Has the quiver on Ench. Very nice item for harassing from far away here. Illusions are shoving back most of Team Spirits. They're trying to move in, but of course the illusions reveal all of them.
They have a hill troll creep right now. Okay, they're gonna go for a little bit of initiation
Hold
from
this
Toronto
on.
Tokyo, just poking. Yatoro though stuck here on the cliff for the moment. There's the rebound off from Mira. Jumping, and there it is. There's the Chronosphere, but the song coming into play. Still managing to get that Cataclysm off, because it wasn't quite over there fast enough. Looks like Mira, though, is going to take a lot of damage. She'll follow up now. Pure stuck in this arena. And it's just getting clicked down. It's just so much damage again as they'll chase after Fishman. These impetus going long range. Buyback coming out from Naga. Stormer trying to stay alive. Doesn't have that BKB any longer. Yasuro's still having it. He's getting a couple nice bashes. And these impetus, again, just dishing out damage. Turned back around with the Tornado. The buyback from Stormstormer. Look at Kataomi. Toby just getting clicked down as they're gonna try to teleport back, and Pure is here, Stormstormer is here. Poposhka looking a little bit scared, but yeah, here we go. Collapse left behind, does have the net on him. It's not looking too great, but on the back lines they find themselves. Stormstormer, it's a triple kill now for Yatoro, and now this is looking very scary for Pure because he's got to go toe to toe, but Toby is doing the damage. They'll still manage to get the kill. Now Toby, RC, oh my god, they can't kill Yatoro. He is just too survivable.
I think they call it on
They
that.
call GG.
Yeah, that was... Naga got caught out a little bit too deep. She was using the song there to try and let her team kill off the Marcy while she held the rest. But at the end of the song, he just gets immediately arena'd by Mars there and gets brought down very, very quickly. And Team Spirit looking like the stronger team in both these games here. And pretty fast win for Game 2 and Game 1. They looked pretty confident too. So let's see, Spirit are showing up in good form here. I would say that Entity, they seemed a little bit more like a stressed team than usual, but perhaps when you play against Spirit, they make you stress out a bit as well. There are a lot of small things that gave them an edge in the second game here. I think the trading before on the runes, getting some damage onto the Broodmother who tried to check the top bounty rune, and then she's late to the top lane, leaving her to completely get dominated and last hit by Collapse. There's a lot of minor things that just made this game more difficult for them.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Team Spirit have a good grasp on just like some of the smaller, finer tuned details, which makes sense. You know, again, they are the current reigning champions from TI10. And Entity, you know, they have been making a lot of progress throughout this DPC. They're looking stronger and stronger. But again, this is TI. This is where the nerves start to kick in a little bit. You've got a little bit different of a patch. I don't know if this necessarily is the most comfortable patch for the side of Entity either. But it is just one of those things where, you know, you're playing up against Team Spirit, and these guys, they're good for a reason.
Yeah, Entity actually have said they really liked last patch, but they also said that they like this patch perhaps even more. So they are quite confident in the patch itself, but I think Team Spirit just had a better showing here. They played really good, and I think out of all the teams that we have seen so far in the games that I've watched, have not seen any team use their supports as well as Team Spirit do. I think their impact in teamfights is huge. I think their impact outside of teamfights is absolutely enormous. The way they block a lot of the moves from their enemy team. I think the key to shutting down Spirit is going to be understanding how to counter their support play.
That's definitely something to think about. Seeing Maposhka on this Enchantress, just the amount of support given and also just the damage that he can do to this hero. Looks very good. Again, they were allowed to have the Marcy being one of those heroes that has been banned pretty consistently. One of the most banned, I believe, or at least most contested. So that probably also did not help for Entity.
She pops in here from the banned dimension to get a little bit of a win again, of course. I mean, Marcy is such a strong hero. I think if you're gonna slip her through the first phase picks, then you have to have a very solid plan of how to deal with her. And I just didn't really see it from the draft that Entity put up here. I think Marcy still had to be banned. They did ban out the Nyx because they wanted to play Leshrac. It's understandable, but I think maybe you could ban Marcy first phase, wait with Leshpek for second phase, and, you know, like approach it differently. If the Nyx is a problem, I don't think he's a bigger problem than Marcy would be.
You can see the final fight going down, the triple kill for Yatoro, and it looks like he gets so low, like he's silenced up, but he's able to time walk just away in the nick of time, and then he's got the sidekick, just heals up. There's the GG call. And I think one thing that's really interesting for me too, you know, we talk about these supports being so integral, but also how fast that Team Spirit tends to respond and make decisions. I thought that was very interesting too. I think there was one fight where they got a smoke gank off, they got the kill, and immediately you just see Toronto Tokyo teleport away down to the bottom lane, start pushing out waves, waiting patiently, knows that Pure is going to be there eventually, but also that the supports are there, and the decision making just feels like it's lightning fast.
It's lightning fast. I also love that you mentioned that, because Toronto Tokyo, we were talking about his Invoker as well, and how, you know, he dominated last TI with his Invoker a lot, and he was integral to Team Spirit success, usually with the Quas Wex Invoker though. Here he got to shine with his Exort Invoker, and his stats, look at that. 15, 0, and 10 in this game. Didn't die a single time, had a perfect game on Invoker, and yeah, this was quite the showing. So much synergy between him and Collapse and Yatoro, of course. Definitely a standout performance by Emir, and Yatoro also didn't die a single time, so game 2 was just quite handedly in Team Spirit's pocket from the start to finish.
Yeah, you can see just the lightning fast decision making, and again, that is something especially associated with these Invoker players who have to have all their spells queued up right away. You can see 23k hero damage with this Quas Exort Invoker. Lots of net worth in those last hits too. I always think it's really fun to watch Invoker players. Like, we do get the opportunity with the cams, and you can just see how hyper-focused they are. 92.6% kill participation with a 845 experience per minute and very nice GPM, so...
Yeah, they actually had two players with over 800 over 800 experience per minute there in that game. The two Midases on Faces Void and Invoker. Both of them bought Midas. None of them died. Is Midas OP item? Is this why? Buy one now. Find out.
Yeah, it's looking very in the hands of Spirit. They knew exactly how they wanted to play their game, their item timings, their positioning, just looking absolutely ace here. But I know that we've had a great time watching this match. There's going to be another match here in a little bit, but we're going to have a check-in with our wonderful panel.
Spirit up against Entity, with Spirit taking that a nice clean 2 games, I would say. So if you are an Entity fan out there, then game 1 you might not want to go back and have a look at if you were watching it. Kez, looking at the draft, could you kind of tell from the start it was going to go that way?
Maybe not fully, but something that I really liked Team Spirit do was actually they picked up the Lifestealer. I haven't seen that many good answers to the Pudge, but I feel like I did in this game. They had Teamfight from Pango, Nyx was very annoying. Collabs, once again, is just an outstanding player. He played great on the Beastmaster. And then throughout the game, Stormstormer had a lot of trouble kind of dealing with the Pango and Beast. And then eventually Yotoro with the buffs, nice items, good matchup against Pudge. He just slapped the game open.
Game 2 really not looking, much better for Entity.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Brood approach, so they ended up picking the Brood Mother. Team Spirit did a great thing where they put the Mars against the Brood instead of putting their Void against the Brood Mother. So they went to an aggro tri-lane situation. Then from there, they really set up Toronto Tokyo for success. They had the Faceless Void, they had the Arena from Collapse's Mars, they went for the Ags build and the Sunstrike, and Toronto Tokyo just popped off that game.
And they also had the audacity to go double Midas and stop. Both guys unkilled this game. You go 508 on Yotoro, you've got 15-0-10 on the Invoker. Man, like double Midases and still hitting your timings and ending the game in 33 minutes. That's pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to go all out. It works for Spirit, so good on them. Definitely a 2-0 that they wanted and they needed. A-Stream, though, we are very ahead of what is happening over on B, C, D, E, and we, the panel, are here to run down what has happened on those other streams. This Liquid Sonics Game 2, Kezu, walk me through it and tell me sort of why the series went the way it did.
This game was an insane, back and forth, but overall good showing from Sonics. You know, their first series not so good. This one definitely better. I think both drafts and gameplay for them worked out a lot more. Here in this clip, what I want to show is Quinn, who gets a 3-man shield crash with this 6% damage reduction, Magic Wand, Raindrop, so they get to turn this fight around. This is just, a small clip from the early game where they get to turn things around. It also gave them a big lead in the early game. And then moving forward, we're skipping way far ahead because there were so many things in this game. But what's important in this clip is just this first pickoff on Lelis, who does not have buyback. But the most important thing is I want people to pay attention to Matu, who's playing the Naga Siren. He has buyback and Boots of Travel level 2. What's very important is that Sonic, they're currently lacking buybacks on a lot of their cores. You can see Pango has no buyback, Brood has no buyback, and Snap is out of buyback. So now Matu goes into the fight. They're all using their BKB's Pango roll to kill him, but watch once he dies. He has Boots of Travel 2, immediate buyback, his team stays around. Now he TPs in, which is a very short cooldown because they buffed it recently. And boom, they take this fight. Now they kill the heroes without buyback. In this game was back and forth, and then in one fight, the whole game basically just ended.
Seeing how long, I guess, this game is gone, seeing that timer up the top there of the highlight clips, because do you think they could have closed out a lot more? There were just opportunities Sonics weren't able to close out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams had opportunities to actually, close out the game, but they both messed up a little bit on the enemy high ground, and then the game drags out.
Yeah, a little bit of cleaning up. Yeah, simple as that. A little bit of cleaning up needed from both of them. We also had the D-Stream do OG up against GG. Fia, you got our highlights for that game number 2.
I do. Starting with the draft here, we're kind of going to see that they have the Razor again from Mar. They left Morphling in the pool. They did not care. There's a hard counter to the Razor, but OG's just going to play the OG style. Mar's still on the Razor. And then moving on to the next clip, we're going to see here, there's going to be a fight. You're going to see Morph just uses Manta style there. Uragi comes in the back, silences him, nets him right away. Very crucial kill with the Aegis here. It was a really nice play by Uragi to make that read. His team ends up tipping him as well. And then in this fight here, you're going to see the power of ET against Morphling. There's the lasso. ET gets in range of him, with just one shot. He's just dead in that fight. They tried to turn the fight onto Amar here on his Razor. Gets his BKB off. The Morph was dead in that fight. They couldn't really turn it here. Then for the final fight of the game here, they got the Aegis. They're the high ground. The game's pretty secured for them. They're trying to make things happen. Big team fight happens. And then you'll see them try to charge in. And then one moment here, they will make the initiation. There it is. The Bat Rider will try and go in. Gets the lasso off. Morph goes in. This is the last fight for him. And then Amar, yet again, he's just full beast mode. This is a first pick Razor, by the way. Just going in, chonking on everyone.
He's having fun.
He's having a lot of fun. But the big power, I think, of OG and to show this, they'll pick their heroes. They'll let you counter pick them, but they find counter picks in other ways, right? Amar will play his heroes, but then they'll pick the ET, and they'll get the Snapfires, and they'll make your game hard in the less traditional way.
It feels like OG still definitely doing what I feel like we know OG for, and that's playing whatever they want to play. One thing, though, that kind of links that Liquid Sonics and that OG GG series is the Naga. We do have a little bit of time, Sophia. I want to ask you about the Naga, how you feel that it's coming into this meta, and are you impressed with it?
So right now, there's like a huge emphasis on Zoo offlaners. You're seeing a lot of the Visage, you're seeing a lot of the Nigma, the Broodmother. And Naga is just one of the best carries against that right now. So as long as people are kind of forgetting about the Naga right now, they're sneaking in like those later picks. So people are going to have to start putting them in the second phase bans for sure.
We could see her being picked up a little bit more than in some of the other series that we have coming up. RNG, though, against Bet Boom. Let's close out what we've seen from Group A in their second best of twos, T-Panda.
Yeah, after listening to Fear and Kezu, we got some sharp analysis on this one. I mean, it is absolute Spain to be a Bet Boom fan today because, you know, they already lost their series early on today. The theme, they lead, they lost. Second game, they lead, they lost. We go to game number 3, Bet Boom, they lead. It leads into the same conjunction once again. I mean, they have good understanding of their drafts. We saw the Hawk go for carry Batrider, which is something that is probably unheard of for many people. Works out a bit of a more of as a control type of hero, adds in a bit of damage, goes in nicely with the Beastmaster, and you've got the Sniper to line up with that as well. But you know, you run out of tools at some point of the game. RNG, we see the Naga. I mean, Naga seems to be
and look what she's up against.
Yeah, against the Zoo.
It's against the Zoo, and it seems to be working out nicely. RNG, they have had a very good pace, very good patience in general. And here we see from game number 2, shifted up the draft a little bit. We see the Lone Druid come out for the Hawk. Like, all right, let's go for more traditional. We've got a Riki support going for the Sleeping Dart, you know, keeping the Anti-Mage busy a bit. You would think that the root is really good against AM in this game. And it did look pretty good for Bet Boom. But the pattern just keeps on returning back again. Like, Bet Boom is just having a really rough day today because this one also slowly started to turn into the advantage of them. This is actually from GG, Gaming Gladiators, but doesn't matter. They still played the Anti-Mage on the side of RNG versus Bet Boom, and that Lone Druid kind of ran out of firepower at some point of the game as well. But they gave it a hell of a fight. It wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, well, these group standings. Sorry, I don't know where the words were just then. But we can look at the group standings right now. We know that Group A has completed 2 round robins, and then Group B are currently in the midst of playing out some of theirs. Like I said, us on A stream, we are very far ahead of all those other streams there. EG, OG, undefeated for their Group A, guys.
Couldn't ask for a better match next, don't?
Well, okay, well, now you kind of spoiled it. All right. You were supposed to be like, yeah, wow, I can't wait until they play up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we can have a look at the schedule. Thank you for the perfect segue, Fia. Yeah, you really just set me up for that one. Oh, God, yeah, you know. EGOG, wouldn't you have it? The 2 undefeated teams so far in Group A is going to be treated on this May stream. Thanks, A stream. So thanks so much, Fia, for asking that one. We're going to quickly flip through what the other streams have coming up and also where they are. Like I said, a little bit behind, so Fnatic Thunder still to be played, and then Sonic's LGD going to be going up against each other. The C stream has Beast Coast and Team Secret actually being closed out. So that must have been a pretty quick 2-0. We're going to have to take a look at that one. Then it's Liquid, Bet Boom is their last one. Over there it's Tundra, TSM still being played out, and then Boom, RNG. And our final stream, I do believe, right now is Talon and Asta. And then Hokari and GG for their final series there. Is it just the OG-EG matchup that we're all looking forward to, or were some others littered throughout there that you're keen to have a look at?
I mean, I don't think I spoiled. I think a lot of people have been waiting since the beginning of today to see EG versus OG. It only makes it better that they're both undefeated going into this.
Yeah, why do you think then, Kezu, it is such a hype matchup for a lot of people?
I feel like both these teams are just doing their own thing, and that is really showing in their score as well. It's working out for them. The heroes they want, they're working, and also kind of like, I just feel like that they're both showing a lot of strength with what they're doing. Like, I just see confidence from their gameplay. That's about it.
Yeah, you hit it right there. You know, OG having their own meta. I'm going to be excited to see if it continues as we do have our casters ready. This OG-EG series, guys, get hyped. We're sending it over to Moxie and Waga.
Well, I know that both of us were super excited the other day when we were going through the schedule and we saw that we got EG versus OG. Waga, tell me, what are you most excited to see out of this matchup?
I mean, I'm excited because it's TI and it's RTC. Like for me, following him is always exciting during TI time. I mean, it's sometimes painful, but it's also something that gets me very hyped. And EG versus OG, I feel such a classic showdown as well. Even going back to like the old OG team, but this is the newer. I don't think you can call them the new OG squad anymore, but the newer of the OG squads. Seeing them go up against EG, I'm really expecting a good game here because EG, they look in form today, Moxie.
Yeah, I think we were watching their game earlier and we were extremely hyper. Oh my god, you know, NA, they're doing it. But we do have the other OG, maybe the younger OG, because they do have some babies in the squad, especially when you consider that I think Taiga is the old man of the group at this point, and he's very young.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of experience, though, in the coaching as well, of course. They have the organization of OG behind them. They have, you know, the experience of Seb. They have No-Tail. They have a lot of, you know, TI experts, let's say, who can hit them with some good information here and, you know, encouraging words going into their games.
And that definitely helps quite a bit when you do have that, you know, guiding force. And you know how much that sub likes to do these pep talks, likes to kind of build them up. You've got, you know, the power of No-Tail behind them too. So these real legacy sort of players, and especially too when you consider that, you know, unfortunately Misha was having some difficulties with visa issues and Seb has had to stand in, but also getting, you know, that first-hand experience of playing with your coach on the team, and then also getting the chance to like see your players and play with them too, which I think is a pretty important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important to have, you know, everyone in the same atmosphere together and be on the same page. And for sure, having someone like Seb to give you the pep talk before the game, definitely a big bonus there. And we see Arteezy and EG, the squad, Crit and Arteezy, of course. They've been on EG forever, it feels like.
They have Fly rejoining the squad, which I think is a very powerful thing. I think it helps having a very strong voice, kind of helping to pull the team together, guide them to victory. That was a more recent addition.
Man, Nightfall looked like so exhausted there in those hero poses, but I hope that he is feeling energized and ready here. They certainly have been playing like it today.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the big players on the side of Evil Geniuses. Nightfall tends to get quite a bit out of his lane, and if he starts having the domination, things go very, very well for EG usually.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch as well. I mean, he generally is quite confident in his ways and finding his own meta things. I still remember when he played the carry Dawnbreaker so much and insisted on it and had great success that I wouldn't say a lot of other players really managed to recreate. So certainly a unique player with his own understanding and gameplay.
I think in the last series that they played, they were able to secure themselves the Enigma a couple times, which is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I think the Enigma should be a highly rated hero. Oh, speaking of heroes as well, you were asking during the last game about the Naga win rates. Looking that up, I believe during the game as it was being played, Naga was 8 wins and 5 losses. So doing quite well, actually. But then I think obviously lost that game. But meanwhile, I think there was a win for Naga in another one. We have so many games going on at the same time here.
Yeah, I know. It's, I guess, 50 games total because each game, of course, is a best of 2. And we have been going all day and all night. So, you know, welcome, especially those of you who are from the NA region like I am. It is 7 a.m. Time for some early Dota. Or if you've been staying up all night, shout out to you. And I know there's plenty of other viewers outside the time zone. I believe, Waga, you were up at, what, 4 a.m. today?
Yeah, I woke up at 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm on a completely normal daily rhythm, I would say right now. But it's good. I get to, you know, be in phase for all this Dota. I'm probably gonna look over some of the games afterwards because I feel when you're casting, you're actually completely unable to consume the content going on the other streams. But I'm so curious about all the matchups that have happened today, and I'm sure there have been some amazing games.
Yeah, I'm especially curious on what happened with that Hokuri game. That one was a big surprise, I think, for a lot of people earlier, that they managed to take a game off of PSG LGD.
Yeah, and we see OG here banning out the Prime Hole and the Ench.
They let the Enigma through again. It just seems like it's not a high priority here for either one of them right now. Very interesting.
10 seconds.
We have
remaining.
seen a few times now the Morphling first phase ban. I think EG
5
did it
seconds
before as well. But they ban out the Marcy and the Morphling, and that leaves a bit more in the pool. Of course, Undying is there, Clock is there, which is seem to be quite popular among a lot of your teams right now. And Enigma, as you mentioned.
And the question is, does Evil Geniuses pick this up right away?
You could,
Granted,
but there's a downside as well that the Clockwork is quite good against the Enigma. So you can take it, but there's already Hookshot and Battery Assaults, which can be good for canceling Black Hole.
Yep. It seems like they've got that deliberation. Do also have the Undying that's available. That is something that has been extremely popular, that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent as well for that Nyx Assassin first phase. I think it's good overall. Not necessarily perhaps when you see a Clockwork like this. It's not like you do very well against a Clock as Nyx, even though you can, of course, by Carapace the Battery Assault. But I think the hero should be rated much higher than a lot of teams currently giving credit.
Geniuses turn
Up for the Razor, most likely. So a bit of flexible of a hero. Got some options. I know we've seen a lot of Nightfall playing that.
Also a bit of a block because you got Amar on the side of OG, who, I mean, he's one of the best Razor players out there. He absolutely demolishes with it. And usually teams drafting against OG focus Amar heavily with their draft.
Yeah, if you look at actually Dota Pro Tracker, Amar has played 10 games of Razor recently in the last 8 games, so, or days rather,
10
so
seconds
definitely a bit targeted, and also, you know, a nice thing to pick up for yourself. And they
5
also pick up
seconds
Crit's Tusk here. Gives them a nice little bit of save, gives you a little bit of repositioning, so an overall nice pickup.
Yeah, I also like the Razor as a reaction to Clockwork because it's a hero that deals continuous damage and a lot of damage. Clockwork wants to run close to people, but that Eye of the Storm is just way higher damage than Battery Assault, so it will be hard for him to do that.
So a very early Terrorblade pickup going to the side of OG. How likely do you think it is that we might see the Shadow Fiend picked up? Because that is a very much an Arteezy hero and it seems pretty strong.
Oh, I think it's quite likely they will either get banned or picked for sure. I like SF into Terrorblade. I think it's one of the better heroes. We saw that matchup earlier today as well between the SF and the TB when we were casting. But I think SF is definitely a hero they should keep on their mind at least.
I'll have to see as we get into the next round of bans what OG does not want to have to deal with.
Arteezy, all smiles, feeling good. I mean, of course, they did have some fantastic game earlier against LGD. The complete shutout into the reverse 3-2. They were what was it, 32-2 in kills, I believe. Absolutely insane. I would not have expected the EG to be that far ahead.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit nervous in that game number 2 because it definitely looked like, you know, they might be updating the website of when did EG last throw, but they were able to clinch it. They were able to make sure that they got the victory. So no Viper and no Broodmother coming out here in this draft. Viper, of course, being able to provide a break. It's just an annoying hero to have to deal with. And then, you know, the Broodmother, we've seen just how potent this hero can be.
She's very problematic for Clock and for Terrorblade, I would say. The Broodmother would just be too annoying for them to lane against, and they don't want to deal with any of that. So just get rid of it. I'm expecting to see EG do what most teams do, which is just hammer down different bans towards Amar, and somehow he still always performs, I feel. Watching OG is really interesting because he gets so much target hate and then he still delivers.
I think it's really interesting too. I watched, so OG made like a little series, I believe, along with BMW, but they went and they interviewed Taiga's family, they went and interviewed Amar's family, and Amar's got 2 of those brothers, and they were saying like, we just flame them all the time, you know, just like, oh, how come you didn't do this, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's a tough love family. But they said they did that to him to motivate him because it would light a fire underneath him. So it is kind of funny now. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, Amar, you know, he's so BM, blah, 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 blah. But, like, that is the environment that he kind of thrived in from his family. And it brought him to where he is now. Because I think the other really, really cool thing is that, did you know that Amar had about 3K MMR just after TI9? And he just ground the heck out of it.
That is absolutely insane. That is crazy. That's such a fast progress. I didn't know that it was that reason that he was that low MMR. I knew that he had made like a really fantastic rise, but that's crazy fast. Talk about ascending to the top of Dota.
It's amazing. It is really amazing. That is a hard thing to do. But yeah. So we'll see the Phoenix banned out. That is something that EG really does love to put, especially over on Fly. We still have things like Chen. If they, what's going on over here? Are we on the floor?
I think he doesn't want the up the nostril camera angle shot, but he wants to be comfortable. So it's a struggle, you know. You gotta compensate here.
You know, gotta stay relaxed for this match. Not too relaxed that you fall asleep, though.
No, he looks comfy. Looks ready.
It's making me sleepy. Oh no.
OG's turn to ban.
Okay, they took a lot of deliberation, but finally going to be a Jakiro that they ban out, as Phoenix was banned out by OG. This is a lot of AoE damage dealers being brought out. Of course, the Phoenix would be a great way to have a ton of magic damage over to a Terrorblade, so it makes sense that OG are respecting that a bit with their early TB pickup. But I feel like Jakiro could even have been an option for themselves, but don't really want to play that into Clockwork, I suppose.
What about a Disruptor? That's a hero that's been making a pretty big splash recently. That would provide them with, you know, the silence if they're able to grab the Terrorblade, can't get the Sunder off, a lot of magic damage as well.
I think he's definitely on the radar for both teams here, just because they're removing other alternatives as well for supports. But it would work well against both Racer to glimpse him back so he can't chase people or force out a BKB from him early. But also the lockdown against Terrorblade and stopping him from sundering would be useful if EG decide to go for it. They're going to ban out BZM's Invoker here. Of course, we are spoiled with many good Invoker players in this. We saw both Toronto Tokyo and Stormstormer going at it in the previous series, with both of them playing Invoker. But BZM is also a superb Invoker player.
Okay, they're going to opt for the Snapfire pickup on the side of Evil Geniuses. Do like that. They've got a couple ways to save in their draft, which I also enjoy. You've got the Snowball from Tusk, you've got the Cookie from Snapfire, and then it adds a little bit more team fight. And we talked about this earlier, how the fact that Snapfire just has incredible range. So she's able to sit pretty far back and get off those Mortimer kisses. And you do have to kind of be aware of that if you're OG, how you're going to be able to interrupt those. You do have a Clockwork, but you don't always necessarily want him to be jumping on the back lines. You might want him to be, you know, your frontliner in some cases too. But nah, okay, all right. You get the Amar Timber. I feel like that is a very, very strong front lane.
Yeah, he's definitely this is one of his signature heroes. He has multiple, I suppose, but his Timbersaw, I've seen it in some games where it's like, this is a terrible Timbersaw game. This shouldn't work, and then he just dominates. So OG and their Timbersaw, they are a nice pairing, and I think EG, they have to be very cautious here because they already have 2 strength heroes in their supports. They're going to be really squishy against the Whirling Death here. But yeah, I agree with what you said, that the Snapfire is nice into the Terrorblade because EG needed to add more magic damage to deal with TB. And I still think they want even more beyond that. Magic damage is going to be higher value now that you see a Timbersaw as well.
I mean, the big thing whenever you see Elysian heroes a lot of times is you see something like Leshrac, right?
Yeah, Lesh is certainly an option that they could go for as well. The more things they add here to set up for the Leshrac stun as well. They have Clockwork now, they have Dark Willow, which can set up a little bit. And Dark Willow, fantastic hero against Razor. I think the Terrorize against Razor is one of the most useful tools you can have to just force him to get back. It's sort of similar to Glimpse that we were mentioning. And here comes Arteezy's comfort hero. Gonna be the Ursa. Certainly a good matchup against the Timbersaw. Continuous damage, but against Terrorblade can be a little bit rougher. But that means they have to pick a last hero that deals quite well with the Terrorblade, I think.
I was suggesting the Lesh for the side of Evil Geniuses, just because we were talking about that magic burst damage and dealing with some of the illusions. Might fit the draft just because of how high tempo it is currently, but...
Yeah, certainly. I think Leshrac can certainly fit for EG here. It might be something that OG respect when they get to their final ban, because they do have the Terrorblade, and like you said, can be rough running into Leshrac. Also more disables and damage that can go through even when Willow hits her Shadowrun can be very useful. Lesh doesn't care at all about Shadowrun.
To see the Bat Rider getting banned out. That is a very powerful hero, being able to jump in and just have that lockdown, which is very, very important for both Timber and the Terrorblade. Do have one final ban available.
Yeah, I could also see them playing something like Void Spirit for themselves. They could play Lina or Leshrac over on EG. All those are very possible threats. And see if OG has some other hero that they're even more worried about, or if it's going to be one of those that they get rid of here. Because they have to shield their Terrorblade a little bit with this ban. Queen of Pain, yeah, certainly same thing there. Ton of burst damage, and a hero that doesn't care about Clockwork. So problem with if they've got Queen of Pain would be that Clock can't land any easy ganks, as you can just blink away from the ganks.
Alright, Void Spirit gets picked up for the side of OG. That is a BZM classic, so... just need to figure out what is the solution, what is the final piece of the puzzle for the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, to me it feels like a Lina game, but that's just because I don't really see something that fits nicer here. But overall, it does look really clean because they get a nice mix between physical and magical damage as well. You could even go full Spellcaster Lina with the Aghanims build that we saw GPK do in the Last Chance qualifier. Oh, it's going to be Lesh. Yeah.
There we go. A little bit more tower push, which puts this draft as a very high octane setup. Has a lot of burst, magic burst damage. Very good against things like the Timbersaw or the Terrorblade. I guess the only thing that's a little worrisome to me is that they're a bit more mobile over on the side of OG, and they also have a bit more superior vision, having the Clockwork Rockets to do some scouting.
Yeah, they have a lot of vision, and they're, like you said, quite mobile. But on the other hand, there are some good lockdowns, and they're also pretty fast on the side of EG. While they don't have the same level of mobility, Razor is a very speedy hero, so is Leshrac, especially when you get to travels. So even if you have ways to disengage, you can also get run down if you're not careful here. But seeing how both drafts finish up, I would say that EG are in a good spot to take this one. But OG, I'm never really counting out Amar on his Timbersaw. I've seen him take over games, even against an Ursa. I just respect that man on this hero.
Yeah, he is very, very talented. It's like that and his Mars are the two heroes I think let shine out a lot for a lot of viewers. But I'm curious now. We said that Evil Geniuses has a very fast-moving draft. What is going to be that peak timing for them in this game, do you think?
I think the time that they want to start coming online is probably the moment that Leshrac finishes his first item. We've seen Leshracs go for quite a few different items. Some people go for the Bloodstone first, sometimes Beakby first. We've even seen some Yule Scepters in the past. But I think Lesh is going to be the tempo hero they want to play around. He's going to be central for them actually doing building damage, since Ursa and Razor don't have fantastic building damage between them.
Hiragi and Crit will just walk into each other pretty quickly. Do see some nice sportsmanship talk so far with the have funs being dropped.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Both teams are ready and staring at the mid lane, which we sort of see all the teams do. This is what you need to do, just get in position early to try and protect your tier 1 tower from the enemy walking up and scouting if you have a ward is something that's quite important. You can, of course, always try and see if you get shot by a tower and find out where the ward is.
Are there any ways that you think, so we talked about how this Leshrac is going to really need to pop off. It depends on the item builds too. Are we going to see these rotations come out from EG to try to help secure that lane earlier on?
I think the 6-minute rune is almost every single game. We see both the supports, both teams move towards the 6 and possibly the 8-minute runes as well. It is very, very likely going to happen in this game as well. Until then, they'll be playing out the lanes. We have a bit of a reconnect here by our TC.
Looks like... Unfortunately, yeah, it looks like his PC crashed. I want to know what all these Chinese voice lines are. We haven't had any sort of like post that explains them as far as I know.
True. Yeah, and for the other languages as well, would be nice to find out. There's so many good voice lines, honestly. And hard to pick.
BZM's sponsor, just Seb's grandson.
Seb's grandson. Very nice.
He is a bit baby because he is so young. Nice little D ward. And yeah, runes getting split pretty evenly.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the runes, and they're heading down the lanes. Look like mid lane is going to be a little bit of a 1 block by BZM here, getting slightly favorable position. That tiny bit can make a lane much easier to play out, honestly. It seems like such a minor thing, but being able to CS on your high ground as opposed to going low ground feels much nicer.
Top lane, you can see Nightfall's just trying to get a little bit of that drain right off the bat. They'll throw out some shards and put that harass down. Everybody's getting challenged here.
The gauntlets. We haven't seen that in the other games, but of course.
Didn't they already like challenge each other in the mid lane?
Yeah, you can send more.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there was apparently a bug at first where you could just send like 100 challenges per second to someone, and you just crash the game by sending them. I believe that's fixed by now, though. Hopefully we're not going to see such foul play at TI here.
No, I don't. I think these guys, they all really want to play this game. They're not looking to crash, if possible. This is, you know, this is for Pride right here. Pride and, you know, TI, which is the biggest tournament that we have.
Yeah, it is, and it's also EG versus OG. It's, you know, who's the best G? Oh, bottom. Taiga getting caught out.
Still got the Shadow Realm up. This is a pretty difficult hero to kill when you have the Shadow Realm and not a lot of ground targeted stuff.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ground target, but they already used it, so he just walks away in the end. But he's gonna walk on and try to control bottom. A little bit too late to do so, though, as Abed already claims it. Tries to deny it with the Shadow Realm, but instead harasses.
Yeah, that extra little bit of attack range is super nice on the Shadow Realm. And there's another thing too about drafting Amar, his Timber Saw, is like this particular hero pretty survivable, so you do have the freedom to make these little bit of rotations, try to do some pokes, maybe, you know, grab up some runes.
Yeah, certainly it frees up a bit of movement. Trades on both lanes happening, top lane reflection, but not really too much gonna happen. They just have a superior amount of creeps here on the side of OG.
Quiet game so far. Everybody just pretty content to go hit creeps. Looking at the CS over in the mid lane, currently Abed sitting on top with 16 and 5. BZM not too far behind though, 15 and 2 currently. So
yeah,
these mids
very
really
even. But yeah, they're you're not gonna be able to stop Void Spirit. I feel like that hero is so hard to fully deny. His last hit is really good. And he did get a favorable block as well. We saw a courier go down. Taiga got one courier snipe there over on Fly's courier. A bit of gold for his team. Top attempting to get the disengage on the pull.
Yep. Just having those cogs into play, are they going to be able to keep Misha alive? That now Nightfall will get the first blood. And Crit is going to have to back off a little bit. That will use that plasma field. Just put a little bit more pressure over onto Yuragi. He is out of regen other than some stick charges. Has to be a bit careful. Although it looks like, oh no, we've just got the Band of Elven Skin. But in comes the Clockwork.
Yeah, he's gonna get fed some tangles. He'll be fine. Bottom lane was RTC taking some damage, but he's also getting fed. The babysitting is full active here for the supports. Their carries are crying.
Nice scatter blast over onto Amar. Taiga needs to be a bit careful. Does have the Shadow Realm available though. Fly, giving off a couple clicks, perhaps baiting a bit. Does have a salve, so it's going to be able to heal back up as RTZ starts giving some chase over here to Taiga. Have to be careful. Amar will hit back.
Yeah, just chasing after and getting that Fury Swipe supplied again. And they're actually chasing forward.
Again, they do have the Shadow Realm, and Fly not enough mana to get the Scatter Blast off. So,
yeah, he wants a Magic Stick badly. Get a Magic Stick over on the Snapfire, and this Timbersaw will generate the mana for you. And then perhaps they can find these kills.
Nice Brambles holding Arteezy in place. Taking out the mid lane again, both of them very comfortable. We've got the level 5 on both heroes.
Oh, top, they're trading.
Top
Clockwork
lane.
is kind of stuck.
Yeah, they are. Putting the pressure over onto Nightfall and Misha. Crit chasing after Misha. He wants his kills. Has the shard. Should be able to collect the kill.
These fights, when you don't have meta, are very difficult because they don't really have that much damage coming out from the Terrorblade.
Some pressure being placed on Amar. They know that they don't have that Dark Willow currently, although in comes Taiga again. Just gonna push a little bit of damage over onto Fly.
Yeah, RTZ almost had his level 4 there. Gets it now. Keeps the Fury Swipe supplied, jumping in just for that one touch so it doesn't reset.
No, they're going for the rune. It is going to be BZM who picks up the haste.
And he's level 6. He's coming towards bottom.
Arteezy? Oh, he's going to get Timber chained down.
They want more. They want Fly too.
Oh, they want Fly. Look at BZM. Look at the way he's cutting around the trees.
Yeah,
Surprise!
top. We also see a kill.
Forward. Have the Curse Crown over onto Fly. The Cookie Hop forward. BZM taking a decent amount of damage. It's still going to be a kill on Fly, but in the top lane, Nightfall finding the kill on Yuragi.
Yuragi overcommitting there. I mean, they first get the kill on the Clockwork, but then Terrorblade gets baited, thinks that he can get a kill, but he gets too close to a tower and just goes down in the end. EG with a 2-for-0 trade up there.
Radiant's top tower is under
This top lane is not working out. Clockwork has now died 3 times, and the Terrorblade dying as well. I mean, he can TP back to the lane immediately, so it's not terrible for him yet. But Misha is having a very hard laning stage.
So what's the recovery plan here? Because, you know, they did manage to get the kill on Yuragi. Misha's having a bit difficulty. Do you want to see him kind of rotate out? Is it safe for him to be able to rotate it? We only have the level 5 on Terrorblade, or does Terrorblade just wander off into the jungle at this point?
TP probably wants to stay in the lane a little bit longer. You can pop into a jungle already. It depends on the Leshrak's movement. And right now, looks like Abed wants to come towards top lane, perhaps. If he comes top, then Terrorblade is like, I'm out. But for now, he's trying to stick around and be ready to pick up the farm when it comes to the tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of skirmishing over here in the mid lane. But again, this Void Spirit, very survivable. Top lane again, Misha getting caught. Has the cogs, but Crit doesn't seem to care. Crit would like to get a little bit closer to you, in fact, Misha. Clicks plus the plasma. Nightfall is just having a great game up here. 3 kills, 2 assists. That is very scary, I think, for the side of OG.
We saw top rune being controlled by the Ether Remnant, but Leshrak denies it by right-clicking as well, so no rune for either of the mid laners here. No extra tempo. Terrorblade is going to be
Invasion
completely
into the
fine.
jungle.
Yeah, they're invading and trying to keep him from farming too fast, but that's also time that they could take to deal some damage to the top tower. So TB, if he doesn't die there, he's completely happy with them doing this. This is a waste of time to them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
BZM noticing that crits over here. Not gonna be able to
Radiant's
quite
courier
land that
has
remnant,
been
but does get the courier, so won't have that TP available. Top lane. Nightfall just feeling very confident that he can just take these creeps right in front of the side of OG.
I will never get used to the neutral creeps randomly just pulling you in one direction, but it can sometimes give you info that there is an enemy here nearby without you having seen them yet. If you get pulled by neutral creeps, that's a bad sign. Get out of there.
That's true. Still not seeing any towers taken just yet. They've done a great job of protecting their tower over here in the mid lane. Usually when you have something like a Leshrac, you're pretty concerned that you're going to end up losing a lot of these towers pretty quickly. But right now, Lesh Albed just wants to farm up. It is working on that Yules, like we talked about, giving him some nice ways to set up, and also a little bit of an insurance policy.
Yeah, there are so many different builds that you can go for, but I think the Yule Scepter makes a lot of sense in this game. Also as a setup against the Timbersaw, possibly just Yules him into a stun and keep him still long enough that you can kill him with Ursa.
I think having that interrupt is very, very nice, but BZM will be able to grab himself the double damage after a nice setup with the Remnant into the Brambles.
Yeah, both teams are pretty content with just farming right now. One difference is that RTC is still trying to farm the lane bottom, whereas Terrorblade has completely started jungling. This allows Misha to recover his levels. Not super comfortable against the Timbersaw though. The Ursa probably doesn't want to stay here forever. And it's gonna be the Battle Fury build on the Ursa, so RTC going for the greedier path, not first item defusal. The reason for this is that the diffusal is quite bad against reflection as well. Feels bad to burn your own mana.
Going for a bit of an invasion. CMR is just kind of cutting the wave off to the side, and the pressure is being placed over on the mid lane. See a couple of the sports did rotate over. A little bit of a smoke play coming out from EG. It's like they're looking to invade the jungle, perhaps find themselves a Terrorblade, Yuragi. Wandering on in, and they do go for a scan. Smoke play coming out from the side of OG, though. They're responding. They're looking to see if they can take a skirmish and potentially get the jump on the side of Evil Geniuses. Top lane, a bit of a dive again over onto Misha. Abed is here, though. Cooking up forward. The double damage gets popped from BZM. Nightfall says, like, yeah, I'd love to go for a fight. They're looking for the Terrorize. Won't manage to land it, but the Snapfire kisses. Taiga trying to just break some ankles, do these dances, duke around, but he is going to get burned down by Abed.
Yeah, credit to Taiga. Nice moves though until the end there, but of course he can't really juke when Leshrac just runs up next to him. That's gonna be his demise in the end. But they forced out both the jumps there from the Void Spirit early, and then he can't really fight anymore. It doesn't matter if he has DD. Now it does
Abed, though, does find a... They do end up finding Abed. Snowball going forward, just gonna be able to dissimulate away. No problem.
Yeah, and they want the rune. The shards.
Block here, can they go? Oh, no. Still gonna be BZM who grabs the invis thanks to that remnant.
Yeah, the ice shards were a little bit off the mark there, not blocking the ramp fully. So he gets to heal up on his Void Spirit as well. Oh, is he going E-Blade first item on BCM? He has it queued up now. I think the Kaya is very strong. I like the idea of going for E-Blade in this game as well. It would enable so much of the magic damage from Willow and the Clockwork as well as his own damage.
Lush does teleport bottom, but they find Fly. They'll be able to just burst down immediately. It's like, oh, bet he wants to get over here. Does manage to find themselves Taiga. Doesn't look like he's going to be the one who survives, but I'm sure they're happy that BZM did make it out.
Yeah, Crit redeeming his previous failed shard block to now get 2 heroes caught. Of course, Void Spirit jumps away, but that was a nice shard, right place, right time. Looks Looks like OG are eyeing up the bottom lane a little bit more though. Arteezy's staying here for now, but this area is about to get dangerous.
Yeah, it seems that Arteezy recognizes it because he is starting to retreat. He's gonna meet up with his courier, getting closer and closer to that Battle Fury. But realizing there's a lot of heroes that are not on the map, and this tower is sitting very low, so it's probably time to make a rotation.
This is a very rich game, very abundant farm for all the cores. Every single one is getting quite a bit of farm. I guess the least farm being Void Spirit, but still sitting at 5.2k is not too unhappy about things.
On the bed. Trying to dodge away from the brambles. So Illusion top, Misha's just gonna snap it up.
Yeah, looks like after taking bottom tower, they're not intending on staying in the area. They're just leaving it for Terrorblade. He's farming, and then he's gonna go back to the Ancients again.
This feels like some of the really older NA games where it's just a non-stop farm fest.
Yeah, EG like to try and get a lot of item progression overall on Nightfall, and in this game, he's actually the most farmed hero as the offlaner here. Chasing on the Ursa, but with that level 4 Timber chain, it's pretty hard for Ursa to ever catch up to Timber. He gets so far away.
I mean, they have completed the Yules on Abed, so that does give them the option to try to make the moves, but it is a Timber Saw. It's just very difficult unless you bring the numbers to really deal with Amar at this time.
Yeah, they have wards in the area. OG.
Hook shot in. Go for the split. Honing into the brambles. There's the Yules coming to play here for the Leshrek. He's got to get terrorized out. And those Mortimer kisses. Oh, but they just cut right through Abed with Amar being in this vicinity. Curse Crown will end up going off. Another Yules coming into play. Oh, Arteezy, he has no hope of escape. Not with all the heroes of OG jumping on him like that.
I love the decision by Amar to go for a first item Yule Scepter in this game as well. When you're playing against Ursa, it is such a fantastic item to have because it has full duration even if you enrage, so it's a great way to lock him down. And I think Arteezy, he doesn't want to find himself near these fights at all right now.
Oh, alright. Just a casual pickoff here by Kurt, finding Taiga. The TPs are coming out. Abed trying to protect this tower. They're sending over the oh gosh, okay. Amar just kills Sly.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was trying to stay down there. Such a dangerous area for him to play, but stays on the lane, and Amar is gonna happily take that kill now on a dominating streak. Quite a few kills bleeding over here. I was saying how Razor was the most farmed hero on the map, but not after Timbersaw getting some of these kills.
Do have a fresh BKB on Nightfall though, so definitely a power spike over to the side of Evil Geniuses.
He can sort of act as a shield for Leshrac right now. Since Leshrac went for the Yule Scepter first item, he's not really that tanky, but if Razor sits in front of him, then Lesh can happily push towers. Again, moving down towards bottom, Arteezy, he just wants to farm, but he has this Battle Fury, and he finds himself in bottom area. It's a dangerous place.
Yes, it is, because there's no one nearby to be able to teleport and help him out. He's going to try to take down Misha before he dies. We'll be able to get that kill, but not really the trade that you want to see if you're an Evil Geniuses fan.
And affirmative, my bad, is Amar saying, yeah, I probably should have Yule Sceptered and saved your life there. Probably getting a little bit of flack there from his Clockwork, who's like, save me! But Arteezy gets a kill before dying. He's perfectly happy then. I mean, dying is not the best, but at least you got a consolation, and 3 heroes rotated to bring you down, so the best case scenario, I suppose, for him there.
That is true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting to note that they do have a Leshrek, but this mid tower is still standing for the side of OG. They've been very protective of this tower.
Yeah, I think they want to try and fix that right now, but it's not that easy to commit past the river against OG. They have very good chase between the Clock and the Void Spirit, but right now, after the gank bottom, they're a bit low on resources. Void is not here yet. Tower could go down. Abed is so scared though, he doesn't want to go for it.
And there's the E-Blade, and they immediately pop BKB on Nightfall. Not sure they really want a hard commit. Oh, nice sidestep there with the cookie from Fly. Not going to be able to land the hook shot, but now with this BKB...
shielding for Roche. Just creating a diversion, and then they go for Roche.
And they're successful. Very nice play coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses. The old bait and switch.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of having Ursa, and you want to try and get that first Roshan down as fast as possible, so you keep killing Rosh over and over throughout the duration of the game. That first Rosh kill is honestly the most important in a way to get it as soon as possible for Ursa.
So now that we have the Aegis online for Arteezy, is this going to be one of those just more farming Aegis, or I'd like to see them maybe be aggressive, but again, they do have the Battle Fury.
I think Arteezy gonna farm. That's what I think. I think you keep hitting creeps here, get your BKB, because right now he's still a puzzle that can be solved for OG. They have the Yule Scepter already. They also have E-Blade on the Void Spirit, so he can protect people. Granted, you can't really E-Blade the Ursa that easily due to Enrage, but he can just E-Blade the targets. So for now, I think you need more items.
Misha getting a little bit of a deward over here on the side, trying to keep their jungle nice and tidy and private. So that Evil Geniuses doesn't know exactly what's going on, but they are playing very forward on the side of EG. Trying to finish off this tower for sure. Just a couple clicks here. Nightfall will finish it off. Finally opening this up. E-Blade getting placed over onto Arteezy.
Such an annoying thing for him. Just the E-Blade already forces that he has to commit his Enrage. If he doesn't do it, they are gonna land a disable on him, and he will lose his Aegis there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top haste rune. Crit wants it. Stuns up BZM.
Gives him the old punch on top of it. Again, that E-Blade coming in handy though. Crit kind of trying to bait, trying to bring him over towards Arteezy.
Yeah, now is a good time for OG to fight. They forced out the BKB on the Razor there and forced him back. They have the meta going as well, so they can look for invading a little bit or just taking this mid creep wave safely and then back up to farm even more. Terrorblade looking like he wants to go for IF Skadi rushed in this game, not even finishing Manta style first. That is probably just respecting that every single hero on EG suffers if they get IF Skadi'd. Razor, he can't keep running people down. It's very easy to just hit him for TB and slow him down. The Ursa, same thing there. He struggles against the same issue. And same can sort of be said against Leshrac as well, so it's a great item here.
Taiga with a nice terrorize over on Stupid Snowball, of course, from Crit. Buys a bit more time. Throws out the shards, drops the Wraith pack. This is looking like they're going to end up losing Taiga.
Yeah, I thought for a second the BCM might jump in on that since the terrorize pushed two heroes back, but didn't really want to get in and involved in that, so they'll just take a support loss. I mean, one support dying is usually completely non-impactful, so not risking it.
Looks like the next item for Nightfall is going to be the Heaven's Halberd. It's just waiting on that Talisman of Evasion. Should be very nice against the opponents of OG.
Yeah, both teams staying pretty close to each other here in net worth, by the way. They're only 1,000 gold ahead on the side of OG, so EG are keeping pace pretty well. Of course, they have the Aegis, so they can farm a little bit safer as well. RTC is definitely playing in areas they probably wouldn't if he had the Aegis right now, or didn't have the Aegis.
Yeah, they don't really have one of those here. Like, you know, in a lot of the games, you'll have one particular hero that can take the unsafe farm. Zamar just jumps immediately on top of Arteezy. They'll fly nearby.
He does have Aegis and BKB. They could go on him, but it's not the best target to initiate on.
Pop, not going to be able to quite get over there, but they do hold him into place. Oh my word, the damage coming out from Amar. They pop the Aegis. Wait patiently here, trying to get Arteezy out, but they'll just chase after Amar, but he's got the Timber Chain. BKB coming into play here from Arteezy. Needs to be careful though, and that's Scotty doing work. It's over on the side, gearing up with the Terrorize. A nice play, pushing back some of VG, but there's those Mortimer Kisses like we talked about. Trying to just get all the damage as possible as they're chasing after Misha. Yuragi's sitting very low right now. Does have the Sunder, but not going to be able to get it off. As now they'll toss Nightfall over, chasing after Taiga. Got the shards. Nice force away, though. We'll be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. BZM and Amar trying to get out the snowball, rolling right towards him like an Indiana Jones film. But they still have not managed to catch him.
Yeah, Nightfall trying to get the wraparound, but doesn't really have a way to catch for his team. So he's just going to start farming over on the high ground anyway. And beautiful fight by EG there. That is on the back of the Aegis. Bit brave by OG to try and fight into EG right when Aegis was closing in on timing out. They brought it down quickly, but the fight that followed was difficult to say the least against this BKB timing over on Razor, BKB on the Ursa as well. So much was used to just burst the two of them initially there.
Yeah, Amar just timber chaining on through and just cutting them both down immediately. Oof.
Yeah. Also, they did a good job initially at kiting out the Ursa. They have double Force Staff on the side of OG. Both the Dark Will and the Clockwork have a Force Staff. This is something we see more and more against heroes like Ursa. It just solves them to a great degree. But Razor and Leshrac were allowed to do so much damage in that fight.
Kane Rune, the Abed getting ready to set up with the Split Earth, followed up with the Snowball. Misha jumping in, but not going to be able to save BZM. Despite his best efforts. They try to launch Abed up to the high ground. Don't quite manage to make it. Now Crit is in for some trouble here as Amar throwing out the shock. They still have the vision. The fall with the Bedlam from Taiga. It's going to be a kill on Crit, but the follow-up is here. As now Taiga will fall to Nightfall. And the Cookie Hop again. Abed, man, Abed's just super aggressive. He's got RTZ coming in too. Was looking to go try to land the Split Earth, but they do have the Force Staffs like we talked about. The Yules play over onto RTZ. They're hiding him quite well.
Yeah, this Snapfire Shard, by the way, it feels like it counteracts the Force Staffs to a degree, because you have longer range on the Cookie now, you fly so far. So he's using it to help people catch. Oh, gee, they want to fight this.
Yeah, Amar sees Fly, that little bit of the Cookie Hop away. Does probably need some assistance, though, as again, the Force. And Amar cleaning up everybody, just cutting through them. Follow-up, though, he's gone perhaps a bit too far because he will end up falling to Abed. Misha, though, with a nice touch. Oh, they'll take down Arteezy as now Yuragi joining the fight. The slow over onto Nightfall, plus that battery assault. Nightfall says, oh my god, yeah, I can't stay here and fight toe-to-toe. I'm going to have to BKB teleport out.
Always with a high five during the TP out as well. Nightfall just taunting them a little bit as they do not have a way to solve him BKB TPing yet. But he TP'd out, that means bottom can now be pushed. The meta is still up for a good duration here on Yuragi.
And that was a BKB charge. Oh, wow, even Yuragi is getting he picks up the Force Staff eventually towards that full Hurricane Pie. Crit, though, does get spotted by the supports over here on the side and BCM, so.
That's actually crazy. They have 4 Force Staffs at 26 minutes. Oh no. Arteezy is gonna have so many times that he's gonna try and catch someone and they will just get pushed away from him. This is looking to be a frustrating game. His basher cannot come soon enough. The issue is, though, even if you bash on your connection, someone else is probably gonna force the target away.
Yeah, the saddest of bears over here. Does have a blink to try to close the gap, but like you said, you know, you've got all these Force Staffs, and if one person isn't able to do it, there's gonna be another person on the team who'll be able to supply it.
Yeah, but fortunately for him, his teammates are also doing quite well in terms of farm departments. The Racer is scaling up quite a bit. Nightfall has the BKB, Halberd, Plate Mail, going for a Shiva's next. And then he wants to go back for the Refresher. God, I remember the every single game Refresher, BKB Racer. But yeah, we're gonna have it in this game as well, it seems. If he gets his way.
EG is smoked up, and they're looking to make an invasion into the jungle. A little bit of a rocket flare tossed out, trying to get any information. It is Taiga who's standing over by the ramp, so they go up. It's most likely him who they're going to be finding first.
Yeah, they saw him, they just couldn't really catch him from all the way over there. He is backing out in good time, and they are drawing, they're scanning. OG are on point with where EG are playing right now because of bottom. They even highlighted bottom, like Taiga was drawing on the map there, indicating that if this is not farmed, something is afoot. Like if the creeps are hitting all the way to a tier 3 tower, that means EG are making a move.
Well, there's about 15 seconds left before this Roche respawns, and that's definitely the next objective on the side of Evil Geniuses with the way that they position themselves. But it also seems like OG, they're very aware of this, considering that they are staying tight on the side of the river, not venturing off too far from the Roshan.
Yeah, seems like they are they're certainly going to stick around there. Just waiting, and we'll see when RTC decides to make the move over.
They smoke up on the side of OG. They immediately want to punish them As Fly just gets... Okay, there was a Fly there. He's not going to be available for this fight now as Evil Genius is forced to try to run away. Nightfall trying to slow them down a little bit. Crit getting drawn back over to the side. Too much damage coming out from Amar. The Chakram cleans them up, followed up now. Abed, he's going to be forced to run, but they have the Yules. This is not an easy way to get out as they'll just... Yeah, they burst him out.
Yeah, this is some very good initiation. They just fly in immediately with a clockwork, get the first burst, and from there on the fight is quite easy for them. If there's not going to be any Snapfire, she can't be around to save people with a Fire Snap shard. So yeah, they put themselves in a good spot. RTC tried to join the fight, but it was too late. They already were in a bad spot.
Nice hook shot over onto Nightfall. We'll throw the power cogs out. Chakram getting tossed too. RTZ though trying to get the position, but it's so hard to pin down Amar at this point. We'll drain a little bit of the damage. Nightfall chasing after Amar. They have to land these Mortimer kisses. He'll turn back around. Has the Yules pushing the limits on this particular hero. He's still alive as now RTZ coming around the side. Pops the BKB. Looking to see if he can get his hands on Amar. Amar trying to juke, trying to break the end skills, but they'll finally be able to take him down. As now Fly on the back, and Taiga's here, so is Misha. They'll end up taking down Taiga. BZM, though, will be able to get the cleanup kill.
That was really nice by RTC to just ignore the, what's right in front of you, and instead go for the deeper, better target there. Finding Timbersaw, getting that solo kill, absolutely huge for him. So he gets quite a bit of gold for that too, over for himself and his team, 490 and 446, so plenty of gold going over. But yeah, you can see already this game is turning out to be very difficult. Yules?
Yules and... Oh, okay, all right, we got another Yules waiting patiently, but their patience is rewarded.
Beautiful. He knew there was going to be the counter Yules immediately after his first Yules, so Abed fakes out the stun, lands the stun on the enemy Yules instead. Good mind games there by Abed. Good presence of mind.
30 minutes into the game, we've got a 3k lead over to the side of OG. They still have the Aegis over on Yuragi.
Yeah, they have the Aegis, but it doesn't feel like he is the one they want to play around that heavily yet. They need to try and get everyone involved. They need the Void Spirit. They can't make a move without him right now. So just gonna wait for the respawn probably before we see OG make a move. I love the decision we're seeing by Abed, by the way. He's finishing up Aghanim Scepter over on his Leshrac. So, he's actually now changed his mind. This is also a very strong item here. So the Hex is going to help with the Void Spirit and the Timbersaw quite a lot. And possibly deny some Sunders to go out as well, which could be massive.
Yeah, I feel like control is a very important part of playing against OG's lineup with what they have. They're very, very mobile. You've got, the hook shot on the clock. You've got this Timber who can just easily Timber chain away. The Void Spirit with the step. Honestly, any of these heroes, right? Like, the more lockdown you have, the easier these fights go. So definitely like to see that pickup. We've got the Basher online for Arteezy.
Yeah, Basher, and he's going for a Nullifier as well. When you're against 2 Yule Scepters and 4 Force Staffs, it's a pretty damn good Nullifier game.
Crit's gonna present himself. Scatterblast toss back though, and it looks like we'll end up losing Tusk. Fly using that cookie to vacate the area as fast as possible. We saw how fast that he could get shredded. In fact, Amar posturing pretty aggressively.
Yeah, he's certainly getting in their head a little bit, just playing aggressively and showing that he can go top. They're trying to catch Nightfall. He does have the BKB TP out though, so very tricky kill for them. I think he's just gonna click his spells here, get out. He's safe.
Yeah, they didn't have the hook shot for another 10 seconds, and Misha a little bit low on that mana too, but...
Yeah, he recognized that he could play as aggressively as he wanted after the catch on mid lane. But even though EG are behind for now, it feels like they're still building up to be really, really hitting a strong timing soon when the refresher comes up. Oh, Fly.
There's the hook shot from downtown, and that's a dead Fly.
Yeah, Timber looking for more. Amar not gonna find anyone just yet. Now with the Halberd, double E-Blade, double Yules, ton of Force Staffs. It's like they have 10 items, I think, to counter out RTZ in this game. It feels like they're really hard countering. Then again, should be said that the 4 staffs are amazing against Razor as well to just break the static link and get out of the damage of the Eye of the Storm, of course. But EG, I wanted to say, they're building up towards a really strong timing. Once this refresher comes online here for Razor, he's going to be massive.
Top tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Feels like they want to try to fight this. As they'll find an opening over onto BZM. Gonna see if they can burst him down, but they do, of course, have that Yules coming into play. BKB popped over onto Arteezy. He'll take down BZM, but Yuragi again kiting just so nicely. They do jump onto the back line. Look at Misha. Nightfall with the BKB is just running at them, trying to close the gap. We'll be able to try to drain a little bit here from Amar. Yuragi, heavens halberded. He's gonna go back into the fight. They clean up Taiga. The other side. And Crit, they want to finish off Yuragi. They have the BKB over on Nightfall. He's chasing after him again. These Heaven's Halberds coming in clutch. They just need a little bit more damage. Yuragi is just ticking down and time's out. They'll end up getting the kill. And now Amar running for his life. The snowball coming after him. Not able to quite match finish up. He decides he wants to stand and fight, but he is going to get bashed up. So Abed collecting the kill. Very excellent timing coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses to recognize that now is the time to strike, now's the time to put the pressure on Yuragi.
Yeah, they knew the Aegis was gonna time out soon, so it's a good time to initiate the engagement, but that engagement worked out so well for them due to some mishaps on the side of OG as well. Misha just tried to go in as his clockwork and try and help. He just melted next to Leshrac and the Racer, died without anything, and after 2 heroes getting bursted that quickly, I'm surprised they decided to take the fight. Here you see, of course, when they go and initiate, it's a good double Yules here, and Leshrac calmly lands the stun. But look at Clock. He disappears immediately. And after this, they could have tried to disengage. In the game, though, we see Leshrac being gone on a little bit, but I think it's going to be fine. Looks like they were setting up to make an attempted burst on him there.
Yeah, they didn't feel super confident, I think, because they weren't quite sure where the rest of the team was. They don't have the vision, so...
Yeah, they were nearby. A big thing for OG right now, though, is that they are playing without BKB on Terrorblade.
Oh my god! Well, bye, Taiga.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
has
plants a
fallen.
ward, jumps in. Fast bursts. Don't think they're gonna threaten high ground, but they're drawing on the map. They want to take over this entire bottom area right now. There are tier 1 and tier 2 towers to be collected here. And like I was saying, right now I think OG, they need to finish up this BKB. You played until now without BKB, going for the Daedalus even on Terrorblade, but in the last fight he really could have used one. He could have BKB TP'd out, or he could commit it and perhaps taken a favorable fight for them.
Full nullifier completed for Arteezy. This bear is definitely headed towards some very powerful spikes.
Yeah, he's going for the Abyssal next as well. He wants to have even more Lockdown. Lockdown is the name of the game here against Void Spirit, against Timbersaw, and even against the Terrorblade as well, again to deny that Sunder going off.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I think EG are starting to get a little bit more confident now, as they were pretty much on the back foot the entirety of this game. Apart from like early laning stage, they had good farm, but OG have been controlling the game until now, and it feels like EG now open up the map a bit more.
We talked about how, you know, some of the players over on Entity are former creep waivers, and Amar is still having that that little bit of what do you want to call it? Respect for the fact he came from Creep Wave.
Yeah, he has it in his sponsor tag. Yeah, never forget your roots, I guess. Important for these players.
I remember I didn't know much about him when he first came onto the scene, and I was just told, watch out for his Mars. He's so aggressive, but it gets to the point that he's so aggressive that every time it's off cooldown, the second that enemies see him running into their lane, they all just leave. They're like, yep, we know what's coming. Just run away from Amar right now.
Dire's top tower is under
He certainly, I think he also single-handedly, look at this, defining
Misha has a
English.
jetpack. Misha has himself an Abed, but again, those BKBs, Abed's just going to teleport out, doesn't want to stand here and fight, as the rest of Evil Geniuses will attempt to just flee. But they do find the pick off over here on Fly, the drag back the E-Blade, and he just pops.
He has some insane range for catching on BCM. He has that Octarine on his Void Spirit as well, so added cast range, as well as the cooldown from the Quickening Charm, so he can cast his spells on a really low CD here. And he went for Astral Step's CDR talent, so he has some high mobility.
Roche respawning right at the opportune moment here for the side of OG. Throwing out some shards, trying to get some vision, trying to see if they maybe can get a snipe, but not going to be able to quite do it.
They still haven't taken Aegis. They can't
are they
reach
going to
it.
figure out what's happening?
He was held out by the shards there. He couldn't actually get close enough. But of course, EG, they weren't getting there. It's always an awkward moment when the Aegis is right in front of you and you can't take it though. He was trying to get close enough.
You saw how nervous Yuragi was. He popped that BKB, just like, oh no, like the shards are in. Are they going to try to jump in? Like,
yeah, better safe than sorry on that. I mean, most likely you're just going to be farming for a little bit right after you take Roche anyway, and then make a move when Aegis has been around for a bit. EG though, they want to try and fight. I think it's because they must have seen that BKB usage there and feel like they have an opening. Oh, there's a Havoc Hammer chilling in the Ancient, by the way, and the Dire Ancients. There's actually a little Havoc Hammer that was missed. It's right under the trees. Very sneaky.
Sheepstick is completed now for Abed, so even more locked, and we saw how useful that Heaven's Halberd was earlier. Now with the Sheepstick, going to make it a bit easier for the side of Evil Geniuses to get these locked down, find these openings, and not allow them to just Timber Chain, hook, or whatever out.
Yeah, for sure. Mid, Yule setup. Just trying to poke the bear a little bit. It's a dangerous thing to do, though.
The rest of the team is nearby. If they decide to get too aggressive, Shiva's gonna get popped.
This Razor is so tanky now as well. With Halberd, with Trickster Cloak, and with Shiva's, as well as his double BKB, of course. He's gonna be so difficult to bring down. And there's no MKB on the side of Terrorblade as well, so even his right clicks will struggle to kill Razor.
Vision game is going over towards the side of Evil Geniuses. They did opt to pick up a Geometry site. They got that on crit. And so EG being able to place a lot of just nice wards and be able to deward anything that OG puts down as they try to climb across this map together slowly.
Yeah, just a positional game right now as OG realize the bottom part of the map can be difficult for them to access anymore, but that means they're just gonna try and go to the undefended territory, go towards top, get farm wherever they can. And Tier 2 Tower top is taking a lot of damage right now.
Okay, we've got the MKB completed for Terrorblade. They've handed over the Refresher Shard to him too. Looks like they're looking to find themselves a skirmish.
Yeah, his job is to kill Razor next fight. He wants to kill Razor, or if any other core, of course, gets close enough, then he'll take it, but he's the only one who can solve the Razor problem. And the MKB allows him to do so quite well.
Evil Geniuses, though, already shifting their way towards the other side of the map. Nice read. Trying to also, you know, push out this top area as it was pushed in previously.
I just realized that I could swear that he died one time before, but it was just close, I guess. Nightfall still has not died a single time this game. 42 minutes in.
It's extremely impressive. OG, they've drawn the line. They know where they want to go.
Yeah, they also have the Hex on the Timbersaw already. The Hex and E-Blade on him. He's got some good lockdown. But again, EG are just dodging. They're backing out. Both teams are very careful about how they take the next team fight here. Of course, EG, they want to wait out the Aegis. Don't give a free fight into the Aegis outside the map.
I mean, it's so difficult because of the fact that they do have the gem on the side of Evil Geniuses, so they're able to tear down any vision. So yes, they're going for these smoke plays. They're sending out Misha with the jetpack and trying to get out as much information. But it's just hard for them to get these pickoffs in these finds.
Oh, Clock is going to initiate.
They will be able to find themselves Nightfall, use the Terrorize, hold plays here. They've got the Chalk up. They should be able to just burst them down instantly. So that is his death here. Now can they grab crit in time? Yes, they can. They've got vision over here on the side. Trap from plus the E-Blade, plus all the damage. He is obliterated as the rest of Evil Geniuses clamber back into their base for safety.
Well, Yuragi had a job. He had to kill the Racer, and he did so very fast.
He did indeed. The jump in over onto BZM, though. He is going to get blown up. Popping the BKB, the Mortimer kisses, raining Hellfire down.
Beautiful by Arteezy there. Fast Abyssal along with the Nullifier as well. Bringing down the Void Spirit really fast. He didn't even get a chance to use his cheese or anything. Just changed down dead immediately. Bit unfortunate for them that they used the Tusk buyback. I think they could have probably been fine seeing that Void Spirit died that fast. But who could expect him to just burst that quickly right there?
Aegis does end up getting reclaimed, so OG will back off again. You see the Refresher Shard placed into Terrorblade's actual inventory, and he's got his eyes on a Reaver as the next step in his plans.
Yeah, he has Satanic coming out. He's got the components. He just needs to buy Satanic or buy the Reaver and then complete it. So he'll have a bit of sustain as well, lifesteal to get back HP, and a nice way to dispel himself as well here. And
I'm curious
this
to see
game
who's
has,
gonna start next.
yeah, I think that's what I was gonna say too. This game has gone to the point where initiation dictates everything. Whoever gets the better vision and jump on the other team will win that fight, because both of them are so strong. The difference is nothing right now. We have a complete difference of 500 gold. So EG are 500 gold ahead of OG, but that is it. Both teams are well within their strengths to kill the other cores if they see them.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He managed to kill off the courier, and whilst he's going on Nightfall, he's got himself a full refresher orb, so go for a... He picked up something else, I thought. No? I thought the blink. Yeah, the blink. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, guys. It's like almost 8 a.m. over here. Brain's starting to get a little fuzzy. There it is, though. They're getting into position. Throwing out the remnant, seeing if they can grab anyone. Throwing out the shards. Immediately crit, though. Gets turned into a pig. He's gonna try to save him with the cookie. Misha's pretty deep here, but he's still gonna be able to survive. BKB is getting popped on multiple sides, but Yuragi on the backside. Arteezy just jumps on him, immediately murders him, and now the chase is going on after Amar. He's not gonna be able to timber chain out of this. Not when he's turned into a little piggy. Taiga will get just hit with the split earth. A very surgical hit coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses. They're still hunting for BZM. Don't think they're gonna be able to quite grab him in time. I don't think they have that vision, or else Abed would have hit him with the Yule, so... Very
Arteezy
nicely done.
Not only saves Razor by jumping in on the Terrorblade there, he actually just gets the kill immediately over on the Terrorblade. I did not expect him to die that fast, and I think the same is true for OG. Nobody was dedicated to trying to protect the Terrorblade from dying, but he gets blown up before he can use his Sunder or his Hurricane Pike here. Look at this jump here as the Ursa goes in to save his Razor here at the start of the fight and just gets the kill on him on his own.
His positioning there, very patient, waiting for that opportune moment.
Yeah, they're pushing high ground now. There are buybacks available. Nice chase down there as well, as you saw in the replay. Void Spirit trying to buy some time here. Going in and just doing damage. Has to be very careful. He has Lincolns to protect him.
And Arteezy's feeling very powerful right now with the lead pretty far back.
One lane is probably all they're gonna get. They're gonna back out on the side of EG. Getting themselves nice advantage there, but not forcing out any form of buyback reaction from OG. So they're still well within the game on OG, but that cannot be allowed to happen for them. They need to protect Terrorblade. He cannot be burst without anyone force staffing or saving him there. Even against Nullifier, force staff will force you a tiny bit. And a nice trick, by the way, is that Nullifier does not stop Hurricane Pike. So Yuragi can still try and Hurricane Pike away by pushing someone else. Then Nullifier does not stop you.
I wonder what the reasoning is behind that.
Why
that particularly works.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
That is just how it is, as they get a draw over onto Crit. But the follow-up here, Arteezy's here. Is chasing after Obs around the back line. Nightfall chasing over here onto Misha, over onto Yuragi. Yuragi going to survive, but Misha looks like he's going to fall. And now the kiting is real over onto this Ursa. Arteezy has to be careful. Doing doing a decent amount of damage to him, and they are kiting, and there's going to be the snowball save coming out. They'll end up losing Taiga. Roll forward over onto one of the illusions, still protecting Abed, keeping him alive, but BZM seeing an opening. Potentially trying to pop over to Abed. Good cookie save though, as Amar over on the back lines. They do get the kill on Amar. Jumping onto the back, but Arteezy, he's taking too much damage. It's a beautiful terrorize that forces him away, allows the kiting. They'll buy back on Arteezy though. Lots of buybacks during that fight.
Yeah, perhaps a bit premature buyback, but not really, because Roche is gonna respawn here, and he knows if he buys back, they can keep contesting this Roche. If he doesn't, it's gonna fall to the way of OG, so he's not gonna be there in time to get a fight on his back buyback, but he does want to stay in the area. That was actually, yeah, the Terrorblade's now ready again with new meta. Ready to fight once more. Yeah, here we see the replay. At the start of that fight, there was a nice catch by Clockwork, getting two heroes into the cog, both Razor and Lesh being held in place, allowing the Terrorblade to get a lot of time just right-clicking. So even though he gets caught by doing so himself on Clockwork, that was an important move.
Nightfall?
Oh, the teams are going.
Nightfall is very far forward here, but they just force away. They're going to put out some of that kiting damage like we talked about as he goes for the refresher. Another BKB, but this Scotty damage, oh my gosh, he just pop. And then they're gonna buy back Abed, looking for the opening crit, finding this opening over onto Misha. CRTZ trying to just get into these fights. Doesn't end up getting kited. Amar, though, is just left behind, so he is going to die. That was a buyback early. This is a very big fight with big potential here, as now BZM trying to run away, trying to get out fast enough. Looks like he might be able to escape with the force out coming out now from Abed, who's looking for the opening. Not going to be able to quite close the gap. They've lost Amar. They don't have Misha. There is a Roche available.
Yeah, and
Looks
immediately
like that's where they're headed.
Terrorblade is sending out. He wants to buy a refresher. He wants to get his meta back so they can actually fight. I don't think that they're going to be able to fight on the Roche pit, though, as they have two dead. This is going to be a free Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Aghanim Scepter as well over on the side of EG, so plenty of goodies to take for him here. Arteezy is playing without buyback, so he's going to be the one to take the Aegis right now.
He's got a full Octarine core.
Yeah, he got Octarine core sniped on the Courier before, but I love this build from him. He gets to blink in more often and use the Nullifier and Abyssal, which is really your timing for Ursa. Whenever Blink Abyssal is ready, he's getting a kill.
Abed
Timber
try
for
to finish
50.
off these racks in the mid. CRTZ putting pressure on the top. Abed's actually giving a couple clicks over here to these tier 4s. BZM doesn't seem happy about it. And yeah, they make the decision to go for the tier 4s. Realizing they have an opening. E-Blade getting tossed out here. Lotus being placed over onto Arteezy. The fortifications coming out. Still does have that Aegis.
Clock goes
Hook
in.
shot coming in from Misha. Force staff out though, and now over on the side, there's going to be the drain coming out from Nightfall. The punch, the roll going forward over onto Misha. They'll be able to finish him off with the Mortimer Kisses. Need the buyback now from BZM. They're just focusing down these buildings though, Waga. They've got their eyes on the prize. We'll have this Timbersaw up in a moment, but now Yuragi, he's just staying into play. He can't move, he can't do anything. They're just putting down the damage to get terrorized. It's enough. The Sunder play comes out. TZ turning his attention now over to BZM. Be able to try to jump. They want Yuragi. They want this kill. The cookie hop forward. They'll be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. But now there it is. The punch. They'll finish him off. And now they'll chase after Amar. The damage is real coming out from Evil Geniuses. The Aegis does get popped, but it's already done. The GG gets called.
What an absolutely wild game one there. EG finally takes down OG in this game. That was a hard battle all the way. Two very evenly matched teams. Some smiles over on the faces here as EG, they do take a hard-fought game. Arteezy gets to play on one of his signature heroes, the Ursa, as well. He had some massive impact towards the later stages there. Those pickoffs, the one solo kill he got on Terrorblade completely caught me off guard that he would actually be able to kill him there. I saw him jump in, but I didn't expect him to bring him down. And yeah, they just got more and more in control the longer the game went. It felt like there were too many things that the Terrorblade had to fix on his own, if that makes sense. Terrorblade had to deal with Razor because nobody else can stop a BKB refresher Razor from running in. He doesn't take any damage from anyone else on his team. And at the same time, though, this Ursa, once he has BKB and blinks in as well, Terrorblade kind of has to stop him. So think TB just got a little bit overwhelmed here, and overall EG performed some really good team fighting.
See some of these fights here in the highlights. And there were times where it definitely felt like it could go either way. Having that Scotty on Uragi doing so much and being able to kite, but a lot of really good just itemization choices coming out from the side of EG, and also just you know, positioning. It went back and forth so often. It was very tight for a good portion of the game, it felt.
Yeah, it certainly was. It could have gone either way, it felt like, for quite a while, but as we were getting later and later into the game, this was the fight that I think was the really crucial one. Here they get 2 pickoffs, and then we see OG start to try and run away, but they turn around and try to take the fight here. I think if they just force-staffed away with Hurricane Pike, TB could easily have disengaged here, but they go in, take the fight when Aegis is timing out without their team around. I think that's when OG kind of dropped the ball to me in this game.
After that, they just identified that they had this opening. There was no longer an Aegis, and just continued to run over at the side of OG.
Yeah, no, that was like a clean fight too. I don't think they lost a single hero throughout that entire engagement. There were so many buybacks throughout this game, so it's kind of hard to keep track on how many people died in different fights here. But
this is, I think, the part where, yeah, Arteezy jumps onto the backline onto Uragi, and I don't think they, well, you know, even us, I don't think we expected to see him just get blown up that quickly, and neither did OG.
No, I thought that Terrorblade would honestly be more survivable against him there, but it is that level 25 talent on the Ursa, getting 3 extra charges on the overpower, so that is a lot of attacks going up, and once those Furious Wipes get going, they really tear into you, no matter if you have 33 base armor like Terrorblade does.
I thought for sure that Nightfall was going to tick down, but does end up surviving. That's the final GG. Who would you say is your MVP of this match, Waga?
I'll probably give it to Nightfall. He had such a clean game. For the majority of the game, he didn't die a single time. When he died, his deaths were, you know, generally in the later team fights where he had buyback ready and was able to join anyway. So the fact that for the first, 40 minutes of the game, he didn't die a single time, I think that's pretty outstanding against this high kill potential OG lineup. But this was definitely a battle where everyone had to do their part. You can't just rely on one player, because these team fights were hectic.
Oh yes, they were absolutely hectic. There were so many different spells flying left and right. The split also, you know, Misha also, you know, he put his body right front and center, like was usually the main initiator, and did get some nice pickoffs, but Evil Geniuses were able to kind of just navigate around those cogs a lot of the time and just immediately collapse. And we talk about that a lot when we're watching these professional teams, is just how lightning fast they can just respond to things. But yeah, over here, looks like Nightfall only died twice the entire time, 20 assists, 8 kills. We saw the benefit of the, you know, Heaven's Halberd happening multiple times, the refresher coming in at a very nice timing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking pretty unkillable. He was not necessarily the one doing the most damage. That was, in fact, Arteezy, who dished out so much with his blinks onto people. Once he had that Abyssal, he really started taking names, and I think he was probably my second mention here, but Nightfall, he had such a strong showing in this Razor game. It looks very calculated from him, and overall, not many misplays in his positioning.
Yeah, definitely one of those standout players over on the side of Evil Geniuses. If Nightfall has himself a good lane, things generally tend to fall into place for them. Whereas if he struggles, definitely, you know, makes it a bit harder for them to get that footing sometimes. But yeah, definitely performed the way that EG was hoping that he would, and very, very valuable throughout this entire match.
Yeah, that was a very hype game one. I can't wait to see what these teams have in store for us, as there's still one more game to go, but I'm not sure. Do you think that EG will take it back, or do you think that, or OG will take it back? Do you think that EG will get a 2-0 here, Moxie?
I don't know. I feel like EG is on absolute fire today. They have already gone 4-0 in their series. Going to add another one onto the pile, but we will have to find out if they're able to do a clean sweep here. But we are going to take a short break, so go grab your drink, go grab some snacks, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone, to the A stream here for the TI-11 group stage. We've got one more game here between Evil Geniuses versus OG. Evil Geniuses, they are on an absolute tear. Waga, I've been awake for over 24 hours at this point, and I'm still so excited to see if they're going to be able to, bring back the NA Dota, feeling, CRTs, hit the stride, or if OG is going to be able to bounce back. What do you think?
I think with how EG are looking right now, this looks like their day. I think that they're going to take this 2-0. I just have a feeling that they're in good shape. They're in, the right form, and they played really good Dota in the last game. Very controlled overall, but still they identified situations when they could take fights that looked a little bit risky at first. Meanwhile, on OG, I think they had moments where they made mistakes, and however small, they were punished in a great way. So OG, they need to probably think a little bit more. I mean, for me, the highlight for our highlight loops for their mistakes was that they took some fight where they could have disengaged and already lost people. So you need to be careful about not chain feeding into EG if they're on the hunt.
Is there any particular type of strat or hero that you'd like to see come out for the side of OG? Because we did get to see the Amar Timber, which looked very powerful. We watched him absolutely shred heroes earlier on in that early to mid game. But wasn't quite enough with the coordination with the rest of the team. And also, Iraqi just had a really rough time trying to shut down that Razor. What would you like to see this time from the side of OG?
I mean, I'm always down for seeing a little bit more Invoker action. We have BZM here. Why not get all the Invoker players to play it in one day here as well? He performed, of course, on his Void Spirit that really enjoys to play, but BCM plays a very aggressive Invoker that likes to take part of a lot of fights early on, which is always exciting to watch. And I think the skirmishes were so good in the last game. I just want to see these teams fight more.
All right, well, it looks like teams are getting ready.
Yeah.
And we should have a draft very, very soon. I like how we're just zoomed in on Crit over here, looking very pensive.
Yeah. Fly was saying that they, as they were getting ready, some of the players weren't there yet in the lobby. Apparently they, I think it was Nightwolf forgot his badge, so he didn't have his badge on the way back in, but they solved it. He got back in the playing area.
Good that you know that security is good and tight. Protect our players over here. Let them focus up. This is, after all, the international, the biggest stakes on the line. And unlike former group stages, this is an elimination group stage. We will be saying goodbye to 2 teams during the course of this.
Yeah, and as we're here watching these teams, it just feels in my mind like there's no way that either EG or OG are going to be like one of those 2 teams in EG. They're definitely looking out to make a great statement on the first game or first day of playing here. They took a 2-0 earlier against Sonics. They took a 2-0 against LGD, and here they are playing against OG and 1 game up already.
My favorite is like, you're in a whole bunch of Discords, right? People are talking about the games, and in one of the Discords, I just see, in what universe does EG 2-0 PSG LGD? It was a very big shock, I think, for a lot of people because, we've seen Evil Geniuses. They've had a lot of difficulties. We think about like the Stockholm Major, and they went home quite early. There was a lot of just, speculation like, oh, are they going to end up, disbanding? Are they going to end up changing players? And then they did end up picking up Fly. And it seems that having a very strong voice to do the captaining seems to be helping them out quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that's a big help. And while we talk a lot about EG, I also want to say that OG, going into this, they were also 2-0. They took down the Gaming Gladiators, and they won against Boom Esports 2-0. So if they can tie here against EG, we were going to have a tie for first place so far in the group stage. So they have all the reason to want to bring this back here.
Oh, big stompy boy. Primal Beast makes it through the draft this time. I think this is the first time we've been able to see this hero. Usually it's banned out fairly early along with the Marcy. So Marcy's been removed, the Nyx Assassin also having a lot of respect. We've seen an uptick on that hero recently. And we've talked about this in multiple games now where, you know, one hero looks very, very strong and then that team that won with the hero bans it, so we won't be seeing the Razor. It is banned by Evil Geniuses. But you get your wish. You get your wish, Waga.
I do. They must have heard me. I appreciate that. Thank you, OG. And honestly, I'm a little bit happy seeing Primal Beast as well. He has, like you said, been banned the entire day, at least for the games that you and I have been following. So I'm okay to watch him a little bit now as well. I know he has made appearances on the other streams and perhaps here on the A stream as well before we joined here. But I'm kind of happy to see a game of Primal Beast again. I'm not done with this here. Let's keep seeing him smashing stuff.
I was laughing too because there was a post, and I forget which team that was going up against Tundra. But it was the Primal Beast mid, and it was the 9 Tusk over the mid lane, and it was just like one of those things like, wait, which heroes went mid? Seeing some very interesting heroes kind of moving around the board and on the map, and that is one thing that I have really enjoyed about Dota with the most recent patches is the flexibility of these heroes and how you're able to play them in just, you know, multiple positions, keeping your enemies guessing.
Yeah, we see EG here coming out with the Broodmother as the second pick, reacting to the Invoker and the Dark Willow. Hero that has made her nasty appearance in quite a few of our games. I mean, I've seen so much Primal Beast, and I say I still want to see more of him. I have seen hardly any Broodmother, to be honest, and I'm already like, please. I have too much trauma when it comes to Brood, but Brood early on reveal here. Gives at least some information for our OG how they want to lane against it, but I think Broodmother is strong enough right now that she can be picked this early on. Her win rate overall has been great in high-level pubs, in pro-level pub games. She has been dominating a lot, and also in competitive games. We just see her have big impact even when she's revealed early.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, is that, you know, it feels like a very early Broodmother pick. It still allows for quite a few heroes or counters to be addressed. The most common one that we've seen, we saw a Legion Commander picked up at one point. Matumba Man was playing it, did not have great success with it. But we've also seen, I believe, Collapse picked up the Mars against the Broodmother and was very, very successful. So
yeah, I also think a hero that could be picked against Broodmother that would do rather well would be the Ursa. Actually, we saw Ursa in last game. I think that hero can also be very good at countering out the Broodmother because she's different to counter now, right? The liquid approach with the Legion Commander, yeah, it's good against the Spider Babies. You can nuke them. But winning against Brood is about winning the lane against her, in my opinion. If you have a good start to the game, or rather, if Brood has a bad start to the game, then it's very hard for her to make a comeback into it. And heroes like Ursa, who could just bully her a bit in the laning stage, are hard to come by.
Alright, the Snapfire does get picked up for the side of OG. We saw how potent that hero can be, and having those cookie saves is always very, very nice. Team fight also excellent. A lot of range coming out from the side of OG. I wouldn't be surprised to see some big tanky boys coming out soon in their draft going forward.
Yeah, they also have a big threat that they could be picking up Void now. Faceless Void is probably on EG's mind a bit, because when you see Invoker and you see Snapfire, and even Dark Willow with the possibility of Terrorize after Chronosphere, there's so much synergy here. It feels like that hero might be priority. EG go back for the Undying, who's somehow made his way all the way to the second pick phase here. And they pick up the Hoodwink as well.
It's an interesting draft coming out from the side of Evil Geniuses right now.
Yeah, it's looking a bit all over the place, but a lot of these heroes are, you know, simply just so strong in this patch. It feels like they're picking all the good stuff. I hope that these heroes will be able to function well together enough. Because for me, I'm looking at the 4 heroes EG has, and it's not the easiest to say that they synergize that well. but they are all really strong heroes currently. Whereas OG's approach, not necessarily the highest rated heroes, but I see more easy situations to play these abilities into each other. Not to say that EG have no synergy, but it's a bit more complicated to play it out. Broodmother usually wants to chill and kind of pressure on the side lane. Undying kind of enjoys, first of all, winning laning stage hard, and then he wants to go and take big team fights with his Tombstone. But at the same time, they can function to just control areas really well, and perhaps that's an important thing, because last game we saw Roshan being so crucial. EG's repeated takes on the Roshan were definitely a big part of their success.
All right, and we get the troll picked up now for the side of OG. It's going to give them some nice physical damage. It's going to give them that nice attack speed.
I think that's a great pick. I actually, looking at what EG are playing here, I think Troll fits great. He can be somewhat of a lane bully for a carry hero, and his attack speed will be great for killing off stuff like the Tombstone as well. And I think even just having the access to an easy slow, just throwing out the axis, can be a nice way to either catch people or mitigate like Primal Beast damage output during trample. I see a lot of utility in this Troll pick here.
Yeah, I was curious too, like how do you really lane against this Primal Beast, because it feels very, very strong recently, and then paired up with something like a Hoodwink who's going to be able to have, you know, lockdown, slows, things that Primal Beast really enjoys. What's the best way to play into this?
I'm not sure what's going to be the best way or how they want to approach it, but one weakness of Troll in this game could be that he can get kited. So usually we see Troll struggle with similar things that Ursa struggles with. Ursa solves it down the road when he gets his Abyssal and his Blink, but Troll usually doesn't really want to go for a Blink Dagger until very late into game. So maybe we're going to see heavy Force Staff usage again here, this time on the side of on EG.
It looks like, you know, it's really kind of funny because there was this whole meme, right, that it was like first pick Storm half the time for Abed every single game for EG, and now he's getting, you know, this nice priority where he, you know, gets to be towards the last bit. They don't have to worry about banning out the Storm. He's got a little bit more to work with. There is the option, of course, that you know, this Primal Beast can be put in a different position. I don't know how likely that is with Evil Geniuses. I would feel like it's most likely going in the offlane because that's what the trend is currently.
I mean, I think this looks quite likely to me, like they want to play a +2 Primal Beast, but they have options open to a degree here. But looks like it could be very well just Primal Beast going mid. Against Invoker should be a pretty easy lane with your massive damage. So we'll see what they want to ban out on the side of EG. What they're fearful of coming out from OG, of course. Amar giving himself the last pick here. Been banned out pretty heavily. His Timbersaw is gone. His Razor is gone. His Tide is gone. His Centaur and his Slardar. Slardar hero he enjoys a lot too.
There is still Amar's, which I think, Amar's Amar. There's still that option which functions, you know, could function very similar to something like a Chronosphere with the Cataclysm. Also gives you a solution with dealing with some of those spider babies when they eventually come online. Not, of course, you know, too effective early on because of the way that Brood is played, but...
Could see them pull back an old classic as well with like Underlord or something for Amar. But yeah, he seems happy still. All smiles on the side of OG there. So we see the player cams. He's waving his paper around. Let me see the strats. Show me the strats.
Yeah, he looks very happy. So it seems like OG's feeling confident this game. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, EG of course gonna have to reveal here. You're playing into a troll. Many carries that are super happy playing against the troll in the man fight scenario. Okay, so they picked the SF, a hero that can sit back a little bit, and the most immediate snap pick ever on the Mars after the SF. Yeah. So very classic stuff here from the side of OG. They have the the Mars with Dark Willow Fear combo and the Snapfire ulti combo. They just have great stuff to dump into it. And EG, I like the idea to go for SF here because anything that gets too close would probably struggle against the troll in a man fight.
Yeah, and it's an Arteezy Shadow Fiend. Like, thinking back in the day when Arteezy used to go mid to, like, he knows this hero inside and out. It feels like a very strange just mishmash when you look over at the side of Evil Genius's draft, right? You do have the Nightfall is confirmed he's going to be playing the Broodmother. It's going to be the position 2 Primal Beast like you thought, Waga, but there's a lot of just comfort picks coming out too. Crit on the Hoodwink. How do you feel about this draft? Who do you think has the edge here?
I think I would give the overall edge to OG, but I'm not sure about the mid matchup, how it goes. I haven't seen the Invoker versus Primal Beast, but in my head, that sounds like a very tough lane to play out. Also, SF is a very strong safe laner now. Against a melee hero like Mars, I think he can do rather well. So I'm gonna give a little bit of an edge over to EG here, just based on the hero matchups and laning stage. I think that can set the tone for the game.
Do you think it's gonna be like a snowbally effect over the side from one team or the other, or do you think this is gonna be pretty evenly matched up?
Yeah, I just think that EG, they might be able to get themselves in such a favorable position that it's hard for OG to come back. We've seen a few times as we head into the game here that if you have a strong laning stage, it can be difficult to recover from, especially earlier today. In some of the first matchups we had, we saw RNG with just, you know, very strong last hitting and then getting an easy mid game because of it. Both teams
Immediately meeting each other here in this mid lane. Looking to put the vision down.
Yeah, they get the wards planted immediately on OG and just charged in, and that made it difficult for Abed to drop a ward of his own. He still has one on the Primal Beast. He's gonna drop it in the end, over on the side for the top rune. But that wasn't where he was headed immediately, so I think he wanted to plant a ward, perhaps even on the enemy high ground. Not gonna get away with that though.
See over in the bottom portion of the map, Misha and Yuragi just kind of making their way over, making sure they don't get any other wards over here on the side, and will rejoin towards this spot. But there is, of course, multiple heroes of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Amar confident top, but not that confident. He's gonna back out in the end, but it looks like Taiga sneaking around gets the steal. So we're still gonna see a fair trade here, 2 for 2 runes. As Taiga made that little move around.
Again, have eyes over on this mid lane to watch Abed face off with the BZM Invoker. Just to see how it plays out, because again...
Yeah, so Exort Invoker, I think it's necessary here. A lot of the times, I think BCM loves playing his Quas Wex, but in this matchup, I can't imagine playing Quas Wex into Primal Beast. He doesn't need mana that badly. And if you don't have the Exort for damage, I think you just don't get to see us at all.
Bottom lane, Harass is going to be pretty strong on Nightfall. Already see just throwing out the axes, doing a decent amount. And top lane Amar though, sitting a little bit low, has to be careful. Yeah, needs to get maybe one more hit, and there it is. There's going to be the first blood. So we're seeing the power of that Shadow Fiend safe lane.
Yeah, that's slow. When the Shadow Ray stacks up, it is so easy to get caught out of position. It's not like Amar is a slouch on the off lane, but it is difficult to stay safe and still be able to get close enough to get farm. And Arteezy pulled back his creeps, connected them on the top again. Of course, the pull was made by Taiga meanwhile.
You can see this mid lane just every time, you know, Abed has this very powerful trample. Did end up taking a couple hits from that tower during that time. Top lane though, pressure being placed on Arteezy. Not quite being able to finish him off just yet. I think if he had a level 2, perhaps that's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, he could maybe have committed for more, but Arteezy is gonna be just fine sitting under the tower for now, but has to be worse. Mars getting close. Wrapping around though is flying.
Very much a comfort hero for Amar, so he knows this hero inside and out.
It's of course the same can be said. For both him and Invoker, but Invoker getting caught out a little bit here. BZM, trample.
Yeah, this feels a little scary here for him because he's not going to be able to rely on that tower. Can they get the? Nope. We'll have the fairy fire to keep Invoker alive, but feeling a little bit tight here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to find the idea to go into the river, but I think against Primal Beast, you want to be as far away from the river as possible. If you are far away from your towers, you are in grave danger against the trample.
Has been killed.
A little bit of a courier snipe here. Flying loses his courier.
Attempted charge in on the Invoker by Abed, but not going to be able to kill him here. He just gets the hold to stop him from trampling all over him.
Pretty smart play there. Looks like Abed is going to go for a bit of a dive. He's going to just duck behind, hang out in the trees for a moment. Does have Onslaught.
Yeah, he's
Goes
chasing
for the
actually.
Agar, the trample. That cold snap though is pretty potent as Abed looking like he might end
the
up
damage.
falling. Although Taiga with the return, nicely done. Will be able to keep BZM alive.
Yeah, and importantly, BZM has defeated Abed in a gauntlet challenge. So
Very
yeah, that is the
Top, bottom lane, these axes coming into play. Seeing a little bit more pressure being placed over onto Nightfall, but again, does have a salve, will be able to heal up, and Crit's immediate reaction with the bushwhack to slow down both the heroes on the side of OG and protect Nightfall is very timely indeed.
yeah. Misha is doing a good job trying to protect his troll from too much harassment here, but feels like they're not really winning this lane the way that I think they wanted to. Broodmother is still staying, even in CS, she even has more creeps to cash in on still, so technically ahead of the troll in farm. And I think they wanted this lane to go even better than it's going right now.
Some pressure, nice cookie hop from Misha though. Dodge away, turn back around over onto Nightfall.
Top tower.
Yeah.
is
Just
under attack.
constant just poking in this bottom lane without any full committal yet.
Top, a little bit of fighting going on for the neutral creeps here. And another courier loses its life. Taiga going with the snipe.
I don't think Flash should be allowed to have couriers at this point. They keep dying under. This is the second time he lost it.
An investigation here. Is he taking care of them properly?
Very important. Gotta make sure that your couriers are well taken care of.
First move coming down bottom. Doesn't even need
Oh,
it.
gosh.
They're gonna get a kill just on crit alone there. But they're still coming in with Abed as well in his Primal Beast. So Yuragi, you're in trouble.
Yes, this is looking very scary for him. The onslaught charging on in with the trample. And a nice bushwhack will keep the troll within the vicinity for Abed to get the kill. He's only sitting at level 5 right now. We haven't seen the full potential out just yet.
Yeah, he gets the kill. And that was also him not having boots ready yet as well, as he just got them delivered. Of course, with boots, his trample is going to do even more damage, more speed. He's going to go and take the bounty rune here as well on his way back. But for now, I think very happy with how mid lane went. I was expecting this Invoker to struggle more, but the overcommitment earlier has sort of allowed Invoker to take over mid. 26 and 11 against 23 and 7.
Do manage to grab up the Invis rune and top. Taiga now. There's the pulverize coming out from Abed. He's just gonna smack him around a little bit. And I don't think they have enough damage to finish him off, so we'll be able to just teleport away.
Just TP out, completely safe, no more disables. Cooldown was barely off by a few seconds there on Trample, where he could have gone that kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Bottom
attack.
lane, it seems like Broodmother is being left alone a little bit now, as Crit is making his move towards mid. Thinking maybe he can make a catch around Primal Beast, but he was scouted by a ward.
Taiga hanging out nearby, both of them having the vision over to the side. I'd be curious to see if they try to make a play on Nightfall, but with Crit already rotating in, I don't think they're going to go for it, especially with the way being shoved as it is.
It's hard to kill Broodmother when she's this far back under her own like webs and close to her tower. Even if they have 3 heroes around, it would be difficult to bring her back. You would need something like Disruptor to get the glimpse back for that play. So he's staying safe, and right now OG are just hanging around with a few heroes.
They're teleporting Abed down though. He's gonna charge forward over onto Yuragi. Gets the stomp off. As that up aura needs a little bit more damage. They've got the pulverize. Nice cancel though coming out from Misha with the cookie. He's not out of the woods just yet though. Yuragi does get slapped down by Abed. And now Misha running from Nightfall. They want this kill. They're not gonna give it up. A little bit of a scatter blast toss back, but not gonna matter. Ends up dying. Ends up losing Yuragi's courier too.
Attempted Sunstrike. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but he does do some damage to mid tower before Fly comes in here and protects. Good rotation there by Abed on his Primal Beast. It didn't get the best laning stage, but his rotations have been very fruitful so far.
And already you can see Misha teleporting to the mid lane. They realized that Abed is smoked up. They saw that the room did disappear. Do manage to find Taiga. There'll be the stomping around in circles from Abed. Those are some big boots.
So much damage with the face boots, and that's before he pops either uproar or double damage. He also has the DD rune, which would enable him to do even more this trample.
So I've seen a lot of just rotation and movement coming out from Abed on this Primal Beast. Been pretty quiet in the top lane though. Looks like Arteezy's enjoying this time farming. He's currently sitting at the top of the net worth.
Arteezy enjoying farming? I don't know. Seems kind of fishy to me. Is it really Arteezy? Yeah, of course, he's building towards that Dragonlance with Power Treads as his first item. Gonna go into a real right-click SF, and overall the farm has been going slightly better for EG here, as there's a minor advantage in laning stage. We have a pause, settings, and go. Ready immediately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Figuring
attack.
out the positioning of Abed. They're bringing many heroes over towards this side too. On the side of OG.
Yeah, they look like they want to fight. Now with Trample on cooldown, be a little bit careful on Abed. Might get caught out deep here.
Yeah, a little surprised about this. So they'll get the bushwhack off, and Yuragi just immediately dies. The onslaught out over past Misha, but now Fly is pretty deep over here. Nightfall though jumping in. Misha will end up becoming spiders. As the trample comes out again from Abed. In a good position. Amar does teleport in. He does have the arena. They want to try to go for that combination. Still only level 4 in the Dark Willow though for the time being.
Yeah, he wants to join for a fight on Amar because he's not having fantastic time on top lane against the SF, but not gonna get anything for TPing down here. Now has to run back top again, try and get something over there. But this is just going all EG kills so far, 8 kills to 1. I think OG need to catch
Fly's
SF.
got them eaten. This is a meaner, faster, scarier evil geniuses than what we have seen in the past.
Yeah, and they're making a lot of interesting moves too, like bringing the Broodmother over to mid lane there before she had even taken the bottom tier 1 tower. Usually we see people kind of follow just a script on Broodmother. You take the tower, then you take over the jungle, but he joined for that fight on mid lane before taking the tier 1 bottom. Cool to see that they're open to making these moves and not just set in their ways. Makes them a little bit unpredictable.
Well, I think that also is what's giving them the edge, is that, you know, the best teams set themselves this meta. They don't necessarily follow it, so.
This is what I love about Primal Beast. When you play it, it's just click your ulti on literally anything. You see a creep that you don't like, click your ulti on it. You want to farm a little bit faster? Ulti. Kill someone? Ulti. It's just such a low cooldown ability and so much damage.
Yeah, he's a big boy for sure. Oh, a nice little bushwhack over here to the side. Won't be able to land the sharpshooter, but they'll use the tombstone. Try to push them back. They want this tower on the side of Evil Geniuses. This will, of course, open up that Roche possibility. And it just feels like OG are unprepared to take this. In fact, they're gonna just end up letting it fall.
Yeah, Broodmother swings by as well to secure it, and they have the tombstone. So that's a little bit what we were talking about during the draft, that the tombstone as well as teaching something up. Very hard to fight under that area. And for now, I think OG, they need to be really on point with canceling the Primal Beast when he starts dealing damage to anyone, because he has been finding so many kills right now, and they have good tools to stop him. They have Cold Snap, they have Spear to try and disjoint him, and as well as the Cookie, so they need to try and be ready and perhaps set up some bait for Primal Beast.
Omar's starting to get a little bit more active now here on the map. He was spending a lot of time in that top lane trying to put the pressure on Arteezy, putting pressure on the tower, but haven't seen him really really get aggressive yet, which feels unusual for Omar, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, well, it's not super unusual, but he's just not having a fantastic laning stage in this game. Getting killed early on there by the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is a hard lane to go in recovery mode a little bit on his Mars. He wants to get some form of item aggression. Looks like he's gonna go for the Vladimirs first and then back for BKB is the plan. Bit of lifesteal would be very useful for one God's Rebuke on the spiders, you full HP. EG now trying to hold on to as much of the map as possible, so they're using their Hoodwink as well as the Primal Beast around top. They also have a ward, but this way they're controlling their own jungle as well as the bottom jungle. Using the Broodmother spiders right now, sending them out and just scouting the entire jungle. They see where Amara is, and it's very annoying to play against Broods when they start doing this.
Yeah, Nightfall making very good use of the space and choking out the side of OG, so they just don't have the room to farm. It's just a very spooky situation as BZM gets spotted. The Pulverize comes into play. See you later, BZM.
Yeah, gets caught. Quick combination there. Damn.
Nightfall.
Okay, Nightfall just moves in.
Thinking about going back in, potentially. Do get the brambles off. The rest of EG, though, making their way into this triangle area. The onslaught from Abed. Misha just getting chipped away by Nightfall.
And Abed is stealing. He's taking the entire stack here away. Amar wants to stay around, but it's too dangerous in the area.
Another nice bushwhack over onto Taiga. That Shadow Realm is going to wear off and not going to be able to get the Terrorize off either.
11-1. What was I saying about EG looking informed today? This is a fantastic start. Now with the DD rune, they could start just taking Roche here. I wonder if they're going to go straight for it. Looks like they do.
I mean, you know that OG doesn't want to let them have this, but I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with like a double damage Arteezy.
They have the meatball and the arena. Look for the Chaos Meteor.
Okay. All right, there it is. There's going to be, oh, a nice spear away. So Fly is going to die immediately. And over on the side, Arteezy trying to get off this ultimate. Will be able to find it, but they'll end up losing BZM during this. Now Misha is just getting chomped away by Nightfall. Crit trying to close the gap, gets another hit off. Just go for the high five. Nice brambles will be able to hold him into place, but they'll end up losing Misha. And the Bedlam also coming in. Again, this is Nightfall. This is a Broodmother. Very tanky. The onslaught tried to come out from Abed, but does end up getting caught in the brambles. There's just so much garbage all over the ground. It's hard for you to see. You have to really clue in here, but a couple nice races over to Yorgi. They need a little bit more, though. We'll be able to find it. The spear back coming out from Amar, but the click Sario coming out from Arteezy as they will clean it all up.
Man, what happened? How is EG this strong? They're absolutely just handling OG in this beautiful performance. They're vision in a good way. They're using the spiders to scout the high ground during the fight. Nightfall doing a great job with how he chased there. And this is just looking so beautiful. All of EG are like taking this lineup that looked initially like a little bit wonky, how you're going to make them work together, and just making it work. And here we see a replay, of course. SF going really low to Snapfire ulti, but manages to stay alive. And on the front line, they just turn it around. Nothing can kill Broodmother in this fight. I don't really know how they decide to take that fight without Troll joining, though. Back in the game again. Oh no, maybe Bramble?
I'm not feeling like this is feeling too. Yeah, they go. They mark Taiga.
He's fine.
The chase is on the
Stop
scurry.
looking, camera. Move away. He lived. He lived. He's okay.
Maybe in a different universe.
Top we see Uragi with that Battle Fury on his troll, gets a lot of spider kills. Maybe they can catch Brood, they need something.
Need something, but the follow-up here now from Arteezy. These clicks, they hurt. Uragi popping the ultimate. Gonna try to put off enough damage over onto Arteezy. Not gonna be able to get off the ultimate, so the Snapfire Kiss is doing work, but now it's looking very scary because that ultimate wears off, and there's too much damage on Nightfalls. Now Misha left behind, the spiders munching away, the hits coming out from Arteezy, and there's the connection over onto BZM. They'd like to finish off. They want this kill. They got the Hunter's Mark. They're trying to get the Terrorize off. Amar, though, finding it, will be able to go get the kill, clean up over onto Fly, who's dove a little bit too deep. They still have their attention over here on the Shadow Fiend. They'll go and they'll use the arena. They've got Bedlam, so that's more than enough damage, but in comes Abed with the BKB, with the stops, cleans up Taiga, chases after Amar. These fights are just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this is looking ridiculous. Right now, EG, they have two things that cannot be stopped. It's the Primal Beast is just so survivable and so tanky behind this BKB, and the Brood having a free reign over this game. Nightfall is putting on an absolute performance here on his Brood Monitor. Hasn't died a single time. Has the Wraith Pact as well as the Hood now, so I'm not even sure how you're supposed to burst him. And OG very much on the back foot now.
Alright. Oh, my goodness. They found themselves Uragi again, but they are seeing the TPs immediately come down. It's going to get cancelled, but it's enough to spook them.
Yeah, and they have so much damage between just the two of them. Between Primal Beast and Hoodwink, they can burst anyone really quick.
Yeah, and that was one thing that I did mention during the draft. When we weren't sure where this Primal Beast was going, it did seem like a Hoodwink and a Primal Beast together with the lockdown and the slows could be very devastating. And even though they didn't line together, we are seeing how potent that combo can be. But Nightfall really kind of stealing the show, honestly, this game.
Yeah, he's absolutely huge, and now has the full pipe as well. So he's going in, scouting. He already sent spiders to scout first, so he saw that they were here. Going in now.
Managed to clean up over all the spider babies, but Nightfall does not care. He's gonna make some more.
Yeah, truly a horrible mother, actually, the Brood Mother. How many must suffer?
Look, okay, this is one of those situations where, you know, nature... You have to have a lot of babies because you know that a lot of them aren't gonna make it to the ripe old age that you'd like them to. Oh boy, oh Uragi, here comes Abed. Picks him up with the pulverize. They need to put enough damage off so that way he cannot get the ultimate off. And Knight will be able to find it. Sharpshooter coming into play though now. Curse Crown also going to get used over onto Abed. He uses the BKB as Misha makes his rotation. Does just buy that Blink Dagger. He's going to stomp away from the Brambles. Arteezy though with a nice ultimate. The Fear coming into play. Clicks over onto BZM. Gets the kill. Trample runs in. Abed, he wants his kill on Taiga. Man, EG is just running away with this game right now. Look at this. Misha trying to get into his own base. And he is not even safe there.
Yeah, he got a nice Quelling Blade cut on the tree there, so he didn't get caught, but it didn't matter. He dies so fast. Even the Courier dies on top as Broodmother gets the Courier kill and then gets a tower as well. Bottom tower is starting to fall. There's too much happening going the way of EG. Mention all of it at once, it feels like. OG are just completely crumbling. Now a 15,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. We have a replay here of how they initially went on the troll, used their high damage that we mentioned to just burst him immediately, and then it feels like OG want to get anything done for themselves, so they chase after this BKB cooldown, but on the high ground, look at Arteezy's positioning, hides behind the tree, gets the ulti out. Beautiful.
They clean up on those spiders. Gets a nice bushwhack off over onto Amar and the... Oh, that was so close! 50 hit points! The Boomerang and the Sharpshooter almost finishing off Amar. This little squirrel does some massive amounts of damage to try to cut down the Tombstone, but Misha will end up falling for his efforts. Tombstone is down, though. It just feels like EG, they have so much momentum. I don't understand how they're going to be able to shove them out of the base. They've got the Wraith Pack already deployed. Nightfall just climbing right back in again. Trying to make more babies.
It doesn't feel like they have a timing that's close enough right now. Oh, they're blinking. That was scary if managed to get the grab there from Primal Beast.
Again, another bushwhack getting thrown out, but the Curse Crown connecting over onto two on the side of Evil Geniuses. They don't have their troll yet.
No, troll is not really that close to online. He's still farming, trying to get any form of net worth, but they're so far behind. The Beekeepy is quite a while away from Mars. He went for that Lads first. Takes a while to complete Beekeepy next. Get out of our base,
Snapfire, but they'll jump in onto the back lines. They'll pick up BZM. They've already used the BKB. There's nothing that's going to be able to stop Abed. He will crush BZM.
Such a quick takedown. I like the combination between Sharpshooter and Primal Beast. It's both really low cooldown ultimates, and they keep using them in tandem just to get these kills.
This is looking like a Gaben's top hat shellacking right now, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, I look over to the carry and he's just farming jungle and there's nothing.
There's just, they can't do anything. Yeah, they're just running after them one by one. These supports just crumbling up and literally stomping all over them.
Yeah, this is completely EG's territory. They're gonna take all the racks in one fell swoop here. Well, not the top. There's a tier 2 tower still, but oh my god, they're finding another one.
Pulverize is up again. That's a cool spell. There's the fear coming out from Arteezy. That's a cleanup on Amar, down for 42 seconds right now. And it just feels like they don't know what to do. They don't know how to force them out of this base. Perhaps they overextend a little bit. Crit getting into position. Not quite enough to finish off your Woggy. He's getting pretty close, but he does manage to get back into that base.
Yeah, nice try with the
fountain.
Quick scope
The
there
balloons
by
are getting
Crix.
dropped now. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, oh, that looks terrifying.
Yes, it does. Right over that sticker.
What is going on with his face? His eye is poking out at me.
All right, well, Evil Geniuses, they've taken 2 lanes here. Looks like they're going to back off for the time being. They're happy with what they got. Amar is going to be back up in about a second. It feels like Abed's like he keeps turning back around like, maybe we could go back in. But Nightfall is putting his attention. Oh, okay, all right, the onslaught right down to the bomb. They find Yuragi, and he's just dead immediately.
All these 100-0
How
bursts.
do you stop this big stompy boy? Yeah, Amar teleporting out right now. Not going to be able to make it. The Sunstrike coming in. Just managed to get the kill on Crypt, but Amar will end up dying. They're just chewing through the heroes on the side of OG. They call GG. Evil Geniuses, I do not know what it is that they ate for breakfast today, but they are just unstoppable.
I love that game 1, we had this really close game. It started out slow, and then we had some crazy team fights going on and a lot of back and forth. And then game 2 is completely one, not even close. This is not the first time we saw that today, actually. It's been a bit of a trend in the group stage, but okay, EG, they secure themselves. They are the top dogs here in their group. They are now 3-2-0, so they're with 6 wins and a fantastic start in this group.
I think that's going to surprise a lot of people. Again, we look back over the history of DPC this year, and they struggled quite a bit. You know, thinking back to Stockholm Major, they were not looking to be in fine form. But today, it just looks like whatever their issues were, they have found the solution. And they're playing some really just beautiful Dota. And OG, you know, very big favorites within this competition. You know, it's the younger squad of OG at this point. But still, they have quite the legacy behind it, and they've got some very talented coaches, so they're still very much a top contender for, you know, this TI, but they look totally outclassed, it feels like, in this last game.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was not even close. This game 2 was completely one-sided domination here for EG, and like you said, they took out OG 2-0. They also took down LGD 2-0, so EG, they got 2 big names already in the bag. They also won against Sonics, so fantastic start for them. Overall though, OG, I mean, they lose this series, but they end the day with 2 wins and 1 loss. It's not too bad as well for a start for them.
No, still very much, you know, a highly respected team with very, very talented players. Again, it's a very big surprise, I think, to a lot of people to see EG performing at the level that they are. And a lot of people, I don't think anyone would have guessed that they would 2-0 PSG LGD. Maybe like the really hardcore EG fans who, you know, always huffing that copium, right? But yeah, they look so good right now, and definitely the team to beat from the games that we have seen.
Yeah, certainly a good day for all the diehard EG fans that put their hopes and dreams every TI. And yeah, this is only group stage though, Moxie. We can't say too much yet, but you know, Arteezy is looking very ready. His squad is looking ready here. I mean, what a performance by Abed as well in this game. He played some fantastic Dota. And him and Crit, really, they combined and killed so many things just between the two of them.
It was very impressive, and I think that is a combination that people are going to have to respect and keep in mind when you have this Primal Beast, pairing it up with a Hoodwink. It just looks too gosh darn good. And a lot of it, too, unlocked by the fact that you have Nightfall, who just ran away with the game. Honestly, I don't know if you would call him the MVP, and it's always really fun to see, you know, Arteezy pick up that Shadow Feed. It has been a while, but he's still showing that he's got it.
Yeah, certainly he's got it, but also a pretty favorable matchup. Being SF against that melee offlaner in Mars, it's not a bad start for him to lane into. Of course, there we see the post-game stats. We have 9-1 and 9 on Arteezy. Of course, 12-1, 13 on Abed, and a 7-0, 15 for Nightfall. All the cores doing fantastic. And let's not forget the supports. I mean, 4-1, 21 is also a pretty good score over on the side of Crit.
Yeah, it's fine. No. He was absolutely integral, especially making these rotations with Abed and, you know, Fly providing that extra attention during the team fights, putting down that tombstone, getting the decays off and whatnot. So just, yeah, the squad is looking very, very powerful. And Crit ends up being our match MVP.
Yeah.
With 4 kills, 1 death, and the 21 assists.
Yeah, I think this game was such a one-sided kind of slaughterhouse for EG, right? That all of them looked like the MVP compared to anyone on the side of OG, and I did not expect them to do it in that dominant fashion. But yeah, Crit certainly, he was integral to the start that Nightfall had as well. The laning stage, he, you know, got some surprise kill that I didn't even expect on the side of Fly there in the laning stage. It's been a long day. Over on the side of Misha in the laning stage. So really surprised me with how active he could play. But Hoodwink is a very low cooldown hero. So is Primal Beast. Put them together and you get a very OP sandwich right there.
All right, well, we had a very exciting day of Dota. It has been a long day. So shout out to everyone who's been hanging out with us, watching the stream, whether it was spent the middle of the night, the morning, the afternoon, whatever. We are so glad that you were able to join us. There's still more Dota happening, though. So Waga and I are going to say goodbye to you for now, and we are going to go check in over at the B stream.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Dire structures are fortified.
Will burn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Penance. I hate my maker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nature's foulest monster. I return, shaved in Syria.
I still wouldn't trade places with you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Better than money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of double damage.
Sean has fallen to the downfall.
Your place is here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Quinn could have got in and gotten the damage off onto the Ember Spirit, but he got jumped by, I think, the Centaur, who stunned him up, so he couldn't come in and do the damage they needed to Nothing to Say, so Nothing to Say gets away with it.
My thrift rewarded.
Despite an incredible catch from Sonics from CCNC. That's right, I'm using the old name. I'm mixing it up a bit.
I saw Quinn TPing back to his tier 1. But I'm trying to take a fight. But bottom lane shoving, mid lane shoving. So much information for PSG LGD all the time. Sonics still trying to mount some kind of offensive up top here. It's just Ame running at them.
Jesus, they've managed to get off the spike carapace as well. Full stuff is on to Leshrak. He's trying to do what he can on MSS and Fada, but it's not going to be enough. Quinn still to fall. MSS going to follow him to the grave. It's PSG LGT looking for more. Fada in the tree lines. Not going to be getting out of this one. Too much damage coming out from Ame at the moment as they take down 3 heroes. Just so quick here. So clinical from PSG LGT.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They've just got so much farm. They've got such a huge net worth lead. And the way that Dota is these days, everybody scales with net worth. You know, even Faith Beyond here just looking absolutely Chadley with his Centaur, picking up the Shivas. He's enormous.
Yep, now just a casual stroll at the high ground. This seems so effortless from the side of PSG LGT. Like I don't know, man. This was. I don't even know if they could call it an output. It just played the map so much better than Sonic's. So much better.
Yeah, they really just farmed them around in circles. And, like, Nothing to Say, constantly running down lanes, being a pest. Didn't have anything to deal with him, even though this was a first pick Ember. I think Sonic's, like we said, the plan was very much like, look, we don't care about him so much because as much as we can't catch him, maybe we think he can't necessarily kill us, and we're just going to have this kind of death ball going. But with the BOTs on the Centaur and the Chen creep shoving lanes, they just have not been able to get out on the map. Even with Quinn buying some BOTs to try and fight back and split push a little bit. He can't play as freely as the heroes on PSG LGD can, though, because there's always that worry in the back of your mind that, okay, I'm shoving on this lane, but there's a Nyx on the other team, so there could always be, Nyx assassin coming and finding me. So you can kind of see that he can't cope past the elbow here on the lane. He can shove it out to there, but then he has to jump back and kind of rejoin the safety of his team under their wards.
Yeah, they have to play in vision as well. There's always the threat. The Nyx assassin or the Centaur getting on top of you. And this is why we say it. This is why you get yourself that cheap disposable lockdown that hero you can just throw in and kind of not mind too much if they do get caught out. Just frees up your draft so much, and you're seeing exactly that. Look at ZQ here. Look at ZQ. He's like, oh dear, I've been jumped. He does actually just get to die here, but again, so much better than anyone else. Actually, they're still trying to follow up on this. Faith Beyond maybe has to be a little bit careful. They'll pop the Stampede, though. They just want to commit to this fight. Huge commitment from LGD as they jump in with nothing to say and then jump themselves out again. No chance of them actually overcommitting. Just want to get those BKBs. Want to squeeze Sonics a little bit here.
It's insane that they can position like this. So there's just really nothing to punish them. Like the only thing that can start for Sonics is a Blink Pulverize. And there's the Lincolns. So Ame's always going to be able to get the pike off. He's always going to be able to position backwards. Sonics smoked up.
Starting to feel a little bit hopeless for the side of Sonics. From such a good laning phase to this, I just can't believe it's all snuck away from them. That's how it does get seen, but they're actually going to try and commit onto Faith Beyond, but the Ogre Seal Totem bounces him away, turns around with a stun. Let's not force him up the BKB early in this one, but it's just this Ember Spirit in the fight, bouncing around, doing so much work out onto Leslau. They will bring him down with ease. And look at this from Nothing to Say, just jumping in so very deep as Fada gets left behind. If you're slow, you're dead. That's it. Buyback comes out from the Primal Beast. They need to keep Quinn alive some way, somehow. He's so low and he will fall. Zinq catches him with the Mana Burners. They will now jump into this one. Leslau gets a little bit of revenge, but he himself will get cut down. Sonics, what can you do?
They can't
the answer.
the Centaur. He's got 5k
There's
health.
not a whole lot.
That's it. Dang.
That's it. Goodness gracious, what a game one. I mean, it was looking so bad for LGD, and then they just kind of shrugged it off. They just didn't really care.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, guys, hit the creeps. We're fine. We've got all this split push. We're gonna shove waves with Chen creeps. We're gonna shove waves with Ember. Drow's just gonna farm. Faith Beyond's gonna get so huge that they just can't kill him. Even if I think even if all 5 of them just popped everything, the Centaur was enormous. And
yep,
very, very quiet game from the Primal Beast. You know, Leslau had a couple of nice moves and played the lane nicely, but then after that just couldn't catch anybody.
No, it was a shame. It was a shame because, you know, we've seen Primal Beast just absolutely take over games before, and Quinn was kind of on the path to taking over the game, but Leslau just couldn't really keep pace, and I don't know, like, I didn't think it felt like he was out of practice on the hero, just getting kited so badly by the side of PSG LGD. The Gust on the Drow did so much work when it came to buying them space in the early mid.
Yeah, it was really, really valuable. Just tricky for Sonics to play around. They didn't really have... Well, they all had to itemize against it, which is not fun. And yeah, what a weird one. Not at all what I expected. It seemed like PSG LGD just cruised, though. It didn't seem like they broke a sweat.
Yeah, no, really. And like, even, you know, as we say in the early game when they were losing, super calm from them. They weren't overreacting to anything. You know, they were just chilling out. They were just playing the game they knew they needed to play in order to come back into it. And